your heads and reverence yourself before God. Heavenly Father, Lord and Savior, today we come first just saying thank you. Thank you for another opportunity just to borrow a little bit of your oxygen and feel a little bit of your sunshine. Thank you for an opportunity to live together as a community. Thank you for an opportunity to make manifest your will on this planet, specifically in this community, for these people. Heavenly Father, today we ask you grant us with wisdom, your wisdom. Understanding there are no perfect solutions, we ask that you give us the ability that you gave Solomon to figure it out. We figure it out for your people. In your son's name we pray, amen. Amen. Is somebody fall? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Did somebody fall?
Maybe seated.
Oh. I thought I heard it. That's why I asked. Yeah. I was like, somebody fall?
All right, guys. We can quiet down. Everyone in the back, find a seat. If you do not have one, you need to find one.
I didn't ask you for anything.
All right. Madam Attorney.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, or good evening, good afternoon. Can you please read your statement prior to the opening of public hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Tonight, the board will conduct a public hearing and adopt proposed millage rates, set fees, rates, and other charges, and adopt tentative budgets for Miami-Dade County for fiscal year 2025-26. There are 8 ordinances before the board in this regard. Please note that the proposed millage rates adopted at tonight's budget hearing set the ceiling for the final millage rates that can be adopted at the second budget hearing on September 18th. The ordinances to be considered today are Item A, ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for countywide general fund operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed countywide operating millage is 4.574 mils, which is 7.57% above the state-defined rolled-back rate of 4.252. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support services included in the proposed budget, including a planned cost of living adjustment, an increase from the Florida retirement system, an increase to the maintenance of effort for funding for Jackson Health Systems.
Item B is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for countywide bonded debt service for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed countywide debt service millage rate is 0.4171 mils, 0.3228 mils for countywide debt service, including the Building Better Communities Bond Program and Safe Neighborhood Parks Program, and 0.0943 mils for the Public Health Trust Jackson Miracle Building Bond Program.
Item C is an ordinance approving and adopting the countywide general fund budget for Miami-Dade County, Florida for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026, providing a short title, incorporating the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing the investment of county funds in the time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing the transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, authorizing deposit of interest earned to the general fund, ratifying, confirming, and approving implementing orders and other actions of the board, which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations, and providing for their amendment, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, authorizing the mayor or designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, waiving for fiscal year 2025-26 provisions of the code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, authorizing additional levy of capital improvement local option gas tax pursuant to Section 336.0251B Florida statutes effective January 1, 2026, and amending Article 14 of Chapter 29 of the Code of Miami-Dade County, Florida, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, and providing severability, exclusion from, and inclusion in the code, and an effective date. Item D is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for unincorporated municipal service area operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed unincorporated municipal service area operating millage is 1.909 mils, which is 7.37% above the state-defined rollback rate of 1.7779. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget, a planned cost of living adjustment, and an increase in the Florida retirement system.
Item E is an ordinance approving and adopting the unincorporated municipal service area fund budget for Miami-Dade County, Florida for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026. Providing a short title, incorporating the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing the investment of county funds in the time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing the transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, authorizing deposit of interest earned to the general fund, ratifying, confirming, and approving implementing orders and other actions of the board which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations, and providing for their amendment, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, recognizing and continuing the unincorporated municipal service area, authorizing the mayor or mayor's designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, waiving for fiscal year 2025-26 provisions of the code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. Item F is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue Service District operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, recognizing and continuing the Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue Service District, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Service District operating millage is 2.3965 mils, which is 7.99% above the state-defined rolled-back rate of 2.2191 mils. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget, including additional units, a planned cost of living adjustment, and contractual adjustments, and an increase from the Florida retirement system.
Item G is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for Miami-Dade Library System operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, recognizing and continuing the Miami-Dade Library System, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed Miami-Dade Library System operating millage is 0.2812 mils, which is 7.78% above the state-defined rollback rate of 0.2609 mils. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget, a planned cost of living adjustment, and an increase in the Florida retirement system.
Item H is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying proprietary budgets, special assessment district budgets, and other budgets of Miami-Dade County, Florida for fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, providing a short title, incorporating fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing investment of county funds in time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, ratifying, confirming, and approving implementing orders and other actions of board which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations and providing for their amendment, approving revised fees, charges, and implementing orders for various departments and agencies, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, approving fiscal year 2025-26 pay plan, authorizing allocations and reallocations of bond proceeds and interest earnings, authorizing mayor or mayor's designee to provide bond issue reserves, establishing such funds as may be approved during fiscal year and providing for their expenditure, appropriating grant, donation, and contribution funds, authorizing mayor or mayor's designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, authorizing the mayor or designee to apply for certain grants, continuing municipal services fund, authorizing disbursement from the Environmentally Endangered Lands or EO Acquisition Trust Fund to supplement the EO Lands Management Trust Fund pursuant to Section 24-50.5 of the Code, waiving for fiscal year 2025-26, Section 29-7G of the Code related to allocation of documentary surtax funds, provisions of Section 24-50.52 related to the required principal balance of the EO Lands Management Trust Fund and disbursements therefrom, provisions of Section 24-40 of the Code to allow vessel registration funds deposited in the Biscayne Bay Environmental Enhancement Trust Fund to be used for certain studies for the county's reasonable assurance plan, provisions of Section 2-18034 of the Code requiring recommendations from the Building Better Community Citizens Advisory Committee for use of surplus funds for certain projects, provisions of the code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, Section 25B-36 of the code requiring deposits into the Ludlam Trail Improvement District Trust Fund, and resolution number R45425 requiring $11.4 million in the countywide non-departmental expenditures for wage and separation reserve, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to fiscal year 2025-26 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, providing severability and exclusion from the code, and an effective date. Mr. Chair, I understand that the Budget Director has some additional changes that he would like to read into the record at this time in preparation for tonight's hearing.
All right, Budget Director, I also have on my order of the day to have the mayor say some remarks. Are your changes different than the mayor's remarks?
Yes, sir.
Then go ahead.
The following are proposed changes and Scribner's errors to the information for first budget hearing fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget memo. Number one, at the September 3rd, 2025 board meeting, the board adopted a rate for the collection of solid waste below what was proposed. As part of the package that was distributed prior to the meeting, the new rate of 0.7% will require an adjustment in solid waste department, decreasing revenues and expenses in the amount of $700,000 in the solid waste collection operations fund. Number two, the information for first budget hearing fiscal year 25-26 the technical one we're doing later.
I can come back to you, Director, if needed.
I think we're good. Number two, the information for first budget hearing, fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget inadvertently excluded capital project program 5555621, environmentally endangered lands program. Three, the information for first budget hearing, fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget should be amended to include the removal of the remaining 1 cent capital improvement local option gas tax to be funded with reserves. Number four, the information for first budget hearing fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget should be amended to include the additional funding in fiscal year 24-25 identified by the Office of the Commission Auditor in their September 3rd memorandum and vetted with the Office of Management and Budget, which identified an additional $1.925 million in UMSA, $1.272 million in Library District, and $2.163 million in the Fire District. 5, the information for first budget hearing, fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget should be amended to include expenses from air rescue to the general fund, countywide general fund.
Thank you, Director. With that,
Mr. Chair. Ready?
for yourself, Mayor, I'm
Yes,
going to go
sir.
to you in just a minute.
Yes.
Let me just set some ground rules. I want to first and foremost thank everybody for being here this evening. Welcome to our first official budget meeting. Although we did have a workshop last month, but this is still our first official meeting. But before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone of the rules for tonight and ensure a respectful and professional environment, both from those that are here from our community and of our colleagues as well. We, of course, welcome comments on the millage rates and the budget, which is what we're discussing today. We have a large number of people who are interested in speaking tonight. I have a full list here. So we ask that you please be considerate of others so that everyone has an opportunity to speak before it gets too late. If what you're going to say has already been said, you may, at your discretion, waive in support and simply say you support the funding or issue that has already been addressed. Very important that we all be respectful when addressing the board and others, that we do not call any commissioners out by name. When addressing the board is to the full board. Please follow the time limits when speaking. When I say, or my vice chair says thank you, that is our polite way of saying that your time is up and the next speaker will begin speaking. Disruptive behavior, signages, outbursts are just simply not permitted. And our sergeants, has it been a practice of this chamber and this board for well over a decade, as far as I know, will immediately approach you and ask you to sit down. And if you need to be escorted, they will ask you to step outside as well. And of course, the one that I already heard just in our brief intro, all electronic devices, please make sure that they are silenced. And that goes for everybody, including my colleagues, our staff, our county attorneys, the administration, and of course, everyone in the audience today. With that said, Madam Mayor, I'll let you give an intro before we go into public hearing, and then we will go to the commissioners for debate. Madam Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, our Vice Chairman, to all of our commissioners, and to all of the residents who are here tonight. Thank you for being part of this process and making your voices heard. I want to start by sharing my gratitude. I'm grateful that through hard work and frank conversations, we were able to solve this year's budget challenges together. And I'm thankful, especially to members of this board. We've met with each of you several times earlier this year to brief you and hear your input. And I'm thankful to the constitutional officers, several of whom are with us here today, for your collaboration. And of course, I'm grateful to our incredible creative county staff, particularly our Office of Management and Budget, who've worked around the clock for months to get this done. There's been a lot said about this year's budget. We have a responsibility not to mislead, but to speak the truth to our residents. And I want to address some of the misinformation that has been put out there. From the beginning, I promised to share the hard truths when they weren't easy to hear, and to make the hard decisions when they weren't easy to make. This year, we faced a new reality where our county government, along with all 5 constitutional offices, must be funded from the same pot. Additionally, expenses have grown, but revenue hasn't kept up, especially due to cuts in federal and state funding. So the reality is that we had to present a balanced budget, as we are legally required to do. So in July, I presented a budget to this board that closed the gap by streamlining government and finding efficiencies. We adjusted non-essential services, we consolidated departments to reduce overhead, while still protecting the core services that our county relies upon, like public safety, transportation, trash pickup, and more. And all of this while maintaining our historically low tax rate, the lowest since 1982. And thanks to our ongoing collaboration with the community, the commission, and the constitutional offices, the updated proposed budget that you will discuss today is even stronger. Over the course of 20 town halls starting in May, the voices of our residents shaped this process, and you guided us to where we are today. We heard you loud and clear that you wanted us to continue supporting arts and culture, community organizations, parks, and more. And thanks to the constitutional offices that listened to our community's needs, they returned an additional $66 million in unspent funds to support the budget, alongside some funds from additional departmental adjustments. It has been suggested that we found additional money during this process, and I want to be very clear, that is not true. Under this new budget process defined by the state, the constitutional offices must return unspent funds by the end of the fiscal year, and not earlier. That makes it very difficult to plan how we will spend them. With these resources, thank you so much, Constitutionals, we were able to restore funding for important community priorities that include investing more in public safety, including additional funding adding up to a historic $1.1 billion in funding for the sheriff, repairing roads, protecting our seniors, partially restoring funding for community organizations, almost completely restoring funding for arts, fully restoring parks programming and eliminating proposed parking fees, and reducing the special transportation services fare increase to just 25 cents. And just yesterday, the tax collector provided updated projections that offer an additional $5.3 million. I do want to touch on a few specific points before the discussion. First, we have continued to listen to our community, and we have heard your concerns about even a minimal increase to the gas tax at a time when so many families are struggling. Tonight, we are amending the proposed budget to eliminate any gas tax increase and instead take those funds from existing county-wide reserves. But we recommend using the new revenue realized by the tax collector to strengthen reserves in our UMSA, fire, and library budgets. Second, I want to address some of the continued misinformation about public safety. Public safety has been my top priority since I was elected mayor, and that commitment is unwavering in this year's budget, and I am proud to have been able to fully fund the sheriff's request to ensure Miami-Dade remains one of the safest metropolitan communities in the nation. Under my leadership, we've also made major investments in Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Our firefighters are our heroes who put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe. And that is why, since I became mayor, we have delivered well-deserved, long overdue raises and stronger benefits. We hired over 600 new firefighters, and we added 21 new units to expand service. And I do want to be clear as well that the air rescue services remain unchanged in the proposed budget, and there is no impact on the public and no reduction in services. So despite shifting the cost for air rescue into the fire budget, and after honoring our collective bargaining agreement commitments, the fire rescue district is still extremely healthy, and in fact has about $40 million in carryover for next year. However, we do understand that there are concerns related to this change, so we have worked with Commissioner Regalado to amend the proposed budget to shift the cost of air rescue from fire rescue back to the countywide general fund over a 2-year period and drawing those funds from reserves. And finally, we have clearly heard that transportation remains a key priority for our residents. We're extremely grateful for our riders and their trust in our system, helping us become the fastest growing transportation system in the country. Currently, we are the 10th largest in the entire country. And so that is why we work very hard not to cut our core transportation services in the proposed budget and to keep in place programs for our most vulnerable riders. Currently, 40% of our riders use free or discounted fares. Miami-Dade County offers a much higher availability of free services than most other transportation systems in the country. A small transit fee increase, the first since 2013, over 10 years, supports our continued growth and ensures that we can prevent service cuts. We've also learned how many of you rely upon our new service, Metro Connect, and we understand that need, and that's why we're working on a plan to bring back to the board for the second budget hearing to continue providing this service. I am extremely proud of all we've done to produce a balanced, fair, accountable budget that protects core services and continues to move Miami-Dade forward. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to tonight's discussion with our board and to passing a great budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, I am going to go straight into public hearing, and then, of course, we will all have our opportunity after that to discuss the budget at length. Guys, again, please be respectful when addressing the board. Please be respectful of everybody else's time that also wants to speak, and let's try to get through this as professional as possible. As I call your name, please line up on each side of the center seats, and you may approach the podium and you will have to state your name and address, and you will have 1 minute to speak. I do want to take this opportunity quickly to recognize And welcome to the chamber our tax collector, Daria Fernandez, who is here with us tonight. This evening, our election supervisor, Alina Garcia. I understand our PA, Tomas Regalado, is also has also joined. I see him all the way in the back. And also welcome our Chief Judge Fajardo from the 11th Judicial Circuit. Judge, I don't see you now, but I saw you earlier. There you are. Thank you for being with us this evening. With that, before I actually get into the full list, will any of our constitutional officers like to say a few words? Our Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Rodriguez, distinguished members of the Board of County Commissioners, Mayor, able staff, and Miami-Dade residents, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share a few words. I'm Alina Garcia, your first elected Supervisor of Elections, and I bring greetings from our dedicated team of elections professionals. It is the greatest honor of my career to serve as your Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, and it is a responsibility that I take very seriously. The work of this office is among the most important in all of government. Elections are the foundation of our democracy, and voter trust is our cornerstone and my top priority. We are at a pivotal time in history when our decisions today will directly affect the confidence and participation of voters tomorrow. We have been asked to be laser-focused with our budgets, keeping our residents at the center of every decision. That is exactly how we have approached this proposal. Our elections team has agreed to an operating budget that will ensure we are adequately resourced as we move into the 2026 election cycle. And additionally, Mr. Chairman, as you and I have discussed in our many conversations, I am happy to report that from the current fiscal year, we are expected to return $3.5 million in carryover funds. Mr. Chairman, you have squeezed me, but that's all good. $1.5 million more than previously projected. This demonstrates our commitment to responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars while maintaining operational excellence. Ultimately, the budget of the Supervisor of Elections is not just about running elections. It's also about instilling confidence in our democratic system, ensuring every voice is heard, and strengthening the democratic foundation we all share. So thank you all very much for your support, and I wish you a productive and successful budget hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia. Our tax collector, Daria Fernandez.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, resident of Miami-Dade County. This is Daria Fernandez, your Miami-Dade County tax collector. Every dollar we collect belongs to the people of this beautiful county. Our office has worked hard to save money and return millions back to the community. We also create the new tax bill insert, which gives residents an easy way to support local organizations while still returning money back to the county. Today, I ask for your support of responsible budget that focus on public safety and core service. The best budget is not the one that spends the most. It is the one that respects taxpayers, protects family, and keeps Miami-Dade County strong. Behind every dollar is a family that trusts us to do the right thing. My office and I are fully committed to work hard in hand with this Board of County Commissioners to serve our community. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, tax collector. And our property appraiser, Tomas Regalado.
If I could just have a point of
Commissioner Gilbert.
personal privilege to actually thank the tax collector for working with us on the contributions. That resolution that we passed yesterday, allowing people to support CBOs and cultural programs with voluntary contributions through his office, really was a testament to his willingness to be a part of a larger county family. And so I really appreciated him. I want to let everybody know. And he has a very nice suit on today also.
He does.
Yeah,
It's a peaceful-
real men wear pink. That's right.
Peaceful suit. Property appraiser?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having so many people here to speak out to you about the needs and the hopes of all the residents of Miami-Dade County. I'm here like the other colleagues, constitutional officers, to once more say that we are working with you, working for the people, and we have given back $9 million of our budget. We feel that this money should be used to restore the program for seniors that had been established since many years ago, and my understanding is that it was not funded this year. I just want to express a word of support for some of the people of Lotus House, one of the great jewels that we have in our community services in the city of Miami that we began many years ago and now is a countywide. Thank you so much, and I know that you have hard decisions, but you will do the right thing.
Thank you, property appraiser. All right, with that, I am going to recognize my colleague, Commissioner Bastien, for a quick words of wisdom she would like to share with our community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of you who came here to speak, I'd like to collectively welcome you and thank you so that so many of you came today to speak. We want you to speak. I was in your position for 30 long years, and I know how frustrated I used to get when I had 2 minutes and then how fast it went. But today, you have 1 minute. As someone who has been where you are right now for 30 long years, my humble advice is to start with your ask, because the 1 minute will go so fast that will save you a lot of frustration. So heed my advice, state your ask, and take it from someone who was in your place 30 years straight. And I want to thank you once more for coming to express yourself, because I want you to know that our democracy is stronger with your participation tonight. Good luck.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, we're going to get right into it now, guys. Again, as I call your name, please stand up. The first 2 names could approach each podium. And remember to state your name and address. And as the Commissioner very nicely stated, you will have a minute to speak. Renee, and excuse if I mess up the name, because there's a lot here. So Renee Pesky-Smith, Rezia Hayes, Heaven Jones, Alexa Cuve, Nilo Cruz, Walker Mosley, Constance Collins, Elizabeth Blake, Taunia Cooper, and Deborah Davis. Please line up if I called your name on the side of the center rows so that you're prepared to speak as soon as the prior speaker finishes. All right, you may begin.
Renee Pesci-Smith, 1637 Southwest 8th Street, Miami, 33135. For every $1 the county invests in arts and culture, $42 is returned to our community through audience spending and business partnerships. The arts are not a luxury in Miami-Dade. They are a $2.2 billion economic engine that supports over 32,000 local jobs, attracts 22 million participants each year, and fuels our tourism, hospitality, and small businesses. Beyond economics, the arts transform life. Cultural programs serve our communities, children, at-youth, seniors, and people with disabilities. They strengthen the neighborhoods, preserve our heritage, and give residents a sense of belonging. That is why we were asking for 100% restored arts funding, retaining an independent Department of Cultural Affairs, and also for a long-term sustainable funding model that gives our cultural organizations stability to plan, innovate, and continue driving impact for decades to come. The arts don't just take public dollars, they give back many times over. The arts mean business, the arts mean community, and the arts mean Miami-Dade.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess I might have missed that one rule. Yeah, I knew it. It seems short. There's no clapping in the chamber. So if you agree with somebody, just you do this thing that I think my predecessors started. You just do the finger thing, or just, I don't know, smile, wink at us, but no clapping. You can wink or blink. What is it? Wink?
No other fingers.
That's fine. Yeah. All right. Yeah, no other fingers, right? All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Razia Hayes, 1177 Northwest H Street Road, 33136. I first want to start by thanking you, Mayor Cava, for the revisions that you've made to your already tight proposed budget to increase the funding for arts and culture. To our county commissioners, I hope for your support in this matter. I'm here today asking for 100% restoration of arts and culture grant funding. Yes, in time of limited resources, the instinct is to focus on food, shelter, protection, as these are undeniable facets of survival. But survival is not the same as life. Once people are clothed, fed, and housed, they do not stop needing. In fact, they begin to need differently for meaning, connection, community, and healing. This is when the arts become not optional, but essential. Gutting this sector does not create fairness. It just removes lifelines to already marginalized communities. When budgets are tight, we must fund what works, and the arts work. I again echo that every $1 invested in arts and culture brings a return of $42 to Miami-Dade's economy. The arts are an economic engine. If we truly want the 305 to thrive, we must restore, protect, and sustain what has made Miami the cultural capital that it is today, which is arts and culture funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Heaven Jones, District 5, 1637 Southwest 8th Street. Thank you, members of the Commission and Mayor Cava, for giving me the opportunity to speak once again on behalf of the arts community. The arts in Miami-Dade are more than cultural institutions. They create jobs, fuel tourism, and give our community something to lean on beyond basic needs. These same organizations rely on public funding to provide free and low-cost programs that educate, uplift, and engage our diverse communities. Cutting this funding will not only weaken these institutions, but also harm children who depend on after-school programs, vendors who are familiar faces that keep Miami-Dade connected, and countless individuals whose livelihoods depend on the creative economy. Arts groups also drive a sense of community and collaboration, partnering with schools, nonprofits, and community pillars to extend their reach and impact. Fully funding the arts and culture budget is not charity. It's an investment in Miami-Dade's future and identity. Without it, we risk losing the very things that make this community thrive. As I said last year, and will say it again, we are economic drivers and community builders, and we deserve full funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Constance Collins. I'm the founder and president of the Lotus House Women's Shelter, address 217 Northwest 15th Street in Miami, Florida. Over the past 2 decades, Lotus House has served as the last and final safety net for women and children in need in our community. Over 13,500 women and children experiencing homelessness in every district of our county. Violence is the lead cause of homelessness for women and children. The proposed budget will shutter 50 of our domestic violence and trafficking beds at Lotus House. We urge you to restore this funding in the budget, which is there now currently and historically from general funds. This cut is in addition to the CBO cuts that we are facing for our parenting programs and our housing coordination. Safe shelter saves lives. We urge you, if public safety is your primary concern, to make sure that women and children are not forced to remain in abusive situations.
Thank you so much.
Or flee to the...
Ma'am.
Alexa Cuba, 711 Biltmore Way, 33134. I am one face of many faces from an artistic community that serves, uplifts, and transforms. We are not only dreamers gazing at the moon for inspiration, we are the rockers, the movers, the hands and voices of over 30,000 workers. We are an economic force. We are not here to beg, but to claim our value. We are the face of art, standing for a long-term solution, for sustainable funding, for the respect we have earned and the value we bring. Art is essential. I am one of many faces from our artistic community, and we are all the face of art. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi, Elizabeth Blake, 380 Southwest 4th Street, Miami, Florida, 33130. I was homeless since I was 12 years old with my mom, all because of a piece of plastic. I would go to school during work and then work afterwards. I came to Lotus House when I was 17 years old and still in high school. Lotus House provided me with a way to graduate high school and continue on to college. They helped me with a tutor and many other resources. During my time as a guest, I became one of their first interns for their operations team and was soon employed and helped me move out. They gave me the stability I needed to become independent and support myself and my mother. Working at Lotus House, I come across so many women and children experiencing homelessness and going through different situations, some of these being domestic violence victims. Losing this funding would be devastating, and not only would it give young women like myself a life-saving opportunity, but Lotus House really did save my life. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Sir?
Nilo Cruz, 600 Northeast 36th Street. I was raised in Miami, and it was in the city of Miami, that I wrote Anna in the Tropics, a play born from Florida's voices and silences. A play that won the Pulitzer Prize and carried our Florida story far beyond our shores to places as far as Russia, Europe, and China. That journey was possible because this city, the city of Miami, once believed in the power of art, because it chose to nurture memory, heritage, and spirit. Today, in a climate that seeks to silence books and censor history, the arts are not a luxury, they are a necessity. They are the breath of this city, the vessel of our memory, the proof that we have lived. To cut funding from culture is not a budget decision, it is an act of erasing memory. So I say to you, please continue to believe in the power of art, protect our ancestral and collective memory, protect the soul of Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Tanya Cooper. My address is 275 Northwest 10th Street. I'm here for CLEO Institute for the climate change. Oh, okay. For climate change, we have extreme climate change. I'm sorry. But we want to make sure that the elderly people and the people that are out, that they, I'm sorry, that's it. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Deborah Davis, and I live at 330 Northwest 19th Street, Meat Manor Apartments. For the elderly, as you guys know, oh, I'm sorry, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As you guys know, that every year the heat, it gets hotter and hotter. The building that I live in, we only have air conditioning in the bedroom. In the front, the kitchen, when you cook, it is so hot. So I'm asking to consider using some of the budget for over town to put the AC in our building. We need AC in our building because it causes heat strokes and heart attacks for the elderly. And I'm quite sure you all have elderly parents and can understand what I'm saying. Please consider putting AC in our building. Meat Manor, 330 Northwest 19th Street. Thank you for allowing me to share. Have a blessed day.
Okay. I have Walker, from the list that I called, I have Walker Mosley, pending Elizabeth Blake, and I think, did Tanya Cooper speak already? All right, so Walker Mosley and Elizabeth Blake are no-shows? Okay, all right. So the next set is Marjorie Burnett, Jay Crawford, Theo Carantsalis, Raina Holmes, Anthony Walker, and Ernie Martinez. If the sergeant could take them the microphone.
Marjorie Burnett, 9041 Southwest 126 Ave. I'm asking with relation about art culture because for us, it's our way of life, and not only what we do, it's our whole lifestyle. It's our whole lifestyle. So taking that away will make that disappear, and then for the able-bodied, it allows us to be not invisible to them, and we become a family. So it's a whole way of life, and not only it's a way that we express ourselves that we will not otherwise express. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jay Crawford. I'm Audrey's godfather. I also live at 9041 Southwest 122nd Avenue. When deciding a budget, you make decisions to help as many people as possible, and that's why I'm speaking for funding for the arts, a truly cost-effective use of relatively small amounts of tax money. Years ago, I trained ground search and rescue personnel for the Civil Air Patrol. I saw many trainees focusing only upon crash damage or obvious injuries. Yet, what I often had to teach them was also to look for paths leading out to safety that survivors may have already found. Our first responders are vital as remediation for disaster that something cheaper might provide help in avoiding. To do this, we can do things that help people look up and see better ways out of to healthy, fulfilled lives that don't need large and costly interventions. The objective, valuable purpose that comes from the arts is to help people look up and see ways away from negative, downward views, seeing better ideals, goals, and opportunities for a future.
Thank you, Jay.
Aimlessness and purposelessness
Thank you,
waste
Jay.
lives.
Jay,
and require
thank you.
first responders.
Theo Karen Salas, 289 Shadow Way, Miami Springs. Metro Connect is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. For thousands of Miami-Dade residents, it's the only way to get to work, see a doctor, buy groceries, or visit family. When illness, age, or disability takes away your ability to drive, as it did for me, Metro Connect is often the only way to remain independent. Miami-Dade is setting priorities, and we need to focus our money on what is working and improve it. Metro Connect is working and becoming more efficient and less expensive. We should continue to fund it, and the county should restart the RFP it canceled to improve micro-transit services like Metro Connect and transit services for people with disabilities. We can always do better. These micro-transit services, which are essential for the quality of life of everyone, aren't just transit. It's the only way forward. Also, I'm here on behalf of NAMI, the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill. I've lived with schizophrenia for about 50 years, since age 15.
Thank you.
My adult son.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for being here.
Good evening, each and everyone. Thank you to all of you. I want to take a moment to say thank you for being here. I really saw your sincerity, because at first when I met with the budget, it had no soul. It did not care about those of us who already have barriers and just breathing. Some of us are sitting here, we don't look disabled, talk very well, and can't catch our breath. I raised my hand and I raised my chest. This is where we started out on social equity, but when I look at what we funded before we came back here to get it, I thank you, Mayor, but I'm confused. Are we our priority? I don't play soccer. I don't plan on going to prison. And I see other 90 million and 30 million to go through other building projects when I just want to be able to sustain myself. I've recently entertained many complaints, and I'm still working as a person with disability. And it's okay. But please, remember your social equity. I saw no equity in those expenditures, and I need you now more than ever to be as creative as you can be. Go back again. We need more. We're more challenged than ever in these times. And just think if I was sitting in your seat and you're sitting in mine. Last thing, there are some of us out there living in neighborhoods where we can't breathe. Fix that problem with the sanitation. Fix that problem with water and sewer.
Thank
and
you,
fix
Ms.
that
Holmes.
problem with the environment.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you so much again.
And
I
can you
wish
state,
well.
Ms.
Let's
Holmes,
do
can you
it.
state your name and address for the record?
I'm Adam Holmes, and my address is in the clerk's office because of special circumstances like
Thank you.
VAWA.
Thank you for
Domestic
that.
violence needs some money too.
Thank you for that,
Peace.
Ms. Holmes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ernie Martinez, and I reside at 9511 Fontainebleau Boulevard, zip code 33172. So good afternoon, Commissioners. Let me be clear. The underserved population, riders with disabilities, cannot, and will not be silent. Any vote to raise the fares of STS is a vote to tax the most vulnerable population. History will remember who stood with us and who chose to hurt us. I come before you today as an STS rider and as part of the Miami-Dade's underserved community. STS is our lifeline. This is our way to reach doctors, jobs, and community. But now we're asked to pay more for the very same ride that keeps us connected. That's why we're asking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. And I have Anthony Walter.
Hello, sir. My name is Anthony Walter. My address is 1426 Northwest 70th Street. I'm out of District 3. I'm here today for the second time to say that we need to continue to fund the disabled people than to give money to this soccer team that's coming to Miami, and you have people that's homeless and you have people that's going to jail. I don't understand that, sir. Like, what is the people that retire from working? What is the benefit in Miami is here for them, for the retired people, for also the disabled people? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walters. All right. I'm going to resume with the next batch. And again, I know that those needed the microphone, but for the rest, if you could just line up and resume what we did with the first batch. Jose Arriaza, Andrea Arthur, Myra Mayer, Freddie Gadlin, Theophilus Williams, Sharon Frazier, Sarah Chapman, Damian Gregory, Maxine Long, Kenneth Kilpatrick, you may go, ma'am. Please state your name and address, and you have 1 minute.
Me? Sorry. Apologies.
You're good.
My name is Andy Arthur, and I live at 6310 79th Street, South Miami, in District 7. I'm here to speak on behalf of arts funding and the Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm thankful for the changes that were made to the restoring the arts budget so far, but I want full funding and the complete autonomy of the Department of Cultural Affairs. The cultural sector returns $42 for every dollar of grant investment. I'm worried about any loss of the funds in our sector after massive cuts at the state and federal level and previous cuts at the county level. What happens to mid and small size organizations that have already cut staff and programming? What does it mean for kids who participate in scholarship-funded life-saving arts programs? What does it mean for seniors that get a little joy from a golden ticket show that can no longer happen? And what happens to Miami if we lose our young arts workers trying to make it a home between low wages and a high cost of living? The arts weave the fabric of our community. I recognize the county is facing a really, thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Meyer, 1781 Opeachy Drive, Miami 33133, representing the Women's Fund Miami-Dade, but thousands, over 8,000 people in our database, are incredible community. I want to tell you all that we, each and every one of you, thank you, commissioners, chairman, Madam Mayor, for your incredible service. I used to work in nonprofit well, I have worked in nonprofit for 5 years, I'm 63, in for-profit for a long time. I have never seen anybody more efficient than my colleagues here doing the service for all of your constituents and for all of our followers. I want to say that the CBOs are really incredible. They do a lot with very little, and they do work for each and every one of us. From the general budget, I will tell you that in name of all the survivors that I have met with and learned from in the last 14 years, we cannot do without a full shelter's worth of Lotus House, DV, and HT beds. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next. Albert. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Damian Gregory. I live at 11342 Southwest 163rd Street in Miami. August was a very difficult month for me. I almost was not here to even speak before you today because I was hospitalized and almost died. I'm here to speak on behalf of many of the nonprofits that are here that are asking for their funding to be maintained. One of these nonprofits is helping me greatly as I try to regain my strength and regain my health after my hospital stay. Without the help of nonprofits that provide services that are vital to people that insurance does not cover, or that is not covered by other services that people could pay for, is the Advocacy Network. They are helping me and 440 other families to get services that we need in order to maintain our dignity, our independence, and our health. I'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and remember me and others when you're making decisions about what to cut.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir?
Theophilus William, 1391 North 95th Street. For the last 4 years, we've been going through this budget. This county has been running off the chains. Who is the counter for this? Budget and finance. Somebody got to be held accountable for this budget. We need a report for the last 4 years we've been coming here and where the money gone. You can find money for everything else, but for the people and the workers, it's sad. And this board and I sit here, and this board don't have a communication with each other, but you can't blame the mayor. You got to blame all y'all. Y'all the legislation of this body. But where's the money for the people of the body? We struggling. But I guess y'all don't care. Open up the books and let us know where this money gone. Budget and finance is the bookkeeper. Y'all hold me for what y'all want to get to. Give the people what they want.
Thank you. Right on.
Hi, Sarah Chapman. My address is 7190 Southwest 103rd Court Circle, 33173. Tonight I speak with urgency to fully restore arts and culture funding. I also am here to ask you to take action to preserve this funding. Despite the results of this arts community's collective outcry and the partial restoration of funding, the remaining proposed cuts to the arts and culture grants and the uncertainty of this funding's future will cause irreversible harm to one of our greatest strengths as a community, our vibrant, diverse, and community-rooted arts sector. At the countywide level, as you've heard, our arts sector is an economic engine supporting over 30,000 jobs. This is not charity, it's vision, it's meaningful economic support. At the organization level, my organization, Armor Dance Theater, relies upon county grants to serve over 1,000 children annually. One of them, Javier, a Latino refugee who once found his second home in our county-funded programs. With scholarship, mentorship, and opportunity, Javier went on to graduate from Harvard and now runs his own agency. And Javier's story isn't rare. It's proof of what's possible when Miami invests in the arts and its children.
Appreciate it.
Investing in the arts is investing in our children.
Thank you. Sir?
Madam Mayor, other elected officials, we want to thank you for standing up for us and with us in creating affordable, livable, decent housing that people can move into, people with disabilities, big medical challenges. We at Shore Park, we continue to meet regularly with other advocate groups and looking for solutions to help us keep that American dream. And please don't let the big developers come in and make it an American nightmare. And once again, it's September. Madam Mayor, happy birthday.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record?
Name's Freddie Gatlin, 8050 Northwest Miami Court, 33150.
Thank you so much.
My name is Maxine Long. My address is 1808 Ferdinand Street, Coral Gables, 33134 in District 6. I am here to support full funding for the arts and maintaining funding for the arts, keeping an independent Department of Cultural Affairs and maintaining the millage rate to support the budget and the arts. I am a business lawyer. I am a past chair of the Florida Bar Business Law section. Business needs the arts to keep Miami-Dade a vibrant community. The arts generate more than $2 billion in this community, and that is money that stays in this community and supports local businesses. Personally, I support the arts on the board of the Dranoff Two-Piano Fusion organization that supports a program that allows Miami-Dade public school teens to express themselves in poetry and encouraged by music. But corporate support is not enough. Individual support is not enough. The arts need
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Greeting, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Sharon Frazier Stevens. I live at 6324 Northeast First Place, District 1, the great city of Model City. I'm here as an advocate stand, advocating for Helping Hands over at Liberty Square. Catalyst Miami, one of the most strongest grassroots. We took Tallahassee by storm. Lotus House, the Lotus House that helped women and children. The Camilla's House, who helped men, women, and children, animals. Christie House, children who've been sexually abused. The Christie House, also my commissioner, as you see, I carry this everywhere I go. I feel no shame because I love my commissioner. Commissioner Keon Hardeman.
That's a beautiful face on that bag, by the way.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. And please, my heart broke. Animal service, I've been telling animal service for the longest about them pit bulls. I have 2 Yorkies, and I had a dream about someone getting attacked. This happened in District 1. A young lady that I know from the crime watch in Norwood, walking to work, and she get attacked by Roman, vicious pit bull. Please, Commissioner Gilbert, do something about them pit bulls. Thank you, and I love you, Commissioner Hardeman.
Thank you.
Senator, I love you.
Hey, and just let me just try some more housekeeping rules, and thank everyone for the candor and approaching. But again, one of the ground rules we set earlier is to refrain from calling commissioners by name. If you can do that, will be greatly appreciated. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Ken Kilpatrick, Executive Director, Georgia Jones Ayers, Alternative Programs, 3300 Northwest 27th Avenue. I want to thank the administration for your recommended funding amount for TAP. And as you know, our Alternative to Incarceration Adult Program has generated approximately $4.23 million in savings to the criminal justice system, with over 620 releases facilitated by the program as of July 2025. 2 months remaining in the grant year, but the more critical statistic is that the recidivism rate has sustained at approximately 5% the entire year. Our program is an essential partner of the community and a critical crime prevention tool of the system. Because our agency provides a countywide footprint and services, I'm asking each commissioner to consider an investment of a nominal $35,000 per district to sustain these vital services to the community and robust cost savings to the system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Walker Mosley. Address is 2876 Southwest 21st Street, Miami, Florida, 33145. I'm here to advocate for 100% restoration of the Arts and Culture grant budget, an independent Department of Cultural Affairs with a director in place, and long-term investment into our cultural community. I'm the regional director for an organization called Guitars Over Guns. Since 2008, we have served more than 7,000 youth living below the poverty line in Miami-Dade County. 94% of those youth have either maintained or improved their grade point averages. 99.9% of those youth have graduated on time. Talent is universal, opportunity is not. Organizations like Guitars Over Guns are able to unlock youth potential because of the support from the Department of Cultural Affairs. And thousands of youth will slip through the cracks without this institution in place. Out of the 30 programs we're in, 5 of those are high schools. And this past year, in 2 of our 5 high schools, the valedictorians were Guitars Over Guns students who had been with us since they were in 6th grade. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Jeff Murray, Paul Nanfi, Alba Hernandez, Rachel DeSalonis, Andy Allen, Catherine Miranda, Laura Dunn, Jose Martinez, Margaret Led, Emily Cardenas, Karen Korash, Carolyn Fain, Francis Yanis. Please approach the well. And similar to everyone else, state your name, please, along with your address. Sir.
Murray, 3300 Northwest 27th Avenue.
We didn't catch your name, sorry.
Jeff Murray.
Jeff, gotcha.
Mr. Chair, could you ask the room to be quiet?
Yeah. I think you just did that.
No. They need to hear from you, though.
All right. Thank you. Hey, everyone. It's me again. Look, we're going to have a great time this evening, but the one thing that really matters the most, more so than a great time, is respect. Each one of these speakers has pretty much waited in line, just like you, has given up valuable time with family and friends, just like you. And I know if you were speaking before they were to be able to speak, they would probably be listening to you too. So let's give them the undivided attention that you would ask from them. Does that work for you, Mr. Murray?
Yes, sir.
I got you. Thank you. Let's try that again.
My name is Dr. Jeff Murray, address 3300 Northwest 27th Avenue in Miami, Florida. Currently, I serve as the Director of Juvenile Services for the ICC program, which is a vital part of the Georgia Ayers Jones Alternative Program, which has been serving our community since 1982. For over 4 decades, our agency has stood as a beacon of hope and guidance for our youth, acting as mentors, coaches, and advocates. We have remained steadfast in our mission to uplift and empower the most vulnerable among us. This work is not merely a profession for me, it's a calling to be present in the lives of our youth and to serve as a voice for those who are often unheard and misguided and misunderstood. And we want to lead them to a path of productivity, purpose, and promise. Today, I respectfully urge you to consider full funding for our program as requested. This support is not just an investment in our agency, it's an investment in our future, our community, and to lives of those who are least, the lost, and the left out.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I appreciate you. Sir?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Lowell Dunn II, 8083 Northwest 103rd Street, Hialeah Gardens, Florida, 33016. I'm honored to represent the Lowell and Betty Dunn Family Foundation. My parents, Lowell and Betty, built their businesses in Miami-Dade County, inspired by its hard work and innovation. Their legacy continues through giving back to this community. Small nonprofits are vital, mentoring youth, providing food and shelter, supporting veterans, and uplifting neighborhoods. Strengthening them strengthens Miami-Dade County. Thanks to the Office of Budget and Management, and led by David Clodfelter, for connecting us with a group called the Miami Foundation. Guided by the principle that to whom much is given, much is required, we're proud to announce a $1 million gift to the Miami Foundation to support small nonprofits, changing lives. We hope this inspires others to give back, building a brighter future for Miami-Dade County. Thank you all, and God bless you all. And Rebecca is here today, and I'm giving her the check. Rebecca? Thank you.
You're breaking your own rules.
Yeah, but Commissioner Hardiman,
that
you're an
money
attorney.
is spent already. It's spent.
Hey, Commissioner Hardiman, you're an attorney. You know there's an exception to every rule in the courtroom, right? Do we have another $1 million out there ready to walk to the podium? Commissioner Higgins, what did you say? You got it. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes,
Good afternoon,
damas y caballeros.
ladies and
Mi
gentlemen.
nombre es Alba Hernández.
My name is Alba Hernandez.
Yo vivo en la dirección de la 8050 Northwest, Miami Court.
I live at 8050 Northwest Miami Court.
Mi lote es B226
My lot is B226,
y mi zip code es 33150.
and the zip code is 33150.
Estamos aquí para pedirles a nuestros estimados comisionados y a nuestra señora alcaldesa
We are here to ask our dear commissioners and Madam Mayor
que nos sigan apoyando mientras enfrentamos el desalojo
to continue support us as we face eviction
de nuestras casas móviles
from our trailer homes,
y que apoyen a las organizaciones que nos han apoyado como
and to stand with the organizations that have supported us, such as
como FAM,
FAM,
CJP,
CJP,
el LSGMI
LSGMI,
y las entidades de vivienda del condado.
and county housing entities.
Nos hemos reunido regularmente durante años
We have met regularly for years
para organizarnos y protegernos del desalojo
to organize and protect ourselves from eviction
y otros abusos que hemos sufrido en el parque.
and from other abuses that we have faced at the park.
Llevamos décadas viviendo en Soar Park
We've been living at Soar Park for decades now,
y necesitamos el apoyo del condado para que no nos quedemos sin hogar.
and we need the county to support us to prevent us from homelessness.
Debido a los esfuerzos por desalojar nuestras casas móviles
Based on the efforts to remove us from our trailer homes
y obligarnos a desalojar sin opción alguna.
and force us to evict without any other solution.
Nuestros esfuerzos y el apoyo de los comisionados,
Our
de nuestra
efforts
alcaldesa,
and the support from the commissioners, from the mayor,
de nuestros
Thank you so much.
colaboradores,
from
Thank you.
our collaborators.
debemos continuar.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sergeants, also, as one person leave, can you make sure we escort the next person in line to have them on deck so we can expedite this? Thank you. Please.
Mr. Chairman and excuse me, the nerves, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Andy Allen, State Director for Best Buddies. We are located at 100 Southeast 2nd Street in Miami. Best Buddies is a 501c nonprofit organization that provides opportunities for one-to-one friendships, leadership training, and supported employment for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Best Buddies teaches students with disabilities essential social skills that prepare them to be active members of the community and to be successful in the workplace. The return on investment for our programs is long-term. Training youth with intellectual and developmental disabilities in the social skills they need to get and keep jobs makes them less reliant on public benefits. CBO funding is critical to maintaining our services throughout the county. Currently, we are serving over 1,700 students in collaboration with Miami-Dade County. Loss of these funds would have catastrophic effect.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Rachel Deckeling, 12842 Northwest 23rd Place. I am the social justice organizer for Family Action Network Movement, also known as FUM. First, I want to thank you for the continuous support you've given to FUM and other CBOs in Miami-Dade over the previous years. FUM has been a leading organization in South Florida advocating for low-income and marginalized residents while providing critical services such as domestic violence intervention, healthcare access, summer camps, and after-school programs. But we cannot continue this work without the county's support. Eliminating CBO grants would force us to reduce staffing, hence decreasing the number of members we provide services to. This leaves countless residents without the support they rely on. Nonprofits like ours fill the gaps where county offices cannot meet the overwhelming demand. We urge you to make the responsible choice and continue your support of FUM and all CBOs for the stability of our community and for the well-being of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Catherine Gilson Miranda, and I live at 7700 Southwest 72nd Court, Miami, Florida 33143. And I am on the autism spectrum. I have been part of Best Buddies since 2011, and during that time, it has truly made a huge impact on my life. I'm here today to urge you to support the funding for essential community-based organizations like Best Buddies. Through Best Buddies, I've learned how to advocate for myself and others, and I've gained confidence in my public speaking. These are skills that help me every day, not just in Best Buddies, but in my school, my community, and in my job. Because Best Buddies supported me and helped me believe in myself, I was able to get a job at Sunset Elementary School. Working there has been such a rewarding experience and something I am very proud of. Best Buddies has opened doors for me, taught me important life skills, and most importantly, given me lasting friendships and opportunities that make me feel included and valued.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miranda. Hey, listen, if anyone needs public speaking skills, those of you coming to the well, Miranda is opening up Miranda Speaking LLC today. Let's.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Paul Christian Nafi, address 1431 Northwest 202nd Street, Miami, Florida 33169. Esteemed Madam Mayor, greetings commissioners. I'm the political director and the lead organizer at the Family Action Network Movement, FUM, and was born in September. At FUM, we have spearheaded and led many campaigns around civic engagement, community empowerment, and immigrant rights advocacy. It is critical for Miami-Dade County to continue to finance CBOs like FUM, and thank you for your support, and we are relying on your continued support. When the county invests in CBO organizations, the entire baseline of our society and our communities are lifted. These investments strengthen the fabric of our neighborhoods and prevent much greater costs down the road, which is a lesson that I learned a lot in drinking water and sanitation. If you invest a little bit now, you get a much greater return. On behalf of FUM, I want to thank you for this continued support. Thank you especially for this year's Civic Engagement Initiative and for the dedicated work of Dolores Hawley, Arlette, and their team in the ERAP program, and a special uplift to our partners in SOAR Park, many of whom you're hearing from today, and for our senior citizen communities who are particularly vulnerable. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Margaret Ledford, 2351 Southwest 16th Court, 33145. I am here to respectfully implore you to fully restore the cultural arts funding, keep the Department of Cultural Affairs as an independent department, and I also task you with securing the necessary funding to move and grow cultural arts funding in the future. The last increase arts and culture saw from the county was in 2015, and since then the cost of living has increased over 36%, while your funding has decreased. My layman understanding is that Tallahassee has given you the independent authority to create ordinances that could potentially fund the arts. For example, 0.5% on any building in the county being built for over $1 million, like a luxury condo, for instance, would be a revenue game changer for the arts industry, not to mention we would no longer have to flood your chamber to justify our value and existence every year. I ask you to be bold and brave enough to create and implement an ordinance for the benefit of the arts and ensure your legacy by providing a long and healthy life for arts and culture in Miami-Dade County.
Thank you so much.
You go.
Hi, hello. My name is Jose Ariaza, 3620 Northwest 30th Avenue. I'm here with Engage in Miami, and I'm here to specifically advocate for better public transit, whether it's alleviating traffic congestion, reducing carbon emissions, or fostering economic growth. Public transit systems play a pivotal role in shaping smarter, more sustainable communities. I'm here to more specifically talk about the important need of holding the line on core services, such as maintaining the current Metrobus, Metrorail, and Metromover service in line with this proposed budget, and to scale back the fare hikes, to reduce the proposed 50-cent bus/rail hike and eliminate the 25-cent STS increase entirely. Cutting service or slapping riders with so large of a fare increase seriously risks driving people off transit, deepening inequities, and making our traffic crisis worse. I think it's really important to advocate for public transit because it's an important tenet of community building, and it's essential to build a better future for a Miami that's clean, reliable, efficient, convenient, and safe for all. So yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm a client of Jewish Communities Services. My name is Frances Yanes, and I'm here due to the funding that will be taken away from seniors in Miami Beach. This center is a family center. It's a cultural center of mixed cultures, and it provides activities, outings, activities as exercises, Tai Chi, Zumba classes for us. It's a half a day, it's Monday through Friday, and it provides us a family unit which we go and we eat kosher meal, and it's a balanced meal. Most of us do not cook because they're either we're disabled or we have hardship in forgetfulness, and therefore this is a meal that we go through.
Thank you. Ms. Yanis, can I borrow your address? I'll give it back.
You want my address?
Yes, ma'am.
90 Alton Road, apartment 709, Miami Beach 33139.
Thank you so much. Hey.
Hi, good evening. I'm Emily Cardenas, Executive Director of Dranoff 2-Piano Fusion at 9889 Hammocks Boulevard in 33196. This puts our offices in the District of Commissioner Roberto Gonzalez. But I live in District 7, and most of our board members live in District 6. However, we present concerts from Aventura to Palmetto Bay. And our Piano Slam arts education program that many of you have generously supported serves students in Miami-Dade County Public Schools from Miami Gardens to Naranja. And as part of the Arts Action Alliance, I humbly request that you recognize the economic value and social significance of our local arts and cultural industry by fully funding arts grants, by endorsing an independent Department of Cultural Affairs, and by insisting that Miami-Dade County Auditorium be funded to finish renovations that have already begun, because this is a venue small and mid-sized organizations like mine simply cannot do without. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Hey, just a quick reminder again, if you can please give your undivided attention to each speaker. Again, it's going to be returned to you when you walk up to the podium that's set here in the well. So once again, thank you so much. Hi.
My name is Carolyn DeHaan, 2825 Prairie Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida, 33140. I have been a client of Jewish Community Services for the past 6 years, and I consider it one of the reasons to be an active senior. They have a bus service which I utilize as I don't drive, and I have a 20-minute walk just to get to a city bus. They also take us shopping to stores that I could never get to on my own. JCS has been a lifeline for me to keep in touch with my community, and frankly, without it, I think would bring on a feeling of loneliness, which could lead to depression and negative health issues. I am pleading with you to keep the funding intact. Thank you for your time and consideration of this very important and critical matter.
Thank you. Also, can we have Raimondo, Ricardo, Natalie Herandon, Jane Lee Ramos, Mitch Morris, Brianna Joseph, Larry Fields, Marilyn Holyfield, Jacqueline Benzikrai, Natalie Toom, Rachel Silverstein, and Aaron Cover. Please line up so we can get you here at the podium. Please.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Karen Peterson Korash. I reside at 11760 Southwest 72nd Avenue, Pinecrest. I am the artistic director and the founder of Karen Peterson and Dancers, Miami's unique dance company that was established in 1990. And what we do is we present, we create, and research choreography that's performed by dancers with and without disabilities. We are a role model for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Since 2018, we have produced the Forward Motion Dance Festival, and we have brought hundreds of leading national and international dance artists to Miami. We've also facilitated a dance residency program in the Miami-Dade schools for over 5,000 teenagers with disabilities, and we have traveled abroad to introduce our democratic artistic ideals to young European countries that were trying to form their own ADA laws. KPD is known for high quality and boundary pushing work, and we were cited.
Thank you so much.
Oh
Ms.
my
Dora.
God.
Listen, the first part was really good. I can only imagine what the latter part was going to be, but I just want to say thank you so much. So that was really good.
you.
Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es José Martínez.
My name is Jose Martinez,
Resido en Sunelay Solar Park,
and I reside at Sunny Life Soar Park.
donde estamos siendo acosados
And
por desarrolladores
we've been harassed by the developers
que nos quieren desalojar.
who want to evict us.
Ante todo, quiero dar gracias
I would like to give thank you before everything,
al condado y nuestras organizaciones asociadas,
to thank the county and all our collaborated organizations,
las cuales merecen su financiamiento continuo.
which deserve to be continued funded.
En nombre de los vecinos y por lo bien que han trabajado,
In the name of all the neighbors and also due to their good work
con nosotros, mientras nos movilizamos para estar aquí.
with us and organizing us to be here.
Por desgracia, todavía estamos enfrentando desalojos.
Unfortunately, we continue to face evictions,
Al igual que ustedes tienen casas que valen dinero real,
and like yourselves, our homes also have a
Nos-
real value.
nosotros también.
We also have homes with real value.
Ustedes no pueden pagar su renta o hipoteca con buen trato.
There is no way you can pay rent or mortgage without a good behavior or good treatment.
Nosotros tampoco.
Neither do we.
Por eso necesitamos que vayan más allá del buen trato.
That's why we need them to go beyond good treatment
Y pongan el dinero en lo necesario, en una solución que no nos deje plantados en la calle.
and to invest the money and give us a good solution that would prevent us to leave us outside in the streets.
Sabemos que en este mundo hay leyes, pero poca justicia.
We know there are laws, but little justice.
Necesitamos justicia para Soar Park. Gracias.
We need justice everywhere. Por favor, de su dirección.
8050 Northwest,
My address is 8050
Miami
Northwest, Miami Court,
lote E123,
Lot 123,
33150 Miami, Florida.
zip code 33150, Miami, Florida.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Hollifield. I'm a senior partner at the Holland & Knight Law Firm and board chair of the Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora, also known as Miami MOCAD. The words of Dr. Samela Lewis, the first chairperson of the Florida A&M University Department of Art, are especially important today. She said, Art is not a luxury, as many people think. It is a necessity. It documents history. It helps educate people.
Dr. Holyfield, give me 1 second, please. Sir, the gentleman standing up with the camera in the back, thank you. Thank you. Resume.
Dr. Samela Lewis said, art is not a luxury, as many people think. It is a necessity. It documents history, it helps educate people, and stores knowledge for generations to come. Miami MOCAD joins the request for 100% restoration of the Arts and Culture budget grant, including the grants for Miami MOCAD, an independent Department of Cultural Affairs with a director in place and long-term investment in our cultural community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Good evening, Commissioners and Madam Mayor. My name is Raimundo Ricardo. I represent Jewish Community Services. One of the reasons I'm here, I'm representing over 80+ senior citizens from Miami Beach. We do need a place like JCS. The reason is why, because that's a place where we meet, where we eat, and we do exercise. Very important for our physical being and our mental being as well. We need your support. We need to keep these places funded. If not, we will have a whole bunch of senior citizens that will be staying at home looking towards either watching TV or looking towards the ceiling. Well, this is a place that gives us life. And remember, we are your parents there. And we meet there for our own good and for the good of the community. Now, please, when it comes down to vote and cut areas of your budget, keep us in mind because we are your parents. And sooner or later, you will be in our shoes as well. Thank you very much, and we appraise you guys if you can keep our boats and our services.
Thank you, sir. Can you say your address on the record, please?
953 Collins Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Herodon, and I am the Director of Case Management Services at Jewish Community Services of South Florida. Tonight, I'm here to advocate for the full restoration of CBO funding.
Your address, please.
Address 11337 Southwest 71st Lane, Miami, Florida 33173. In my position, every day I witness the struggles our most vulnerable clients endure: food insecurity, isolation, difficulty paying rent, and more. A proposed 70% restoration is simply not enough. These individuals deserve to age with dignity and respect, and a full restoration of funding will be the first step forward in continuing to provide that. On behalf of JCS and the social service CBOs in the Advocacy Collective, we kindly ask for a full restoration of CBO funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening. My name is Larry Fields. I live at 441 Northeast 145th Street, Miami, Florida, 33161. I am the CEO and Artistic Director of Fantasy Theater Factory at the Sandrell Rivers Theater, but today I am here as a citizen, a homeowner, and a taxpayer in this community. I'm going to make the most of limited time. Do not lower my property taxes. Keep the Department of Cultural Affairs and keep funding for arts and culture grants. The arts are an economic engine in this county. They employ tens of thousands of people and they generate billions in economic output. And the arts are for everyone, Republican and Democrat alike. And I know that Republicans enjoy the arts. I see the red caps in our lobby when they drop their kids off at theater camp. And that camp, by the way, has 90% of its kids on full scholarship thanks to your support. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, commissioners, for all of your past support and for helping us to make things right this year. But now we must identify ongoing, reliable funding for our cultural sector. There is no magic city without the magic of the arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Joseph. I'm a homeowner at 1740 Northwest 71st Street, Miami, Florida 33147, and I'm here to uplift the young people's budget priorities. Before I get started, I'd like to thank the Mayor's Office for working with us to make the Budget Interactive Tool a reality. Now, I'd like everyone in the chambers to think of their favorite aunt. Now, imagine she's stuck in a Miami house at noon with no AC and no way out. Devastating, right? Even lethal, depending on the day. In this economy, that's the reality for too many of our neighbors who are forced to choose between paying rent or keeping the lights and AC on. The Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, has kept tens of thousands of families afloat, but it's at risk of being eliminated by 2026. The county currently invests $0 local dollars, and staff in the program might be at risk of facing layoffs. That's not just 28 jobs on the line, it's thousands of families potentially losing life-saving support. The federal government is failing to act, so now the responsibility is right here in this budget. I'm asking you to commit general fund dollars.
Thank you. Thank you. You were into it. I get it. Sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mitch Morris. I reside at 900 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33132. I am the board chair-elect of Jewish Community Services of South Florida, and I'm here to ask the board to fully restore funding to all of our community-based organizations. When we talk about the strength of a community, it's not measured by how well the most fortunate of us are doing. It's measured by how we care for those most in need. These are our neighbors, parents, friends, who depend on us. And when support disappears, dignity disappears with it. But when we invest in them, we invest in a stronger, more compassionate community for all of us, and it pays dividends for the entire community. Every dollar we commit is more than charity. It's hope, stability, and the assurance that no one has to walk alone in our great county of Miami-Dade. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Erin Cover, 201 Northwest 7th Street. I'm here with Miami Waterkeeper. We are a local nonprofit, and we focus on conservation of Biscayne Bay and local waterways throughout South Florida. I'm here to address a critical gap in our budget, which is the absence of funding for coral restoration. Coral reefs are vital to Miami and serve as natural infrastructure. They act as natural barriers, protecting our coastlines from storm surge and erosion. In fact, a recent study determined that they provide $665 million annually in coastal protection. The mooring ball program, artificial reef program, as well as the need to restore corals impacted by the Port Miami dredging, require a significant investment in order for the county to meet their obligations and goals for this critical ecosystem. Our reefs are under threat from climate change, water pollution, coastal development, and dredging. Without intervention, we risk losing this invaluable ecosystem. So I urge you to allocate funds towards coral restoration, monitoring, and innovation projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Benzakri with Miami Waterkeeper, 2121 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, 33134. Biscayne Bay is critically important to Miami, bringing in $64 billion a year of economic output and harboring an aquatic preserve in a national park. However, its water quality has significantly declined. We have lost over 90% of seagrass in some areas. While we've seen some recovery and improvements in water quality over the last 5 years since 2020 fish kill, we still have a long way to go. It's difficult to see in the budget a serious commitment to invest in this vital resource. We ask for the county to prioritize the health of Biscayne Bay for the community and environment that it depends on by increasing funding for water quality monitoring, pollution control, including stormwater, septic, fertilizer, and sewer upgrades. Let's make our environment, health, and prosperity a priority in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Hello, Mayor. Thank you so much for all of your hard work on this budget. I am Dr. Rachel Silverstein. I am the CEO and Waterkeeper of nonprofit Miami Waterkeeper. And I am here today to talk about the importance of Biscayne Bay, our environment for both the wildlife and ecosystems that are unique here in South Florida, but also on behalf of our community, our economy, our culture, and clean water is really what makes Miami, Miami. We're particularly concerned by the funding for water and sewer projects. We know that there was a proposed rate increase of 6% that's been cut almost in half. That makes us concerned that the county's not going to be able to meet its obligations to close down the ocean outfalls where partially treated waste is discharged into the ocean, to meet the needs of the EPA's consent agreement, and other goals that the county has set in terms of septic to sewer funding and other infrastructure projects to prevent water and sewer spills. This protects us from public health risks of the sewage spills, as well as improvements in water quality in the environment, which help the economy and the ecosystem that depend on it. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your work and effort on this budget, and it's been inspiring to hear from everybody tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And can you state your address for the record, please?
It's exempted. Thank you.
That helps.
Hi, Natalia Tomei, 15414 Southwest 99th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33157. Good evening. I am here today also with Miami Waterkeeper, a nonprofit dedicated to protecting Biscayne Bay and the surrounding waterways. I am here to ask to increase funding for the county's septic to sewer transition. Miami's sprawling sanitation system is in need of critical upgrades. The pollution from septic tanks in Biscayne Bay has been acknowledged as a problem by both the federal and county since the early 1970s, when the county committed to stopping future septic permits and removing all existing tanks. For several years, the county was prioritizing these conversions and had more resources allocated to effectively remove septic tanks. But since that time, the number of septic tanks has only grown, and as sea level rise continues to flood septic tanks, they fail to function properly and have increased their pollution on the surface of properties and in groundwater, eventually reaching the surface water, potentially impacting human health and causing environmental hazards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. I didn't catch two names, so I don't know if they spoke or they're not here, but Janelli Ramos and Mitch Morris. They spoke already? Okay. All right, so the next batch is Noah Edwards, Kendra Hawley, Val Butler, Viviana Alvarado Pacheco, William J. Delgado, Amanda Outman, Tamara Birch, Morris Beasley, Gabriel Eyes, Rachel Vargas, Rachel Northrop, Mercedes Cabrera, Jamie Suta, and Nathaniel Sandler. Sir?
Good evening. My name is Noah Edwards. Address is 2121 Ponce de Leon, Coral Gables, 33134. I'm also part of Miami Waterkeeper, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting Biscayne Bay and our watershed here in Miami. Specifically, I'm concerned about the additional funding for the EEL, or Environmentally Endangered Lands program. This critical program is designed to protect the most sensitive and imperiled lands in Miami-Dade County. It is increasingly important to preserve open land for water control and flooding. Unfortunately, this vital program that has broad support has had dwindling funding that doesn't allow for the purchase of approved lands or maintenance of acquired land. EEL land represents important habitats. They reduce urban heat island effect and increase tree canopy to keep our city cooler. They also absorb stormwater runoff to prevent dangerous flooding for our citizens. While we applaud the county's decision to allocate an additional $3.24 million from the Regulatory and Economic Resources Department, the county should continue to increase funding for the EEL program by at least $20 million. This is necessary to fully staff the program, purchase lands, and manage these sensitive and endangered habitats. Thank you.
Sir Delgado?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners.
Name and
my name is William Delgado. The address is 13501 Northwest 107th Avenue, Hialeah Garden. And the reason I'm here is twofold. One, to thank the mayor and the commissioner for the job that you guys are doing. I met with a few of you at the beginning of this run, and I told you you had the chance to make a mark in Miami-Dade, and you have. You have outdone yourself, all of you. We, at this point, would like to see a full funding for the CBOs, and the reason is some of our programs has a very, very small amount of money, and the cut of 30% is going to really not only hurt, but sometimes close our doors. So we thank you, and thank Commissioner McGee also for taking the leadership on this issue. Thanks.
Thank you. And let's just remember, guys, we're not calling out commissioners by names, but thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Viviana Varela Pacheco, address 9636 Southwest 159th Avenue, Miami 33196, District 11. Esteemed Commissioners, Madam Mayor, I am here today to advocate on behalf of women and girls in the name of your Women's Fund Miami-Dade. We recognize that this is an incredibly difficult budget year and that you have had to make tough decisions. That said, it's incredibly important to recognize the dangers of removing funding from the Office of Resilience in their heat season outreach, removing the Office of Neighborhood Safety, and cutting funds to the court care program. I want to express my concern about the disappearance of this funding that powers these critical services, and I worry about the effects these cuts may have on women and families in our community. I hope the Commission will reevaluate and remain open to increasing their funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Amanda Altman, CEO of Christie House, 1265 Northwest 12th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33136. I'm here to advocate for the full restoration of the CBO funding. At Christie House, we had a 16-year-old girl who had suffered horrific sexual abuse. She was so traumatized by the ordeal that not only could she not go about her daily life, but she also couldn't testify against her abuser, meaning the state attorney's office could not prosecute that person. Because of the trauma therapy and other services she and her family received at Christie House, not only did that young woman get into college on a full scholarship, but the state attorney's office also was able to move forward with their case. What happens to that young lady if Christie House and other CBOs are not fully funded and we cannot see all of our clients? How many more victims happen because that abuser was not prosecuted? And what is the cost to our county and our taxpayers in the long run if we don't treat these issues now? Thank you.
Ma'am?
Dr. Kendra Hawley, 7601 East Treasure Drive, 33141, District 4. I'm the president of the American Federation of Musicians Local 655, and I'm proud to represent all musicians in our jurisdiction from Key West to Vero Beach. I have worked and volunteered for over a dozen local arts and culture organizations, and the proposed cuts would decimate my livelihood, my main source of income, and my greater connection to the community. It would be the same or worse for most of my colleagues and students. The proposed budget means crippling cuts to life-sustaining jobs, educational empowerment, community strengthening opportunities, and massive amounts of real dollar income for local businesses and the overall economy. This will lead to a mass exodus of musicians and other artists who will be forced to leave our community to sustain their existence. This is already happening. You speak of the importance of public health and safety. The arts are an essential basic need, and this is a matter of life and death. Prioritize sustainable long-term support for arts and culture. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mercedes Cabrera. I grew up riding the Metro Rail, the Metro Mover, the buses, and Metro Connect. I solely rely on public transportation for everything: grocery shopping, school, entertainment, medical appointments. As a disabled person with limited mobility, it's already difficult for me to use certain modes of public transportation. Metro Connect has been a huge asset for me. It's more direct, accessible, door-to-door service that is safe, trackable, and convenient. I don't have to ask drivers to put down the disabled ramp or ask passengers to give up seats in disabled areas on crowded buses, nor wait outdoors in the rain and heat. Having this service provides me accessibility, reduces my anxiety when commuting, and it makes me feel much safer. Cutting funds to Metro Connect will disconnect people like me from being able to access life-saving medical care, food, and everything we need to survive. I urge you all to reconsider cutting funds to Metro Connect and increasing transit fares without proper notice. Thank you.
Sir?
Good evening, everyone. Morris Beasley, 1000 West Ave, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. I'm going to ask the mayor and the commissioners to have long, bold vision when it comes to the arts. I'd ask you to study Las Vegas. I'd ask you to study Georgia, New York, Minneapolis. Las Vegas brought Cirque du Soleil and Blue Man Group to Vegas, and it turned it from a big truck stop for gamblers into a high-end entertainment center. Georgia brought Marvel Comics, Tyler Perry, and other Walking Dead to Georgia, built communities from that art and entertainment. Joe Papp turned the village in New York City into a destination when it used to be decrepit. Prince, my dude, Minneapolis, he brought people to a cold spot way up north and competed with LA and New York for stars like Sting and Sade and MC Hammer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Tamara Birch. I live at 8301 Northwest 27th Avenue, Miami, Florida 33147. And I see the time's already running, but for a lot of people, when they've been saying their address, it hadn't started yet. So I just wanted to mention that. I represent Key Clubhouse. I'm one of about 300 people with mental illness served by Key Clubhouse. And the reason that I'm here to speak is because I have many mental health struggles. I have schizoaffective disorder, so I have symptoms of schizophrenia and major depression and obsessive compulsive disorder. So my time has really gone, so I have to say that because of meeting with Key Clubhouse, I've obtained employment as a peer specialist and also housing in the apartments above Key Clubhouse, and it's really important for us.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Gabriel Ice. My address is 118 Northeast 102nd Street, Miami, Florida 33138. I reside in District 3, and my commissioner is Keon Hardiman. I'm an intern of Transit Alliance Miami. I'm here to express my concerns about the budget increase on bus/train fare prices and the budget increase on special transportation services. Why is it that we choose to target an already vulnerable population? Public transportation is a lifeline for many people residing in Miami-Dade. And when we choose to harm public transportations, what happens is we push away everyone from it. To reduce Miami's deficit without harming public transportation, the county should pursue initiatives like transit-oriented development to foster a more mixed-use community and give people more of an incentive to take public transportation over a personal vehicle every day. And why is it we target people born with a disability, making their life even more unfair with a 25-cent increase? To pay off our deficit, we should build up, not bring down our vulnerable communities. Which is why today I respectfully urge you to vote against the proposal. Your decision will make a real difference for people like me and many others in our county. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
My name is Jamie Sutta. I live at 5943 Southwest 59th Street. I'm here tonight on behalf of Vocal Youth Miami to ask the Commission to fully restore arts funding and create a long-term solution for investment. Vocal Youth serves hundreds of children across Miami through early childhood music and choral education. One of them is the son of a hardworking single mom who struggles in school and at home. But in our program, he is motivated and feels like he belongs. His mom told us that Vocal Youth is one of the few places where he hears positive words spoken about him. Music has become his anchor, helping him find joy and make progress in school. I can't predict his future, but I've seen too many young people without an anchor, and we know how those stories end. I also know that what happens when they do find one, because I am living proof. Music gave me purpose and a future. A child's future shouldn't depend on whether they have access to the arts. It should depend on our investment in them through the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Rochelle Vargas, 13890 Southwest 56th Street, 33175, District 10. I urge you to better allocate our hard-earned dollars. Instead of allocating $1 billion for the sheriff, reinstate neighborhood safety programs like Safe in the 305 and the Office of Neighborhood Safety. Remember, per HB 1, we're tied to that amount next year. Instead of allocating $46 million for FIFA, reinstate the Office of New Americans and fully fund critical CBOs beyond just a temporary fix. As our electeds, I'm asking you to invest our dollars back into our communities. Stop sending our money elsewhere like Israel. We've got $151 million invested in the genocide of Palestinians instead of investing in life-saving community organizations here. It's not even a fiscally responsible investment. Decrease the sheriff's budget and return that along with the FIFA $46 million to essential community services. Don't renew Israeli bonds November 1st. Please manage our money better. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening, Commissioners and Madam Mayor. My name is Rachel Northrup, and I live at 540 Brickell Key Drive in District 5.
I am here to speak about the young people's budget priorities. My concern is that the county is funding police armaments and a sporting event at the expense of life-saving grant programs like Safe in the 305's Violence Intervention Program and essential county service positions like the 7 staff in the Office of Housing Advocacy. Funding choices matter because they indicate whose well-being the county deems worthwhile. I approve Vice Chairman's demand to repatriate the full $46 million in cash allocated to World Cup hosting back to services like the Office of New Americans, echoing what Rochelle said, and a fully operational transit system that does not burden riders with fare hikes or the elimination of Metro Connect, as another speaker also recently said. In summary, I want my 3-year-old son to live in a place that values the lives and health of its residents, even those who have just recently arrived or those who are mentally ill, by funding housing, healing, mobility, and public space that make Miami-Dade a county that serves its people. I make this comment in memory of Michael Clarkson. Thank you for this minute of your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Nathaniel Sandler, 1900 Meridian Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. I'm here on behalf of Bookleggers, Miami's first and only free bookstore, and one of the last remaining bookstores in the city of Miami. We are taking the books from many institutions and passed along relatives of this great city and redistribute them for free to every kind of person that comes through, both local and tourist alike. And we've given books to babies, we've given books to geriatrics, we've given books to rich, to poor, we've given books to everyone. And we rely on the funding that this commission provides, and we have so for 13 years. And I think that it is important to acknowledge that we are here justifying our existence, just like all of these community-based organizations. We should not have to justify the good work that these people are doing. We are trying very hard to make this city better, and it's very affordable to help us keep doing our work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, the next batch is Vivian Marthil, Carrie-Ann Royes, Miriam Singer, Angeline Evans, Mitchell Scanlon, Nicholas Osterman, Tom Carney, Carol Combs, Gladys Ramirez, and Theo Reyna. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Vivian Martel. I live at 515 Northeast 121st Street, North Miami, 33161. Good evening, Madam Mayor and the commissioners. My name is Vivian Martel. As I said previously, I'm proud to represent Arts Action Miami, Miami Cultural Coalition, and O Cinema, a community-based, mission-driven art house cinema serving our community for over 14 years, showcasing diverse voices on the screen, in the audience, and to our community, supporting local filmmakers and making the arts accessible to everyone. We urge you to fully restore arts and cultural funding and preserve an autonomous state-county Department of Cultural Affairs. Arts and culture are not extras, they're essential economic drivers. Organizations like O Cinema and the hundreds of CBOs and other arts and cultural organizations across the county create jobs, bring tourism, strengthen neighborhoods, and generate billions in economic impact. We need immediate restoration of the funding, but also a creative, long-term, sustainable solution so that Miami's CBOs and
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hi.
Hello, good evening. My name is Carrie-Ann Royes. I'm the president and CEO of your YWCA at 351 Northwest 5th Street. Good afternoon or good evening, commissioners, Madam Mayor. I want to thank you for the efforts that have been made so far to restore the budgets for CBOs. It goes without saying that you understand how important we are, and for everyone who's taken our calls and had meetings, I want to thank you for that. But I'm going to leave you with 2 words today that I really want you to remember. I'm going to say them 3 times. Court care, court care, court care. Over 25 years ago, the 17th Judicial District and the YWCA formed a partnership to make sure that no child was re-traumatized in the courtroom, that women could protect themselves from abusers, and that families could get help in the courthouses with child care, and that would not hold them back from defending their human rights. This is not, it is a singular program, a singular effort, and together with my CBO peers, it is one of the essential services that serves Miami-Dade County and its residents. Please restore funding as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Singer, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Mayor, and board members. I have the privilege of serving as CEO of Jewish Community Services of South Florida. We have served the entire community, every district, every zip code, people of our beautiful, diverse backgrounds and cultures and religions for 106 years. A 30% cut in CBO funding is absolutely devastating. We will have to shut the door on seniors, Holocaust survivors, families that are unhoused, children that are abused and trafficked. It is completely unacceptable for our community with a $13 billion budget to leave social services at the bottom rung of funding. Your leadership, your caring hearts, our Judeo-Christian and Islamic ethics and values of care need to govern. Our organizations, for every dollar of county tax money that is invested, bring in corporate, philanthropic, and private and other government funding 2, 3, and 4-fold. The return on investment is impressive and makes a huge impact
so much.
on frail and vulnerable
Thank you
citizens.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. Angeline Evans, 11300 Southwest 120th Street, 33176, District 7. I'm here on behalf today of YWCA and wanted to thank you all for Miami-Dade's leadership in creating a program as innovative as court care. So in-courthouse child care in these courthouses has enabled mothers to seek safety, grandparents to keep their families together, and families from slipping further into instability. I'd like to share with you the impact story of one of these families. This summer, we had 3 siblings, including one with serious medical needs who were at risk of being separated into the system when their mother was not able to care for them. A family member who had been temporarily taking care of them was seeking permanent custody, but since it was summer, didn't have anywhere to bring the kids while she was in court doing those things. She was able to leave all 3 kids in our licensed in-courthouse child care center and get that taken care of efficiently in the courts while the kids were happy, safe, and healthy. This is the impact that CBOs have on our community, and we encourage you to keep protecting our services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicholas Osterman, 3160 Northwest 42nd Street. I reside in District 3, and my commissioner is Keon Hardiman. I am here to express my concern about the transit fare increases. I have to ride transit every day to get to work, which means I'll be paying $325 a year more for the same transit service. This will cost me more money than I need for food, medical expenses, and rent. Your 2-cent gas tax would have cost drivers only $12 more a year, yet you're charging me $325 more for transit. This tells me that riders like me are expendable to you. I respectfully urge you to reduce the 50-cent transit fare increase, eliminate the 25-cent increase for SCS, and keep bus and rail fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carol Coombs. My address is 1754 Meridian Avenue, 33139, and I'm with the lovely Commissioner, District Number 5, Commissioner Higgins. Your funding choices matter. They determine whether Miami-Dade remains a vibrant, inclusive, world-class destination or loses the very programs that define us. Miami-Dade's art and cultural sector generates over $2.1 billion annually and supports 31,500 local jobs. Every $1 of county funding leverages $42 in additional support. Miami Beach Pride, where I'm the grants director and director of culture, is a rare, completely free event that welcomes over 170,000 attendees. It celebrates love, diversity, and inclusion in these politically charged times. Its accessibility ensures everyone can participate while also driving hotels, restaurants, and local businesses, making a measurable economic impact. With declining DEI sponsorships, Miami Beach Pride lost $150,000 this year in DEI sponsorship. Public funding
Thank you
is
so
essential
much.
to ensure cultural arts division. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Barney, 824 Cortez Street, Coral Gables, 33134.
What's your name again? I'm sorry.
I'm Carney,
Arnie?
C-A-R-N-E-Y.
Gotcha. Thank you. Carney.
Yes. For the past 2.5 years, Miami-Dade County has wisely funded a very successful eviction diversion program. And for every dollar spent on eviction diversion, the county saves $3 to $6 in related social service programs. So I'm asking you to reject the mayor's $1 million proposed budget for this program and instead invest $3 million to protect some of the community's most vulnerable members. This $3 million investment will save $10 to $20 million, which can then be spent on other equally vital programs. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being good stewards of our tax dollars.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Hi, my name is Gladys Ramirez. I live at 3552 Magellan Circle, 33180. I live in District 13 and my nonprofit is in District 5. This board has the power to pass an ordinance similar to one in West Palm Beach to create a sustainable source of revenue for CBOs and nonprofits, including arts and culture organizations. The ordinance is simple. Every time a private development is built, the developer sets aside 1% of the construction budget. This process is tied to the permitting process and a resounding success for West Palm Beach. Imagine if our county budget, what it would be if we passed a similar ordinance. We generate $10 million on Ken Griffin's $10 billion Brickell building alone. Imagine that for arts and culture, for nonprofits, for the CBOs. Imagine if one of you had the courage to sponsor this bill, to do what's right for the people of Miami, for our CBOs, our nonprofit, and arts and culture. Thank you.
What is your name again?
Gladys Ramirez.
Gladys Ramirez. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Maybe it could be you.
I am. Madam Attorney. Madam, it is me. Madam Attorney, she did state some other issues on there as far as the percentage on the permit. I would like to put a legislative hold on that information. Thank you.
Next. Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for your time, and also thank you to my fellow compatriots for coming out and for their time. I am here on behalf of New World Symphony, and I also urge you to please fully restore arts and culture funding and preserve the Department of Cultural Affairs and its leadership. For the past 40 years, Miami-Dade has built itself into a global cultural capital, a vibrant hub of creativity, innovation, and economic growth. Arts and culture have been the backbone of that transformation, and that is thanks to the vision and the actions of this commission and your predecessors, and public-private partnerships, and the heroic efforts of the Department of Cultural Affairs. Because of that, arts in Miami-Dade now generate over $2.1 billion annually. Arts are not a luxury, they are vital. We urge you to invest in the arts, not only to sustain our county's cultural legacy, but to ensure Miami-Dade arts.
Thank you so much. Listen, I would have called you by your name, but I don't think you stated it for the record, so can I have it?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
No problem.
So sorry. My name is Theo Reyna, 7510 Byron Avenue, apartment 7, Miami Beach, Florida, 33141.
Theo, I love your presentation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Good evening. Michelle Scanlon, Miami City Ballet, 2200 Liberty Avenue, Miami Beach, 33139. And I would like to respectfully yield my minute to Gonzalo Garcia, Artistic Director for Miami City Ballet.
Hold on. This is a teachable moment. So in the future, if you walk up here with someone whose name we haven't called, we're going to politely ask that person to have a seat until their name is called. The reason being is because it's a way of skipping the line for those who've been here for hours. I'm not singling you out, but again, this is a moment we can teach some of this chamber etiquette. So if I do it for you, I'll have to do it for everyone else. But if you want, he can whisper in your ear and you can speak, because women rule.
I'm sorry, the Sergeant of Arms said that I could do it, so I apologize.
Don't worry about it. But just on this one right here, just have him to speak to you and you go ahead and don't get shy now. Well, listen, Miranda can give you some speaking ideas and courses at that podium now. Let's do it. You got it. You can do it.
Speaking on behalf of Gonzalo Garcia, Artistic Director for Miami City Ballet. I recently came to Miami because of its vibrant and growing art scene. It's inspiring to see a city where creativity thrives and artists want to be, a place full of potential. Having spent many years in New York, I see how Miami is becoming a national model for cultural investment. The arts aren't a luxury. They're essential to the vibrancy, unity, and economy of our community. Each year, Miami City Ballet presents exciting performances at the Adrian Arts Center and the Moss Center, reaching over 36,000 people. Our beloved Nutcracker tradition brings the magic of the ballet to families and children. Miami is on the world stage, and the cultural arts, dance, music, visual arts, and theater are what make this city shine. Please support Mayor Levine Cava's budget so
Thank
we
you.
can.
See, that wasn't bad, right?
Sorry.
No. Thank
Gracias.
you.
Gracias.
Really quickly, can you please place your name on the address? I just need the address. Yes.
2200 Liberty Avenue, Miami Beach, 33139. Forgive me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leon Gomberg, Karen De Leon, Janelle Green, Rashada Campbell, Helen Villarreal, Roberto DiPreto, Melody Stain, John Bessie, Buseel, and Vanessa Ressler. Jennifer DiFigagli. I am sure I butchered that last name, but charge it to my head, not to the heart. Let's try it.
Elements first.
Me? Okay, thank you very much for your time. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I've never done this before, and I have 3 sheets of written material to read, which I could never possibly do in the time allotted. I didn't know that I would have such a short time. So I'm just going to speak from the heart about the reason I'm standing in front of you. I represent the
Who's speaking from the heart?
Excuse me?
What is your name?
Leon Gomberg.
Thank you so much. And your address, Leon?
20505 Northeast 22nd Court. I'm 80 years old. I've been living at that address for 35 years.
Yes.
I represent Michael Ann Russell, JCC, 18900 Northeast 25th Avenue in North Miami Beach. We have a senior program that is in jeopardy of being negatively affected by the reduction in funding that has been proposed. Of course, I'm here to ask you not to do that. It would affect over 300 seniors. You know, we've lived all our lives, we've worked all our lives, and we've supported the various things that taxes can pay for.
Thank you so much.
Am I done?
Just a little bit, but yes.
Oh.
You're done. Leon, you're done.
Okay. I wish I could have said more.
Don't worry. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Karen
evening.
DeLeon, 1935 South Hibiscus Drive. I imagine that you know you have a full house downstairs. I'm here to respectfully ask you to fully restore funding for our CBOs. These CBOs are Miami-Dade County's safety net. We are who the county relies on to help our most vulnerable. We are who the county relies on when disasters strike, and we come to the aid to put our county back together. For most of us, our CBOs receive matching dollars, so the loss of each dollar is at least multiplied by 2, if not more. I work at the Education Fund. Our Smart Path to College and Careers program uses the CBO funds to assist over 2,000 students each year that come from low income and first generation. These students enter high school without a plan. They exit high school with a plan to become vibrant community members who in turn will pay taxes. So basically it's a win-win situation. Thank you for finding a way to fully fund the county's safety net, our community-based organizations.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Dr. Melody Stein. I live in District 7, and I am here not only to talk for the musical organizations, but also as an individual. I play the harp, and as a contracted to play with local orchestras in the area, I believe that I will be impacted by the budget cuts. Firstly, my instrument is not always considered essential, and it's added as needed based on music programming. If organizations are cut, which they have been federally and state, if they continue to be cut, I will be one of the first to feel the effects. I love living in Miami, but will Miami love me enough to allow me to live here? I have many musicians that are feeling that and are having to commute regionally or nationally to play in these orchestras. It is important that the orchestras are hiring local musicians, but the musicians need to have a reason to live here. And with my rent constantly rising, I do need to find a way to make Miami choose me as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Janila Green, and I reside in 1600 Northwest 3rd Avenue, Suite 100, Miami, Florida, 33136. I am proud to say that I have been a participant of Girl Power Rocks for the past 3 years. Girl Power Rocks has helped me believe in myself in ways I never thought possible. Before joining, I struggled with my confidence, and I didn't always feel like my voice mattered. But now I know that I have a voice, and more importantly, I know how to use it. Thanks to the safe spaces, instructors, mentors, workshops, and support we receive at Girl Power, I have learned how to lead, to speak up, and to dream big. I am not the only one. There are so many girls just like me who are now walking into their bright futures with purpose and power. That's why tonight means so much, because it is important that Girl Power continues to receive CBO funding to support the programs and services I've been so very fortunate to be a part of. Your support reminds girls like me that even though we're young, our dreams matter. Your support provides the resources for us to grow into the women we are meant to be, future leaders, change makers, and maybe even the next girl mayor one day.
Wow.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you so much, and great job presenting.
Good evening. My name is John Bussell. I reside at 9405 East Broadview Drive in Bay Harbor Islands. I currently serve as a board member of Jewish Community Services of South Florida. JCS alone reaches 100,000 unduplicated clients per year, let alone the hundreds of thousands of Miami's most vulnerable individuals that other CBOs like JCS serve. A proposed 70% restoration of CBO funding is simply not enough. On behalf of JCS and the social services CBOs in the Advocacy Collective, we urgently ask for a full restoration of CBO funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Helen Vilorio. Address is 1600 Northwest 3rd Avenue, Suite 100, Miami, Florida 33136. And I am, Helen Vilorio. I am the Director of Programs at Girl Power Rocks, which is currently celebrating its 25th year of service. I am here to advocate for the funding of Girl Power as part of the CBO Advocacy Collective, which without the support of the county will have to cut back on after-school programs, STEAM summer camps, salaries of the employees, and most importantly, cut back on the enrichment activities and services for at-promise girls like the one you just heard from, ages 11 to 17 that we serve. As a born and raised Miami girl from Alapata neighborhood that as a young girl benefited from programs just like the one I currently work at, I kindly ask that you continue to fund Girl Power at 100%. Girl Power services over 400 girls annually. Please find it in your hearts and budgets to fund CBOs at 100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Vanessa Ressler, Chair of Jewish Community Services of South Florida and part of the Advocacy Collective, 12,000 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33181. Pearl Buck wrote, "Our society must make it right and possible for old people not to fear the young or be deserted by them, for the test of a civilization is the way that it cares for its helpless members. The proposed budget cuts affecting CBOs will have devastating consequences for the most frail. 2 examples you haven't heard yet tonight. 1, if full funding is not restored, JCS alone will deliver 100,000 fewer home-delivered meals to homebound seniors this year. 2, we will be forced to reduce home care by approximately 3,700 hours. There's so much more, but I'll stop here and say thank you for the proposed 70% restoration, but we seek 100% restoration, again, on behalf of not only JCS, but all of the incredible CBOs in our advocacy collective and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask a quick favor, though, for those there. There are countless individuals who are still downstairs waiting to get up. So I'm going to make a request. If you have already spoken, can you please quietly exit the chambers? That way we can allow more people to come up and they can speak and go home after that or go to work. Next. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, County Commissioners. Commissioner Bastien, you asked for us to make our ask first. My ask is...
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm Rashada Campbell, 1600 Northwest 3rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33136.
Remember, we're not addressing any commissioners by name.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry.
No problem.
So, I would like to ask for the full restoration of $119,000 for the Girl Power Rocks After School and Summer STEAM Workforce Readiness Camp, $97,000 for our Girls Intervention Plus program, as well as $300,000 to assist us to continue the work of the Florida Girls Initiative. I currently serve as the Director of Operations for Girl Power Rocks, a CBO here in Miami-Dade County that my mama, Thema Campbell, started 25 years ago as I was going off to college. With her leadership, our team has led the charge for providing safe spaces, enrichment, and empowerment programs for at-promise girls in Miami's most underserved communities. In closing, I boldly ask you to invest your dollars in the ounce of prevention instead of the pound of cure.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer DeVilia. I live at 714 Northeast 73rd Street, Miami, Florida, 33138. I am here representing Arts Access Miami to thank you for considering the restoration of funding for cultural grants and to express my strong support for maintaining an independent county Department of Cultural Affairs. Arts and culture are not a luxury in Miami-Dade. They are an economic engine and a community lifeline. Our cultural sector contributes $2.1 billion to the local economy each year, sustains over 32,000 jobs, and provides opportunities for connection, education, and community building across every neighborhood in this county. To cut this budget in half or to eliminate the department by folding it into the library system would undermine decades of investment that have positioned Miami as a global cultural capital. It would jeopardize jobs, harm small organizations, and diminish access for residents, especially young people who depend on arts programs in schools and after-school settings. Thank you for your leadership and for doing the right thing for Miami's cultural future. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Roberta DiPietro, Greater Miami Festivals and Events Association, 1255 Biscayne Boulevard. I was going to yield my time to our president, Retta Logan, 9141 Dickens Avenue, Surfside, but I'll be her marionette.
I love it.
I'm here as this is her. I'm here as president of the Greater Miami Festivals and Events Association, representing more than 200 members that bring amazing cultural events to our area since 1985. We request full restoration of the Cultural Affairs Council grant funding and the continuation of the Cultural Affairs Council independent department. In addition to the enormous impact our members provide to our county, festivals and events provide employment for artists, support local vendors and craftsmen, from using our most impressive host hotels to our porta potty rentals. our events draw tourism and their money and provide a sense of place for our Miami-Dade residents.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marcelo Balderas, Maria Fontes, Anna Ruth Flores, Samaya Wade, Melissa Vetri, Camilla Roach, Alice Warren, Andrew Nathans, and Ann Samilian. Anna, actually. And Sonia Ferrelli.
Hi.
Great. Hi.
Marcelo Baidars, 161 Southwest 73rd Street, Everglades organizer with Sierra Club, Florida. Heat is isolating. Heat is deadly.
Did you give the address?
I did.
Thank you.
Heat is isolating. Heat is deadly. Heat kills. Agricultural and outdoor workers, the elderly, pregnant mothers, and more. The cuts to our Office of Environmental Risk and Resilience, including cutting the Chief Heat and Chief Bay Officer positions, as well as any potential cuts that would affect our extreme heat work, put all of us at risk. All while the county looks to invest in building a waste incinerator that could cost up to $2 billion to construct and operate and would further harm our health and our environment and contribute to rising temperatures. The heat impacts all of us. Now is not, nor will it ever be, the time to divest from our climate and environmental spending, and I respectfully urge you all to protect any aspects of the budget that pertain to it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maria Claudia. I reside at 10063 Costa del Sol Boulevard, Doral, Florida. I'm here with Catalyst Miami. And in a county where extreme heat, flooding, and sea level rise impact our people, places, and property, funding for climate and environmental restoration is highly critical. The climate budget has stagnated the last 3 years, and this budget season we've seen a disinvestment in the county's climate and restoration priorities. While climate goals are mentioned across different departments, there's no standalone budget line. And our county has committed resources to building out action plans which address the climate threats we face. We should ensure that we have enough staff and resources allocated to follow through on these plans. And our budget work should also work to prioritize the climate risks we face daily, as well as preparing us to fight the threats we will face in future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Ruth Flores, and I live at 9280 Southwest 123rd Court. I wanted to start off by thanking you all for partially restoring the funding for our CBOs, coming from someone that works with one of them. These organizations are one of the main pillars in our community and often fill the gaps that government simply cannot cover. I'd love to see a continued investment in our housing programs like the eviction diversion program, which has had a 95% success rate in preventing evictions over the past 2 years. Along with that, maintaining the staffing for the Office of Housing Advocacy is critical. Both of these programs provide essential services that help our county residents stay in their homes and keep our communities stable. Finally, I urge you to take a closer look at the level of funding being directed to the Sheriff's Office. I understand they have new expenses, but their budget this year is already set at $1 billion. And as we know, once a budget reaches that level, it rarely goes down, it only grows. Meanwhile, Miami continues to have one of the lowest crime rates for a city of our size. So if $1 billion isn't enough to manage effectively, perhaps, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Camila Rocha, President and CEO for Easter Seal, South Florida, located at 1475 Northwest 14th Avenue, Miami 33125. Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Mayor. I'm here on behalf of our entire Easter Seals family and all of our fellow CBO-funded nonprofits. I thank you for giving us the opportunity to share the impact of CBO funding in the weeks leading up to today. I want to remind you that these critical funds support families with children and seniors with disabilities. Without full restoration, many will face a sudden loss of care, forcing parents and caregivers to make impossible choices, reducing work hours, leaving jobs, or leaving loved ones in unsafe environments. For families, CBO programs are not a luxury. They are a necessity. They make it possible for families to stay employed, for children and seniors to thrive, and for our community to remain strong. Thousands of families are counting on Easter Seals and the more than 60 nonprofits whose funding is at risk to continue helping them live productive, fulfilling lives.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Andrew Nathanson, and I live at 18181 Northeast 31st Court, and I'm here on behalf of the Film Office, which I understand is under threat of minimized budget or support. And I actually worked at the Film Office upstairs for 5 years, from 94 to 99, where I oversaw Bad Boys, The Birdcage, Any Given Sunday, Something About Mary, lured Donnie Brasco and whatnot. And I wanted to emphasize the importance of that office because it generates substantial revenues, and B, it's a key to tourism. If the economic engine of tourism is important to each of you, you must support it, and here's why. It creates the Miami brand. There's numerous studies on the impact of film and tourism, but you don't need to see a study to see what happened with Miami Beach, with Scarface, Miami Vice, and Bruce Weber. Also, it generates massive income, including hundreds of millions of dollars with a 2.2 multiplier effect. As well, just parks at Crandon and Matheson have generated 6 figures, so it almost finances itself. If anybody needs me as a sounding board, I'll be glad to do so.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners and Madam Mayor. I am Avis Warren, District 9, 10265 Southwest 180th Street. I am an arts advocate, educator, volunteer with many CBOs, but tonight I come to you as a parent. Have you ever seen a 10-year-old excited about reading, math, and science over the summer, on Saturdays as well? Neither had I until my boys woke up eager to go to Breakthrough Miami. To quote my oldest, Breakthrough Miami prepared me for both academically and mentally for each new school year. The teaching fellow-student connection is especially meaningful. Breakthrough creates a high-energy academic environment where students can grow and connect with peers and leading to elevated learning. Breakthrough kept my mind sharp, served as a great resource for my middle school and college years. Through Breakthrough and other CBOs, my oldest has designed in 3D. He has organized in India. He has led in Africa. My youngest has launched a successful candle business and has earned a 5 on his ELCs in math and history. They both have over 500 of volunteer hours with Breakthrough Miami. Did you know that over 100% of Breakthrough scholars graduate? Ooh.
That was 1 minute? That was 1 minute?
I was on a roll.
Oh,
Thank you.
You were on more than a roll. You were going.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Madam Mayor. I'm Anna Somayan from Adults Mankind Organization, address 11025 Southwest 84th Street, number 11, Miami, Florida 33173. And I'm here to voice the concern I have asking this commission to consider restoring full funding to our CBOs. We ask that you create a dedicated source, as been suggested, and not make this an annual event. Our programs deliver vital services. In our case, we do workforce development. And just with a modest investment of $141,000, we were able to serve 340 residents and place 177 residents. That is, if you consider a $3 million in economic impact. These proposed cuts come at a time when we are all seeing fewer resources available. So I urge you to consider CBO funding and recognize the value and effectiveness of programs like ours. With your continued support, we can ensure Miami-Dade residents continue to have access to life-changing opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Samaya Wade, 10800 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33161, District 2. I'm a member of Engage Miami. I'm here to speak about the Office of Housing Advocacy. I'd like to acknowledge that while the Office of Housing Advocacy will potentially benefit under the Department of Housing and Community Development, there is room for improvement. We understand that there are unavoidable losses that come with this budget deficit, and with over 140 county employees potentially losing their positions, we, not just those who hold a position in office, can all do our part to support them as a community. What would make this unnecessarily difficult is if the Office of Housing Advocacy loses 2 of its staff members, leaving 5 people to support those facing the challenge of finding new employment, along with the hundreds of thousands of residents that they already support. To mitigate this impact, I propose reallocating funds from less critical areas to retain the 2 staff members at risk. Housing is a social determinant of health, and I know that the board and our mayor strive to keep our residents healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. Tara Habash, Luisa Suarez, Mahaila Landquist, Christina Bayandolo, Alexis McCrae, Anita Madner. Please come to the podium. Got it. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Farril, 6486
Oh,
Southwest.
Sonia, give me 1 second. Listen, we're almost there, guys. We're almost done, right? But again, respect is everything. So please, if you have a phone and it goes off, I'm going to ask you to make a donation to one of these CBOs. So just do me a favor and just turn it off, because again, what's better than what's better than money? Respect. Let's try it again. Start over, Sonia.
Okay, here we go.
Let's do it.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Sonia Farril, and I reside at 6486 Southwest 13th Street in West Miami, and I am the very proud Executive Director of O'Farrell Learning Center. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the funding you've given us throughout the years, which has changed many, many lives and has allowed us to provide services to over 2,000 of our most beautiful and neediest population, the low-income children in Miami-Dade County. I implore you to fully restore the 2025-2026 CBO funding so that we may continue serving our vulnerable children and continue doing God's work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Viteri, 10800 Biscayne Boulevard, District 2. I'm here with Engage Miami to uplift the young people's budget priorities with Engage Miami. I'm deeply concerned that the Office of New Americans, an office that received only $2 million last year, is slated to be cut. It matters because all of our community deserves to be protected and invested in. We call on local government to do what counties like Broward already did, run community-based organizations like Americans for Immigrant Justice to provide Know Your Rights trainings and full defense to people in immigration custody. According to the American Immigration Council, individuals in immigration detention who have legal representation are 4 times more likely to be released than those without counsel, and significantly more likely to win their cases. We demand a budget that puts people first, not second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tala Habash with Transit Alliance at 2150 Coral Way. I am representing our county's transit riders today, and I'm heavily concerned about the transit fare increase proposed to cover the fiscal deficit of this year's county budget. We know that transit fares have been trending up across the country over the last decade, and Miami-Dade's 12-year period without a fare increase makes us an outlier. However, the best practices suggest that fare increases should be paired with service improvements rolled out incrementally and be of a reasonable percentage to enable riders already facing a financial crisis to adjust to the change and to avoid drops in ridership. A 22% increase in a single step, as this budget proposes, does not meet this criteria and is out of sync with peer systems that have increased fares by 25 to 30 cents only after a 6 to 12 month and community engagement period. Our county cannot expect our riders to cover their lack of planning, so the Transit Alliance asks you to protect core transit services by preserving all current service levels and by scaling back the fare hikes by reducing the proposed 50-cent bus and rail hike and eliminating the proposed 25-cent SCS increase entirely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Malia Lindquist. I reside at 1206 Madrid Street in Coral Gables, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ladies Empowerment in Action Program. Thank you for 5 years of partnership and for partially restoring the funding in the mayor's amended budget. LEAP serves over 400 justice-involved women annually across jail programming, a transition house, and paid training at our social enterprise, the Dragonfly Thrift Boutique. The blunt reality is that, like many other CBOs, a major federal stream disappeared this year. We've cut overhead already, and further reductions will hit classroom seats, reduce employment and services, cutting bone and not fat. Reentry costs far less than reincarceration and makes our neighborhoods safer. Our request is simple and responsible. Please restore LEAP's funding at least to last year's level. Your investment keeps women working, families stable, and our communities safer. Thank you for your continued partnership.
Thank you so much. Sergeants, do me a favor. If you can balance that side of the room with two other speakers, and that way we can move quicker. Thank you.
My go? Okay. Good evening. My name is Christina Biondola, 41 Northwest 16th Avenue, District 5. I'm Director of Dragonfly Leap Social Enterprise. Dragonfly is a workforce pipeline where women coming home from prison gain paid training, real job skills, and move into permanent employment, strengthening families and contributing sales tax revenue to the county. With the federal grant gone and reduced county funding, we'd be forced to cut training slots. We respectfully ask you to restore LEAP to last year's allocation so we can maintain capacity. It's a smart investment in both public safety and economic growth. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Alexis McCray. I live at 3035 Southwest 18th Street, Miami, Florida, 33145. And I'm a LEAP graduate. When I came home from prison at age 26 after 10 years of incarceration, I had nothing but fear in the record. Because of the county support for LEAP, I got trauma-informed classes inside, a safe place to land, and my first real job at Dragonfly Thrift. Today I'm working, paying taxes, and have stable housing. County funding didn't just help me, it turned me from a cost into a contributor. I know women right now waiting for the same chance I got. Cuts mean fewer class seats, fewer training shifts, and more women slipping through the cracks, and we all pay for that. Thank you for restoring some funds this year. Please help LEAP keep these doors open for women like me by restoring support to last year's level, or as close as you can. It's the difference between women who go to work and those who return to jail. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Luisa, 161 Northeast 42nd Street, Miami, Florida, 33137. To echo many constituents today, restore the arts funds to 100%. Keep the Department of Cultural Affairs independent, and let's work on longevity and sustainability of the arts sector and department. Lastly, bring back Resolution 11A3 regarding Greater Miami Sports Commission, also known as FIFA Host Committee, to revoke and rescind the extraordinary funds it is pooling from the 2025-2026 tight budget. The remaining $10.5 million in cash, $25 million in in-kind services from multiple constitutional offices, including the Sheriff's Department, and $3 million funds to District 1 gives preference to one nonprofit and one district and is not being respectful of our taxpayer dollars. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Anita Matner, 333 University Drive, Coral Gables. Good evening, Mayor Cava and County Commissioners. On behalf of the Miami Music Project, thank you for all that you do, continue to do for our community. I urge you on behalf of the arts community to fully restore the arts and cultural budget. Ensure you keep the Department of Cultural Affairs independent, and please be sure to commit this as an ongoing support. I'm speaking on behalf of Miami Music Project, and thanks to you, since 2008, Miami Music Project has positively changed the lives of over 33,000 students and their families in 60 zip code areas in Miami-Dade County. Our program empowers our students through academic resilience, confidence building, teamwork, critical thinking, discipline, and ensuring their success in life while becoming valued, skilled, and dependable members of our workforce at large. Miami Music Project's impact in collaboration with you and the investment in our economy is invaluable, having contributed millions of dollars to Miami-Dade County.
Thank you so much. Zalayla Medefris, Brian Douglas, Yvonne Martinez, Monica Panton, Shakina Donaldson, Nicholas Duran, Scott Singer, Brad Metzler, Patricia Lugo, Amanda Keeley, Joseph Bermudez, Joy Spiel, Maria Lornes, Phil and Michelle Grant Murray.
Good evening. My name is Brian Douglas. I'm a member of the Miami Workers Center. I reside at 249 Northwest 6th Street in Miami, Florida, in District 3, the #1 district for evictions in Miami-Dade County. Tonight, I speak in support of for continued funding for the eviction diversion program at the level of $3 million. The eviction diversion program saves lives. just like the Sheriff's Office and Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Last year, the building that I was living in was mainly elderly and disabled residents. The landlord tried to illegally evict everybody and put us all on the street so the building can be sold to a developer. Out of the blue, the Miami Workers Center came to the rescue and saved everyone's, or most people's lives. Unfortunately, due to the stress of the situation, one elderly resident passed away. I myself ended up in the hospital, and I could have been in the same place. It's very important that we maintain and expand the eviction diversion program, a vital and essential program.
Thank you so much. No, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brad Meltzer. I reside at 50 North Hibiscus Drive, Miami Beach. I have the privilege of serving as chairman of Board of Directors of Voices for Children Foundation. In my personal life, I am partner and president of Two Roads Development. It's an honor to be here today. First, I want to acknowledge the incredibly difficult budget decisions you have to face. Every dollar you allocate must serve as many residents as possible, and that responsibility is immense. But that is exactly why I'm here to urge you to continue funding community-based organizations like Voices for Children. This is not a charity. It is one of the smartest, most cost-effective investments the county can make. At Voices for Children, we support abused, abandoned, and neglected children in Miami-Dade's foster care system. Our work keeps kids from aging out of foster care and instead places them with their relatives and kin wherever possible. Here are the facts. The average one-time cost to stabilize a family through our kinship is just $500. Compare that to group homes, which cost the state hundreds of dollars each and every day. But if this funding is cut, the consequences are devastating. More children forced into group homes.
Thank you so much.
Too bad.
Thank you so much.
Muy buenas noches, comisionados, alcaldesa. Mi nombre es Giovanni Martínez, resido en el 7600 Northwest 27 Avenida.
Good evening, commissioners and mayor. My name is Giovanni Martinez. I reside at 7600 Northwest 27th Avenue, Miami, Florida.
Soy dueño de mi casa móvil, residente de Palm Lake Mobile Home y miembro del Centro de Trabajadores de Miami.
I'm the owner of my own mobile home. I'm a resident of Palm Lake Mobile Homes and a member of the Miami Workers Center.
Soy techero, soy de Honduras y tengo aproximadamente 3 años viviendo en la zona del parque de trailers.
I work as a roofer. I'm from Honduras, and I've been for some 13 years living in the trailer parks.
En el cual en este momento hemos estado luchando más de un año ferozmente con todos nuestros vecinos en contra del desalojo.
At this time, we have been fighting for more than a year ferociously with our neighbors against evictions.
Nosotros hemos invertido todos nuestros ahorros en el mantenimiento del parque y nuestras trailers.
We have invested all of our savings in the maintenance of the trailer park and our homes.
Muchos tenemos vidas enteras viviendo ahí, familias con niños pequeños, personas de la tercera edad y discapacitados que viven de cheque a cheque.
Many of us have been living there for a whole life, families with small children, elderly people, and disabled people who live from check to check.
Gracias a Dios y a la alcaldesa y a los comisionados y al Centro de Trabajadores de Miami, a cual soy miembro,
Thanks to God, the mayor and commissioners and the Miami Workers Center, which I'm a member of,
y los abogados del programa de prevención de desalojo, hemos podido recibir servicio legal gratis.
and the attorneys from the eviction prevention program, we have been able to receive legal services free of charge.
Más de 90 casos de desalojos se pusieron en contra de mí y de todos mis vecinos, y si no fuera por este programa estaríamos sin hogar en este momento.
I and my neighbors were faced with more than 90 cases of eviction, and if it wasn't for this program, we would be homeless at this point.
Reconocemos y apreciamos los fondos que se han asignado por parte de la alcaldesa y los comisionados.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One of y'all can speak, but don't rush. You know, we're just
I'll go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Scott Singer. I'm immediate past chair of Jewish Community Services of South Florida. I live at 1900 Diana Drive, Hallandale Beach, Florida. I want to thank the commission and the mayor for funding JCS for the past several years as a CBO. Your funding to JCS has saved lives across demographics and across the community. It's made an impact. I want to spell out homebound meals, services for vulnerable seniors, crisis access and referrals, Holocaust survivor care. Without these critical services, there would be much less community health, and we are very grateful for the support and look forward to the restored funding on the CBO. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, Nicholas Duran, 2150 Coral Way. I'm here representing Transit Alliance and my neighbors in District 10. We're aware of the funding gap in transit operations.
Nicholas, give me 1 second. Once again, everyone, if we can give Nicholas your undivided attention, that would be great, along with the rest of the speakers who are going to come to the podium, including yourself. So let's try this. Thank you very much, Nicholas. Let's start over.
Thank you. So I'm here representing Transit Alliance and my neighbors in District 10. We are aware of the funding gap in transit operations, but raising fares is not a budget solution. It's a penalty on people who can't afford a car or choose not to drive. The proposed fare hikes for Metrobus, Metrorail, and STS aren't small, as has been suggested. This will cost daily riders upwards of $325 a year. That's $325 less for food, rent, electricity, or life-saving medicine. You can't say you're for affordability or for the people if you support this. When riders were last priced out in 2013, MDT ridership and revenue fell afterwards. DTPW now estimates at least a 3% ridership decline if you move forward with this. We've met with each commissioner's office and offered revenue solutions to fill the gap. Start there, not by squeezing riders. Our ask is simple. Reduce the 50-cent bus and rail increase, eliminate the 25-cent STS increase, and ensure bus, rail, and mover operations remain fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, if you've already spoken, please exit the chamber so that we can bring those who are waiting to come in to give them an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
I'm
evening.
Monica Villegas-Patan, CEO of Legal Services of Greater Miami, 4343 West Flagler, Suite 100. I'm here to request your continued support of the eviction diversion program. As you've already heard from several of our clients this evening, this service is critical. Since its inception, the program has assisted almost 3,000 families facing eviction. Not only individual families seeking our assistance, but large-scale projects such as mobile home parks that you've already heard about this evening. As a result, hundreds of families have avoided not only an eviction judgment on their record, but have avoided entering our county's homeless continuum of care. This program is a smart investment. Preventing eviction costs far less than shelter or the critical services that are needed when one is experiencing homelessness, saving taxpayers more than the cost of the program. Continued funding keeps families in their homes, kids in school, and neighborhoods stable. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zalala Medefris. I'm the CEO of Catalyst Miami, and I live at 1236 Drexel Avenue in Miami Beach. I want to thank you all for the partial restoration of Catalyst Miami's funding for our prosperity campaign. I want to thank you for the CBO Trust Fund idea that's been floated around. I think that's a fantastic idea to prevent other future budget cuts. And we know there's still more work to be done. Many speakers have spoken about the eviction diversion program and how important it is. Years ago, we advocated for the Office of the Housing Advocate that's facing cuts. It's important to maintain, as well as the Office of New Americans. And I promise you all, I won't come to you with a list of problems without some proposed solutions. And so I look at our revenue. We know several speakers have mentioned FIFA.
Stop the clock, please. Please, thank you. I can barely hear her, and I'm sure you can barely hear her, even though she's speaking very loud and clearly. But again, respect is the key phrase here for this evening. We can talk later outside, but in here, we just need one person speaking, and that's the person on the microphone. So thank you.
Thank you. I was mentioning for revenue, there's FIFA, $10 million dedicated to FIFA, as well as a much larger sheriff's office than we've had in years past that was perfectly functional as it was. And so I ask you to consider reducing those line items so that you can reestablish the existing transit fares and establish these critical community programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Mayor. Joseph Bermudez, Program Director, Citizens Crime Watch in Miami-Dade, 1515 Northwest 79th Avenue, Doral, Florida, 33126. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you all for your continued support over the years. We are here asking that you approve the mayor's recommendation for funding of our program, and if possible, fill the $100,000 gap that we have this year. This year, Citizens Crime Watch celebrates 50 years of servicing this community. That's 50 years working with our sheriff's office, local law enforcement, and citizens to minimize crime in Miami-Dade County. And this is not just through neighborhood watch meetings. This is through presentations, literature, programs like our Youth Crime Watch program in schools, our RAD Women Self-Defense class, our RAD Kids program. I can tell you that with 33 years of law enforcement experience, 20 of it being in crime prevention and community policing, Citizens Crime Watch is a key element in public safety. So if your key focus is public safety, then keep our funding alive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Keeley, 2645 South Bay Shore Drive, Miami, Florida, 33133. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am here today to urge you to fully restore arts and cultural grants funding, to keep the Department of Cultural Affairs independent, and to secure the long-term support for our county's culture sector. I run Exile Projects, a nonprofit organization dedicated to producing and promoting artist publications. I'm also an artist who has completed several commissions for Miami-Dade's Art in Public Places program. I can say firsthand the Department of Cultural Affairs provides critical opportunities for artists and organizations like mine to serve our community. Cuts to the arts and cultural funding would be devastating. They would threaten thousands of jobs, limit opportunities for local artists, and diminish the cultural vitality that makes Miami a unique and dynamic space to live. If the Department of Cultural Affairs were to be merged, it would no longer deliver the high-quality projects that benefit our community.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Joy Spill. I reside at 4200 Royal Palm Avenue in Miami Beach, 33140. I'm a longtime board member of Jewish Community Services of South Florida. Without full restoration of CBO funding, thousands and thousands of vulnerable clients will lose services. And who are clients? They're frail and homebound elderly. They're victims of domestic abuse. They're people suffering from mental illness. And these are the people that we as a community need to support. We appreciate the proposed approximate 70% restoration of social service CBO funding, but this leaves 30% of these individuals destitute. 70% is not enough. Please restore full CBO funding to restore Miami-Dade's only safety net, and I'm proud that here in Miami, we created a coalition of those CBO entities. We work together, we share, we do joint projects, and that's what makes our community great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, I'm Michelle Grant Murray, 8210 Southwest 203rd Street, District 9. Thank you, Mayor Danielle Levine Cava and our county commissioners. We are requesting full restoration of arts and culture grant funding, retainment of the Department of Cultural Affairs, and security of long-term support for the arts and culture. Save the arts, hashtag save the arts. Thank you. As Miami-Dade County considers slashing over $12.8 million in grants and culture funding, more than 52% of the Department of Cultural Affairs budget, Black and brown communities are sounding the alarm. The proposed cuts disproportionately harm neighborhoods already undersourced. That includes Liberty City, Opelika, Homestead, Florida City, Coconut Grove, Goulds, Little Havana, and Miami Gardens, just to name a few. Where the arts are not just enrichment, they are economic lifelines and vehicles for cultural preservation, youth engagement, and violence prevention. The creative economy generates over $2.1 billion annually in Miami-Dade County. Please save us. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Good evening, Commissioners and Madam Mayor.
My name is Maria Llorens, and my address is 725 Northwest 55th Street, and I'm the Policy Director at Miami Workers Center. I'm here to oppose the current 50% cut to the Eviction Diversion Program's funding. This unnecessarily puts lives at risk. Working parents, young children, the elderly, and the medically vulnerable members of our community deserve more. The program is the only infrastructure we have to respond to mass evictions where dozens of tenants are pushed out at once. From October to June of the current fiscal year, the program's canvassers have reached nearly 6,000 renters in 3 languages, and program attorneys have handled over 900 eviction cases. We've also shared district fact sheets with all of your staff with more detail on the program's impact in your particular district. Access to reliable housing, transit, and trusted local organizations are what get everyday people in Miami through their day-to-day and makes it a county that we want to live in. We oppose increases to transit fares and cuts to community programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Buenas noches. Gracias por la oportunidad.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mi nombre es Patricia Lugo. Y
My
Can
name is
you step closer to the microphone? Thank you so much.
Mi nombre es Patricia Lugo. Thank you. Okay, mi nombre es Patricia Lugo y mi dirección es 10800 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida 33161.
My name is Patricia Lugo, and my address is 10800 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida 33161.
Okay, estoy aquí por esta causa. Las rentas en este condado están muy altas y a muchos inquilinos se les hace casi imposible pagarlas.
The reason I'm here is that rents in this county are very high, and many renters find it really difficult to pay them.
Es muy triste ver residentes de Miami-Dade que fueron desalojados y que actualmente viven en sus carros porque no tienen cómo pagar una renta.
It's really sad to see residents of Miami-Dade who were evicted and who now live in their cars because they have no way to pay their rents.
Es necesario incrementar a $3 millones el Fondo de Prevención de Desalojo.
It's necessary to increase to $3 million the Eviction Prevention Fund.
Y también conservar en 7 trabajadores el staff de la Oficina de Defensa de la Vivienda.
And also to keep 7 staff members at the Office of Housing Advocacy.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Phil Ayer, 8962 Southwest 142nd Avenue, number 1219 in Miami. I'm here to talk about air rescue helicopters and the way that the funding is going for it. The proposal is to go from general fund to the millage fire district funds, which places, in my perspective, an undue burden on the unincorporated residents of Miami-Dade County to pay for services that won't change, granted, but it will increase their tax burden in an unfair and unhealthy way. I'm persuaded by the firefighters union, who makes the case that there's more flexibility in increasing the cost, increasing the capability of firefighting services by keeping it in the general fund. Flexibility in budget, flexibility in management, and flexibility to improve services. And finally, Commissioners, Madam Mayor, I happen to be qualified to fight fires on Navy ships at sea for a very long time. And in that capacity, I can say that it is awful when we have uniformed public servants being used in political feuds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening.
Y'all look like you are ready to go and have some Starbucks. And you want to have, I'm just kidding, but I got a serious issue here.
Name and address, please.
Shakina Delmar Donaldson, 2100 Northwest 192 Terrace, Miami Gardens, Florida 33056. I just want to let y'all see something. I got my boots on, right? But most importantly, Mayor, if you can allow this, if y'all can allow this, this is our 25th year serving Miami-Dade County. When I went to Tallahassee, guess what we saw? What did we see? We saw the governor. What was his name? Governor Bush. That's a long time ago, but we have another governor. And Mayor, she allocated 16 buses to KINAD Inc. But please, give me the opportunity to let you know, I have a strong feeling for running for Congress. And I'm gonna say it again, but I don't wanna be retaliated again, ever. I am an American United States citizen born in Belgrade, October 5th, 1956. And you, young man, I like you. You right there. The one with your shiny, shiny, shiny head. But let me say this.
Hey, listen. Thank you so much. Hey, no, your time is over. No. Listen, it's the hair joke that's getting you removed from the podium.
Thank you so much for your time. All right, I'm gonna call the next group. All right. Yeah, but we're good. All right. The next Congresswoman of Dade County. All right. Darlene Carver Rogers, Renan Uloa, Alex Jean Joseph, guys, Lisa. Yeah, thank you. All right. Darlene Carver Rogers, Renan Uloa, Alex Jean Joseph, Joseph Martinez, Leslie St. Hilaire, Rose Ruth Pierre Gallen, Jennifer Harrison, Barbara Johnson, and Raymond Torrialba. Go ahead, sir. Oh, go ahead.
Test.
Yep, you got it.
Good evening. My name is Renan Uloa, 27905 Southwest 132 Avenue, 33032, or at least it was as of December 2024. I'm here because I'm one of the full-time employees and member of Union Local 199 that are being directly affected by the proposed job cuts. I have almost 10 years of service as a full-time employee and a first responder. My family's been living on paycheck to paycheck for the last few years, and last December our landlord turned our world upside down when she decided to sell the house that we were renting for 12 years due to the ever-growing cost of living and high housing market. Sorry about that, guys. My wife and I were not able to find a rental home. We could not afford, let alone buy a house. We've been relegated to live in a 23-foot-long, 24-year-old RV on a campsite since January 2025. I have to shower at Planet Fitness every morning before reporting for duty. We're slowly getting back on our feet, but if you move forward with the proposed job cuts, it's likely come October 1st, my family will lose the little we have saved, and my county health insurance, which my wife and both I rely on as well, and all the other benefits that I've accrued. And it's probable that we may end up homeless while I attain adequate employment. So I ask you, please reconsider the proposed job cuts.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Jennifer Harrison, I'm a resident at 90 Southwest 3rd Street, Miami, Florida, 33130. As a healthcare worker at the hospital which serves our unfunded, uninsured residents, I find it utterly shameful to have faced our patients, asked them to jump through hoops to prove eligibility, while Miami-Dade County has written a blank check to Israel in the form of Israel bonds to bomb the hospitals like the one I work at, children, women, men, innocent human beings, while asking their own residents to go without health care and other basic needs, all while Israel has free health care. It has impacted my own mental health as I go to work every day to serve our uninsured residents, knowing my taxes are being used to slaughter innocent human beings, and my patients are told there's no funding for their care. My question is, will you stand with our own residents by doing more than saying, that's not how it works, when it's becoming alarmingly clear that simply a patronizing response in an attempt to insulate people in power from being held to account? I ask you all to change your investment policies to disallow these investments in Israel bonds.
Thank you so much. Ma'am?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Barbara Johnson, and I live at 650 Northeast, 149th Street, Miami, Florida, 33161. I'm here today representing the Miami Workers Center, and I also serve as a proud canvasser with the Eviction Diversion Program. Every day, I see firsthand the impact this program is having on our community. It's not just about preventing eviction, it's about changing lives. This program connects families with legal support and resources where they are most vulnerable. It gives people hope, protection, and a fighting chance to stay in their homes. We've seen families who thought they had no options get referred to lawyers who advise and guide them through the process. That kind of help makes all the difference. But we can't do this without your support. We need continued funding and commitment to keep this program alive and growing. The community is counting on us, and I'm counting on all of you to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Next up, I called a few names, so all right. I guess they left. All right. Ayand Oviedo, Mel Graham, Theodoria Brown, Fernanda Jorgensen. None? Come up to the podium, please. Luisa Gomez, Kathy Dos Santos, Maritza Carvajal, Giancarlo Demota. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Fernanda Jorgensen, 2001 Biscayne Boulevard, and I'm the Executive Director of Philanthropy Miami. We are the hub that connects, trains, and strengthens nonprofits across Miami-Dade. We're deeply grateful for the Mayor's amendment restoring $16 million in one-time funds for community-based organizations, but one-time funding is not a substitute for sustained investment. CBOs not only serve residents, they also employ nearly 77,000 people in our county. Cuts put both community stability and local jobs at risk. At Philanthropy Miami, we see the multiplier effect of county funding every day. It leverages philanthropy, volunteers, and partnerships, turning public dollars into a broader community impact. I urge you to make CBO funding permanent and to partner with us so that every county dollar is multiplied through stronger leaders, better collaboration, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. Cece Brown, I'm the president of ASME Local 199, 4349 Northwest 36th Street, Miami Springs, Florida, 33166. I'm here today to talk about, and you just heard from one of my members, talk about how this budget identifies several classifications and employees from my bargaining unit that's set to be laid off. The administration has sold or basically stated that there will be assistance as it relates to pipeline, but there's no guarantees as it relates to that. These are members that are barely making ends meet, that is one paycheck away from being homeless. You heard the gentleman state that he's about to be homeless, and we've had a slew of different employees throughout this fiscal year that's had challenges with maintaining any type of livelihood here in Miami-Dade County. When you talk about layoffs, you're not just talking about pay, you're talking about health care that these folks' family requires. And a lot of them have life-threatening illnesses that they need this health care for. So if you guys can find money for other organizations and other programs here in the county, you need to take care of your family here too that provides the services that we care about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cece. Ma'am.
Kathy Dos Santos, Executive Director of Transit Alliance, Miami, 2150 Coral Way. I'm speaking for Miami-Dade transit riders who depend on buses, trains, and Metromover to reach work, school, and medical appointments. We urge you to fully fund transit score services without burdening riders with fare increases. The proposed 50-cent hike for bus and rail plus 25 cents for STS would cost riders up to $325 annually for this lifeline service. We have spoken to over 2,000 riders in recent weeks. They're stunned by these increases, and most of them don't even know they're being proposed. Your constituents in every district have sent you over 300 letters asking you to reduce these hikes and fund transit properly. 12 organizations have joined our coalition because we know that public transit is a public good that should be publicly funded, not paid for on riders' backs. Transit generates $1.6 billion in economic development for our county. It is the only alternative to the worsening traffic problem that all of you run on. So let's fund it accordingly.
Sir.
Giancarlo Demota, 2721 Southwest 28th Court in District 7.
As a lifelong resident of Miami-Dade County and a student organizer, I am deeply concerned to see that after our county government has silently invested over $150 million of our funds into the Israeli government through Israel bonds, we are now facing a historic budget crisis and are cutting many of our county services before divesting from this apartheid state. Given both the well-established financial and ethical concerns surrounding these investments, I urge this board to both amend our county investment policy to end all future investments in Israel bonds immediately and to request our county clerk to not reinvest in our existing bonds when they mature. Additionally, I request my District 7 Commissioner to follow up on my request to meet with them regarding this time-sensitive issue at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, and again, please remember not to call out specific commissioners for anybody speaking. Go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maritza Carvajal. I live at 9655 Southwest 152nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33196. I'm here to ask to fully fund the CBO. I'm representing New Hope Courts, and New Hope in Homestead. New Hopes provide transitional housing and treatment for homeless people who have substance abuse and mental illness. We have here, and they will talk later on, clients, and we will see how much their life has changed. And it is, we're just only one of the CBO, but if you see how they go from the streets from jail into becoming employed and in recovery as fully productive citizens, that makes a huge change. And it also a very good investment because jails and hospitals and the streets and crime are a lot more expensive than what you're paying for to help them in the organization. So please fully fund the CBOs.
Thank you. All right. I've got Bianca Montenegre, Michelle Prescott, Kyle East, Craig Whitaker, Mercedes Acosta, Christy Berry Wilson, Philip Cordeya, Mimos Sineas Jendi, Miguel Sirgado. Ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Prescott. My address is exempt, but I reside in District 13, and I'm here as the proud board chair of the Historic Hampton House in District 3. I want to thank you for your support of the Historic Hampton House. Your investment in our institution isn't just cultural, it's economic. Due to the quality of its programming, the Hampton House was selected to be an official part of Art Basel, which attracts thousands of visitors every year, many of whom travel from outside of the country. They don't just visit us, they dine in local restaurants, they stay in local hotels and shop in local businesses. That means that every dollar you invest generates multiple dollars in return for our local economy. We also create jobs, support local artists and vendors, and contribute to making this county a destination where people want to visit and live. In today's competitive tourism and economic development market, cultural institutions like ours give this county an advantage. By continuing your financial support, you're not only preserving history, you're fueling growth, tourism, history, and an opportunity for our entire community. On behalf of the late, great Dr. Ena Pinckney, I want to thank you.
Thank you so much. Ma'am.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Bianca Montenegro from Christ Congregational Church. I live at 13710 Southwest 272nd Street, Naranja, Florida 33032. And I'm here with PACT. I care deeply about this community, and I know you do too. That's why I have to say, increasing funding as promised for the eviction diversion program just makes sense for Miami-Dade County. This program works. Last year, there were nearly 19,000 eviction filings in our county, and only 3% tenants had an attorney, compared to 74% landlords. The eviction diversion program begins to level out that playing field. Every $1 we invest saves $3 to $6 in shelters and other services. $46 million going to the World Cup, but housing stability for our own people being slashed is just unacceptable. Please increase funding to at least $3 million and move us closer to the $12 million we actually need. Lastly, nonprofits are the heart of this community. Funding for all the ways our community is served and supporting is crucial. Do the right thing. Let justice roll.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Sí, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mercedes Acosta y resido en el 10411 Northwest 129 Calle.
Good evening. My name is Mercedes Acosta, and I reside at 10411 Northwest 129th Street.
Eso es en Hialeah Garden, Florida, con el código postal 33018.
Hialeah Gardens, Florida 33018.
Esto pertenece al Distrito 13, siendo mi comisionado y de mis vecinos el señor René García.
This belongs to District 13, and my commissioner is Senator René García.
Estoy aquí representando una excelente organización que lleva por nombre Miami Workers Center.
I'm here representing a great organization called Miami Workers Center.
Estamos abogando para mantener el programa excelente de Eviction Diversion Program.
We are advocating for the maintenance of the eviction diversion program,
Okay, la asistencia o ayuda para el alquiler.
the assistance for rental.
Okay, este programa es sumamente importante o es el más importante porque el ser humano en todos sus cabales no necesita un techo sobre su cabeza.
This program is very important and perhaps the most important one because every human being needs a roof over their heads.
Después de trabajar tanto para descansar en paz.
After working so much during the day to have some rest eventually.
Es tan pero tan esencial que pudiera decir sin equivocarme que las depresiones y la pobre salud mental
It is so essential that I could say without making a mistake that depressions and poor mental health
de no solo adultos, pero también de adolescentes, no es otra cosa que vivir en inestabilidad.
not only for adults but also for teenagers is caused by living in an unstable situation.
Quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para agradecer a la oficina del comisionado René García, un excelente staff de trabajo que tiene,
I want to take advantage of this opportunity to thank Commissioner René García and his staff who are excellent people
por la ayuda maravillosa que me dieron para convertirme en ciudadana de los
for
Estados Unidos
the
de América.
wonderful help they gave me to become a U.S. citizen.
Quiero exhortarlo para que sigan con su excelente y honorable trabajo.
And I want to exhort him to continue his excellent work.
Muchas gracias, señora. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Kyle East, and I live at 2133 Calais Drive in Miami Beach. This time of year, the high holidays calls on Jews to take accountability for ways we've missed the mark. Whether you share my faith or not, I call on the county commissioners to take accountability for their decision to stand by as our county sent millions of dollars in unrestricted bonds to Israel. Israel is using 151 million of our tax dollars to commit genocide against the Palestinian people of Gaza, to enforce a siege and intentionally starve the entire population, to force people out of their ancestral lands across Palestine. In the words of Mayor Levine Cava when she recently spoke out against Israel's horrific starvation campaign, the eyes of the world are upon us. Now is the time to act. I call on our county commissioners to stop the renewal of $25 million in Israel bonds maturing on November 1st and pledge to end all future investments in Israeli apartheid, displacement, occupation, and genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening. My name is Philip Cardella. I live at 3230 Southwest 94th Court in District 10. There's been a lot of heavy stuff today, and I just want to start by thanking the Commission for supporting the Miami Children's Chorus, which my kid is a part of, and everyone here should check them out when they're performing. They benefit from the grants here, but they need an audience, and that's the reason why I'm here. In April, Mayor Levine Cava had an audience of 1,000 of your constituents at PAC's Nehemiah Assembly. And there she promised that she would increase the funding for the eviction diversion program to $3 million, which, again, as you've heard tonight, is only 1/4 of what the full funding would look like for this 98% successful program. So the main caveat that she had, though, was that whether or not she could put it in the budget, you folks are the ones that make it happen. So I'm here asking you tonight to increase that funding to $3 million for the eviction diversion program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. So from the list I called, that was everyone. All right. Next batch is Ren Ruiz, Natalia Earl, Carmen Benitez, Olga Tomaseo, Leopoldo Coronado, Nick Mayer, Charles Fisher, Anna Jackson, Norma Reboredo, and Joanne Justice.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Reverend Anna Jackson, and I pastor Sellers Memorial United Methodist Church, located at 8350 Northwest 14th Avenue, Miami, Florida 33147 in District 2. And I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Evictions Diversion Program. When I hear stats like there's only 3% of tenants that are represented, opposed to 74% of landlords, that's a justice issue. And as a pastor with a prophetic call, I have to speak up. This issue is so important because evictions can lead to homelessness, which can exacerbate into public health problems. It can also exacerbate into crime. And it puts people in conditions that are inhumane. And so I'm asking you tonight to please fund this program at the amount of $3 million, which again is only a quarter of what is needed for it to be in full effect. It's a 98% successful program. And I thank you for your attention and your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Leopoldo Coronado. My address is 1424 Sorolla Avenue, Coral Gables, 33134. I work for Jewish Community Services of South Florida, and also here representing the whole coalition, the whole collective of 60 CBOs who together we work for, as a safety net for our most vulnerable in the community. I'm going to be very short. I have experience balancing budgets since I was 8 years old, working with my mother in the kitchen table. And it's always hard to do that. So I appreciate the effort that you are making trying to balance that budget. But same as my mom and I, we know what goes first, what's needed, the basic needs that has to be taken care of before other important elements. So I just invite you to reconsider the priorities and make sure that you continue funding the partnership we have for the most frail in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioner. My name is Carmen Benitez, and I live at 8625 Northwest 8th Street, Miami, Florida, 33126. I'm proudly serve as a community liaison representing Doral and Sweetwater on the Age Friendly Initiative. I want to thank you for deciding to support the initiative over the years, and it makes a difference for people like me. I'm a 67-year-old woman. I'm a handicapped person. Before I wonder who worked hard at me and how could I contribute to the community. AFI gave me the opportunity to work for them. So like me, there's other people like in my situation. So I wish, you guys just not take off the Allen's, like, I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous, so sorry. Okay, thank you for your support, and I wish you could help us more because like someone like me that is 67 years old, that have a handicap, I want to be able to work and support other people like in my situation. Thank you very much. And I'm so sorry, but I got nervous.
Thank you so much. You're fine. You're perfectly fine.
I'm sorry. I get anxious when I talk too much. I'm so sorry, guys.
You're good. No need to apologize. You're perfectly fine. Sir?
I am Charles Fisher at 635 Euclid Avenue in Miami Beach. I rise today to speak of the genocide in Gaza. As residents of Miami-Dade, we cannot ignore the role our county is playing in financing this tragedy through our investment in Israel bonds. These Israel bonds tie our local tax dollars to the machinery of genocide, rather than the urgent needs we have here in our own community. This is a request to our commissioners, but also the audience here in this room and downstairs. I implore everyone here tonight, speak up tonight, right here and right now. Contact your commissioner, demand that Miami-Dade sells our Israel bonds, $151 million worth, and redirect those funds to serve our people, not perpetuate violence abroad. Our silence here in Miami-Dade County makes us complicit in this genocide. Please join us and make your voices heard for the responsible stewardship of our county resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And I missed one in the list real quick. If you could come up and line up. Phoebe Gasson. Phoebe Gasson. All right. Ma'am, go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ren Ruiz, and I am with Urban Health Partnerships. We are located at 1-800 Southwest 1st Avenue, Suite 205, Miami, Florida 33129. UHP is a local public health nonprofit that aims to improve public spaces, food access, and livability to support residents' ability to thrive. We are also a lead agency of the Miami-Dade Age-Friendly Initiative. Firstly, thank you for the updates to the proposed budget, such as restoring partial funding for the Age-Friendly Initiative, protecting funds for parks programming, and reintroducing funds for community-based organizations. I want to urge you now to reconsider the proposed transit fare increases. The last time an increase of 50 cents was made was in 2008 at the beginning of the recession, which saw sharp declines in ridership. The 2013 increase of 25 cents did not see a significant decline, but that was half the proposed cost in a better economy. With STS, although you have reduced the increase to 25 cents, any fare increase for STS riders is asking the county's most vulnerable riders to shoulder that burden. I urge you to reflect on the challenges community members face today and to reconsider the fare increases, which ultimately disconnect people from jobs, food, health care, and other essentials when they need it most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Well, I am Norma Reboredo, and I totally understand where you all are sitting because my dad was there. I'm here to talk to you about the elders, that we need so much for those elders. These individuals that has paid off their homes, and now they're struggling. The stress, they're 90-year-old, 80 years old. It's amazing the stress that these individuals are being tacked. Due to the homes has become a commodity. Unfortunately, that's what is happening. You have Black Rock, Blackstone. You all know about this. And thank you for this community that has been standing here to be able to speak as a community, because without this community, we don't have a city. Every single one of us that is speaking is very important.
Thank you. And can you state your address for the record, please? No, you're fine. You're fine.
2916.
Thank you.
Or 15, sorry.
Ma'am?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, and everyone. My name is Natalia Earl with Urban Health Partnerships at 1800 Southwest 1st Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33129. I serve as Collective Impact and Program Manager for the Miami-Dade Age-Friendly Initiative. My team and I thank you, Mayor, for recommending the partial restoration of funding for this impactful initiative and ask that the Commission approve it. The Age-Friendly Initiative advances priorities we know that each of you share: safety, housing, mobility, health, and economic resilience for older adults and caregivers. We work to help make parks safer, reduce social isolation, support wellness, and connect residents to resources to avoid duplication of efforts by leveraging relationships built over many years with many stakeholders, including municipal, nonprofit, CBOs, and private partners. Our team is ready to work with every district office to help enhance or develop solutions that strengthen neighborhoods and making them more livable for people of all ages and abilities. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
And partnership.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Phoebe Gasson. My address is 133 South Redland Road, apartment 103, Florida City, Florida, 33034. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am an adult daycare aide at South Dade Adult Daycare Center. I come before you not just as an employee, but as a woman who has endured an unimaginable loss and now stands on the edge of losing the very job that sustains her family. I am the sole caregiver for my disabled mother. I was also the caregiver for my grandmother until the day I came home from work and found her unresponsive. That was June 18th. Weeks earlier, May 25th, my uncle was murdered. 2 pillars of my life gone in an instant. I haven't had time to grieve properly because life hasn't stopped long enough to let me breathe. In July, I received news of impending layoffs for county employees. I've dedicated the last 6 years of my life to Miami-Dade County and to the clients that I serve with compassion and love every single day. This job gave me a sense of purpose. It gave me stability. It gave me hope. And now it's being ripped away and I feel powerless to stop it. Please save our jobs. We need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, your name and your address.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and County Commissioners. My name is Olga Tomasello, and I'm here with Urban Health Partnerships located at 1800 Southwest 1st Avenue, 33129. Thank you for your support in securing funding for community-based organizations. I urge you to strengthen this commitment so that all residents, especially older adults, low-income families, immigrants, the LGBTQ+ community, and other vulnerable communities have access to the resources they need to live healthy and fulfilling lives. At a time when federal and state government is cutting funding that will reduce access to critical supports, Miami-Dade should be doing all that it can to sustain access locally. These services can literally save lives. Each dollar invested in CBOs stretches further. It's amplified by the trust and capacity that we build within communities. I ask that you support strategies to increase funding, such as the proposed millage rates and gas tax. Without funding, we risk losing the safety net that CBOs provide for the most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you for your leadership and for continuing to invest in a healthier Miami-Dade.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. My name is Nick Mayer. I live in 930 Southwest 124th Court in District 11. I am here both as a resident of District 11, but also as a member of Engage Miami, and first and foremost, as a son of immigrants. But my parents came to this country, to this county, because it welcomed the stranger. It also welcomed the orphaned and the widow. It kept to those concepts. And I'm here because I want to continue that promise that this county grew on. And by doing that in 2 ways. First, by investing over $2 million into supporting the Catholic Legal Services and the American Immigration Justice in their services in helping those immigrants who are seeking and who are being welcomed like the stranger. And second, by committing fully to the $3 million funding that was given to the eviction diversion program. By doing these two, we are keeping to that, and we are making sure that we are building what made Miami-Dade beautiful, what made Miami-Dade great, and what made Miami-Dade a welcoming place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Now time for a new list of names. I'm going to call your name. When I call your name, please line up behind the podiums. Joanne Justice, Amy Patricia Morales, Dinah J. Escarment, Petici Escarment, Melody Terrenz, Margaret Jones Alonso, Linda Calazarado, Jared Simmons, Leslie Mendoza, Madeline Menard, Rachel Prestevens, and Phoebe Gasson. Who already spoke? Phoebe. Phoebe already spoke? Okay, Phoebe, you're good. Let's go to Robert Rosenberg and Harry Wallace. All right, give me your name, your address, and you have 1 minute. Thank you so much.
All right, my name is Amy Morales. I live at 829
Southwest 9th Ave, and I'm the Advocacy and Policy Director at Engage Miami. As a sheriff, receives over $1 billion, programs like Safe in the 305, Metro Connector being cut, and Office of Near Americans and Office of Neighborhood Safety are closing its doors. We've spoken to over 6,000 young people through our budget survey that have made it clear that these programs and departments matter, that these cuts will hurt real people. None have asked for another dollar for more jails or deportations. We know the state is mandating immigration policies and pushing a law enforcement agenda under HB1, but you are not powerless. Broward stood up for its immigrant residents when it funded deportation relief. Miami-Dade can do the same, especially now, and that starts with funding legal aid providers and investing our public dollars back into our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're next. No, it's you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lidia Calzado Taquechel. Vivo en el 225 del Northeast, Miami, Florida.
Is she the translator, or is there a translator coming? Yes. Because I got my name is, but that's all I got.
Hi.
My name is. My nombre es Oliver Gilbert.
Okay.
Yo.
My name is Lidia Calzado Tequechea, and I reside at 225 Northeast 23rd Street. Continúa, señora.
En Miami, Florida, 33137.
Miami, Florida 33137.
Estoy aquí porque quería saber qué tan mal pueden administrar los bienes de la ciudad.
I am here because I want to know how badly the city's funds could be administered.
Diciendo que quitándole la ayuda a los más necesitados, aumentándole la tarifa a los bases.
Thinking that taking away the assistance from the most needed people who need it the most, increasing the fares for public transportation.
Quitándole la ayuda también a las personas de la tercera edad, los alimentos.
Taking away assistance for elderly people with, for example, food.
Subiéndole las tarifas a las personas que tienen casa propia.
Increasing tariffs to people who are homeowners.
Porque los que no tenemos casa propia sabemos que es bien difícil adquirirla y mantenerla.
Because people like me who do not own a home, we know it's very hard to acquire a property and maintain it.
Y si esa es la forma de que piensan subir o quitar el déficit presupuestario.
If this is the way you pretend to gap the budgetary deficit,
he trabajado voluntaria en muchos lugares y he visto la alegría que transmiten las personas cuando reciben esa ayuda.
And I've worked in many places and I've seen firsthand how happy people are when they receive this type of assistance.
Y he visto también como aquí no dejan de construir, como las compañías siguen abriendo negocios.
And I also see how the construction sites continue to grow and how some private businesses also continue to open.
El turismo no ha dejado de seguir aquí en Miami, Florida.
And tourism has been increasing here
Gracias.
in Miami, Florida. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Rachel Prestipino, 300 Northwest 12th Avenue. I'm with Catalyst Miami. One of our staff members, Z Spicer, was unjustly barred from entering chambers today. We've been waiting for hours to participate in our tiny little slice of democracy. Z was suddenly pulled from line by security and barred from entering. All this happened because she walked into these chambers a month ago at the same moment someone else was being dragged out and was indiscriminately taken with her. She did nothing wrong, and her charge will be dismissed. Her charge was not trespassing. She was not given any written legal documentation barring her from this building. We are told tonight that the sheriff issued a 4-month stay-away order, not communicated to Z or to us at Catalyst Miami, who asked her to be here tonight as part of her job.
Hey,
without
Rachel,
knowing
just a
we'd be
quick putting her in question.
jeopardy.
And I'm going to let you finish the statement, but is this actually about the budget or?
It's about the public process to participate in
Okay,
this
so
budget
if
hearing.
we could just focus on your budget issue, why you came here initially, it'd be
Yeah,
helpful.
so Z Spicer was here tonight to talk about funding resources for extreme heat. Not exactly the dangerous agitator you all made her out to be, but that's why she was here tonight, to talk about that portion of the budget. But she was unfairly barred from participating in this public process just for walking into the room. I've never seen this kind of blatant repression, and the sheriff and every single one of you is complicit in this miscarriage of justice. What will
Thank you
do
so
to
much.
rectify it?
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners, Mayor de Levine Cava. I'm here with PACT, People Acting for Community Together.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
My name's Madeline Maynard, sorry.
Thank you,
and I
Madeline.
reside at 11300 Northeast 2nd Ave, Miami Shores, District 2. I'm here to talk about restoring or giving $3 million to the eviction diversion program. As mentioned previously, that would only maintain about a quarter of what is really necessary to bring the program to its full capacity as it is in many other states. A lot of tonight, obviously, we're talking about the bottom line and fiscal returns. We know that this program returns $3 to $6 for every $1 invested. And I know everybody has spoken to the humanity required of this program, or that this program requires, but like I said, I know we're here to talk about budget, so I think that fact alone should really be emphasized, and $3 million should be dedicated to the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie Mendoza, 2400 South Dixie Highway. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I'm the Executive Director of Cava Pro Bono Legal Services and here to advocate for CBO funding. As mentioned over the evening, CBO funding for our county is not only vital and the right thing to do, but also wise. The return on investment far exceeds the county's costs. Cava Pro Bono Legal Services provides holistic legal representation across the county in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. Yearly, we provide 40,000 hours of no-cost, life-altering representation, valued at over $9.8 million a year, to many of the county's most vulnerable residents, including victims, children, neurodiverse individuals, and the elderly. Legal representation not only provides justice, but also the necessary tools to become safe, stable, contributing members of our community. We hope we can continue to count on your support for Cava Pro Bono Legal Services, CBO funding, and the eviction diversion program, which we participate in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. I'm Jacques St. Louis with Mrs. Augusta Faldor that live at 8400 Northeast 2nd Court. I am serving the community, giving service.
I'm sorry, just from a process perspective, did I call your name?
Jacques.
Did I call your name? Not that you call it.
Yes, you did. Jacques F. St. Louis.
Yeah, I don't remember saying Jacques St. Louis. Is there another name?
No.
Okay, why don't you have a seat and give them your card, and let's go to the folks that I call. It's important that we actually stay in order.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Pitchie Escarment. My address is exempt under Florida Statute 119. I want to thank you guys for revising the public safety budget. However, I wanted to speak today about the community-based organization that provides mental health services, as we know that mental health services is very essential and important for the people in the community that are struggling with depression, trauma, and addiction and stress. Having these people untreated provides challenges, often homeless, violence, and overwhelming pressure for families, and issues costs to the county far more than prevention and care. By investing in mental health, we save lives, strengthen families, created a safer and more stable neighborhood. Let us remember that the budget is not about the numbers, but it is the reflection of our communities and the commitment to the residents and their well-being. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jared Simon, 3 Irvington Ave. Your job is to make the county serve us, to meet our community's needs and honor our values. To send $151 million of our tax dollars overseas to a foreign government is a betrayal. The use of a single dollar of public funds for political motives, let alone $151 million, is a scandal. The purchase of illiquid investments whose credit rating has been repeatedly downgraded is an abandonment of fiduciary duty. The use of taxpayer dollars to fund genocide and ethnic cleansing is an absolute moral disgrace. And to do this with our money while our needs go unfunded here at home. All 151 million of the county's Israel bonds were purchased while Israel has engaged in systematic and widespread crimes against humanity, according to the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and while county budget troubles were anticipated for the coming fiscal year. Bring the 25 million of Israel bonds maturing on November 1st home. Remove Israel bonds from the county investment policy. You all have put blood on our hands. Now wash it off.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Margaret Jones Alonso, 8825 Southwest 182nd Terrace, and that is in District 8. I'm standing before you as an independent contractor within the film industry. The Miami-Dade Field Permit Office has unfortunately become short-staffed due to an unfortunate retirement, and this office is in dire need of being properly staffed so that the upcoming season, which is beginning this month through May or June of next year, can properly function. We're dealing with an industry that brings in over $500 million to this industry. We have a huge amount of independent contractors as well as film businesses that are all paying millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars in property taxes, as well as, I said once again, generating income, be it through hotels, car rentals, tons and tons of money, as I said, $500,000.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
For the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Harry Wallace, and I serve on the executive board of the historic Hampton House, one of the last Green Book Hotel museums that is located at 4240 Northwest 27th Avenue in District 3. I am here to implore you to continue to invest in the historic Hampton House because it is much more than a building. It is an integral part of our community that every year allows thousands of students, teachers, and families to develop a deeper understanding of our shared history and culture. It stands as a real testament to the resilience and achievements of a significant part of Miami-Dade County. Your funding ensures that we can provide educational programs, school tours, and free community events that enrich and inspire pride, unity, and learning. Without this support, many of these experiences would not be accessible to residents. The real stories, such as those presented in our permanent exhibit, Journey Home, inspire possibilities and hope. By continuing your investment in the historic Hampton House, you also honor the years of sacrifice and hard work of people like Dr. Enid Pinckney to shape informed citizens, strengthen community identity, and preserve our history for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, commissioners, and our beautiful community members. My name is Dinah Scarmett, longtime resident of District 2 and business owner in District 2, address 808 Northeast 125th Street. As a nonprofit owner of Escarment Foundation for the Needy, I strongly support the funding of CBOs who are doing the critical work. Businesses are the backbone, but our nonprofit organizations are on the front line every single day. As a former chairwoman for Florida Rising, current member, vice president of the Haitian Caucus, and community advocate and your future state representative for District 108, it would behoove me to not speak on all these issues that we have here today that are affecting our community, such as SAFE, which is going to eliminate and jeopardize organizations like the Circuit of Brotherhood, who are doing such a great job on the front lines in those communities that are at need. We also need to have the LIHEAP program, which helped so many people during COVID when they couldn't afford their light bills. We need legal defense funds. It's more than likely, 4 times more likely, those who are incarcerated in immigration, they are more likely to be released if they have legal counsel. And so many other things, such as housing that we have in Little Haiti, Liberty City, and all around. Thank you so much for your time. And like Cardi B said, hello.
And like Glorilla said, what are you doing? What are we doing right now? Yeah, let's go to the next list. All right. Did Robert Rosenberg come forward? Robert? Lil Bobby? Okay, I'm going to just check you off there. Richard Hall, Chris Simpson, Cole James, Raphael Igues, Luis Echeverre, Ryan Ramos, Angel Chang Del Cueto, Stephen Habich, Wilfredo Martinez, Roberto Costa, Hester Guadi, and Elliot Frias. You. Yeah. You all line up right there, and the vice chairman's going to take this.
This is your moment.
My moment, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Chris Simpson, 8045 Southwest 187th Terrace, Cutler Bay, Florida, 33157. I'm here speaking on behalf of Miami-Dade Fire Department, asking you guys do not move the money over for air rescue, leave it in the general fund. I've heard that comments made that it's not a lot of money, you guys can move it over and absorb it. If that's the case, well, then let's just go ahead and leave it in the general fund, since it's not that much money. We do have a lot of needs that are coming from the money used from the air rescue, which would then prevent us from having certain units going in service. It'll also prevent us from replacing units that are needing to be put in service or needing to be replaced. We have a lot of units out there. I've got multiple calls. I don't have a lot of time, but some examples is we had a call a year and a half ago, patrol officers in trouble down south. I work on the fireboat coming from Aventura. Our center boat was on another call. It took us an hour and 5 minutes to get from Hollover to Caesar's Cut to help 6 officers that were in need. We ended up giving all 6 of them IV bags and almost air rescued them out of the area. Anyways, we do request you leave the money over so we have.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your service.
Good evening. My name is Rafael Egues. I live in 5751 Southwest 58th Court in South Miami, District 7. My very first call as a firefighter was a toddler in cardiac arrest. I'll never forget a fellow firefighter running out of the house with a child's limp body in his arms as he brought him into the back of our rescue so that we could provide life-saving support. Sadly, that young child did not make it. My last call at 6:30 this morning was, as I was ending my shift, was another cardiac arrest, a 60-year-old male who collapsed while having coffee on the couch with his wife. Again, my crew and I rushed to provide life-saving interventions. Thankfully, we were near, and we were available, and we were able to bring that man back to life. But sadly, it's been too often on my short 6-year career as a firefighter that my unit in busy North Miami is already on a call when a respiratory or cardiac arrest goes out in our territory. And another further unit has to respond. When seconds matter, they're minutes away. I take my job very seriously, and I urge you all to do the same as you consider any budget changes that affect our ability to save lives.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your service again. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Milagros Brejo, also known by Tejo on Facebook. I wanted to know I really wanted to state that I'm very grateful for the programs. The concept, I was in Concept House. I got to meet the doctors there. I think it's a very good program. I think we need more St. Luke centers in Sweetwater because there's a lot of people still, doing things they're not supposed to. And I also do give recommendations for a locker room here in downtown because a lot of people still want to go on dates and they're still to build another shelter, somewhere around the city, where there's space available because a lot of people want to get high, they want to better themselves, but they feel stuck, because they don't have nowhere to live or they have insecurity, and build more classes too for
Thank you so much. You have an address?
Yeah, I'm currently with the Camilla's house.
That's fine.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Hello,
Hello.
I live 57700 Tatum Waterway Drive. Mayor, in your words, quote, "The world must speak out on the horrors of the starvation and hunger innocent human beings face in Gaza today," end quote. As a Jewish taxpayer in Miami-Dade County, I couldn't agree more and plan to do just that. As the starvation campaign in Gaza continues to worsen, I am disheartened and disgusted by our county's current investment of $151 million in unrestricted funds to the Israeli government. Where is that same financial commitment to our county? I implore you to discuss changing the county's investment policy to make it untenable to invest in genocide. Furthermore, because there is no public forum for how the county makes their investment decisions, I stand here and ask that you all urge the comptroller not to reinvest $25 million on November 1st when the next bond is up for renewal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hannah Baumgarten, Hannah Baumgarten, Jason Sweet, Geneva Claus, Ryan Alvarez, Stephen Wad, Sean Tansey, Brian Gonzalez, Honorable Roy Hardiman, Betty Shatter, Amanda Fisher, James Bethauer, Paul Blake, Beth Boone, Isabel Rodriguez, Chantel Jean, Bernice Yanez, Andre Corteza, Christopher Morales, Noel Cleland, Melissa Ross. Please step forward.
Hannah Baumgarten, representing Dance Now Miami and Arts Action Miami, 900 Bay Drive, Miami Beach, Florida. Hello again, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, and what an exciting time to be in office. The Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs has spent over 40 years building our brand with your support. Miami is internationally recognized as an epicenter for arts and culture, leaping past San Francisco, LA, and even Chicago. Now the future of our identity rests in your hands and your votes. It's not only 30,000 arts jobs, it's not only billions in revenue, but it's also quality of life for our residents, our visitors, and those who we want to attract to live and become part of our beautiful community. So I urge you, be creative. Support the mayor's budget with full funding to the arts and a reinstatement of the Department of Cultural Affairs, and join us to find viable solutions for the future. We are counting on you. Thank you as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Sean Tansey. I live at 630 Northeast 12th Street, Homestead, Florida, 33030. Listen, I was homeless for over 3 years. My parents passed away, and I went deeply into addiction. I had a heart attack and ended up at Baptist emergency room. I was referred by New Hope Resident Retreatment. I completed the program, and I now live in recovery residence. I pay rent, and I work part-time. Please fully fund CBOs. Treatment works. I have now 8 months clean today. Thank you so much for letting me share.
Congratulations.
Good night, all. Former State Representative Roy Hardiman, Chairman of the Model City Advisory Board, quasi-government with Miami-Dade County. I'm here tonight to plea again that the 18th Avenue Broadway gets its final $3 million that was promised to them over 4 years ago for the kiosks, where we can start small businesses within our neighborhood. We talk about the death rate, the murders, the killing, the violence in our neighborhood, but we have not touched the surface of stopping the gun violence. And I think if we create the business that we need, it will stop. So, Madam Mayor, our county manager, can you please have Mr. Smith to get back on the job and help us create the business wealth, just like Wynwood and any other neighborhood. Durrell, it came up pretty good, real fast. Can you help us?
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Board, Madam Mayor. My name is Isabella Rodriguez. I'm the Elections Executive Director for an organization called Citizens Defending Freedom, and I reside at 12903 Southwest 50th Lane, 33175. I'm actually here today to advocate for a full budget transparency. specifically the public release of complete line-by-line item breakdowns of every dollar that our county is spending. Taxpayers deserve more than vague categories and broad overviews. We deserve to see exactly where every dollar is going, line by line. Whatever expenditure is itemized and made accessible, residents are empowered to engage, question, and contribute to smarter fiscal priorities. General summaries hide patterns, line items reveal them. The level of clarity should be a standard. If we as residents are expected to manage our households down to the penny to ensure that we can pay for our rising property taxes, then government should meet the same standard, with every expense visibly documented and open to public review. Also, please make sure that our sheriff department has exactly what they need to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Gonzalez, 16972 Southwest 304th Street. I'm here to advocate for the CBO funding. Without this funding, we will lose a lot of resources for the people seeking treatment that are in jail and in the streets. Without this funding, we won't be able to provide good resources for these people. One of those people that was living in the streets using drugs, and I'm here representing New Hope Corps. Without this treatment center, I would still be in the street using substances and maybe dead. These agencies help people recover from substance use disorder and mental health disorder. That's why please fund the CBOs.
Thank you, Brian. Brian, by the way, we're proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is your time to shine.
Hey there. My name is James Bretthauer. I live at the Hideaway now. It's 10821 Caribbean Boulevard.
James, step to the mic for me, please.
Cutler Bay.
Yes.
10821 Caribbean Boulevard at 33189 in Cutler Bay. Okay, I just want to say that I'm one of the success stories of New Hope Corps. I've recently made it through homelessness through these advocacy programs, and I just want to support funding. I want you guys to support funding and continue helping people like me who were displaced by homelessness and lost their thinking. And this place helped me by providing a bed and a safe place and an education to reorganize my thinking. So I want to say thank everybody for that. And I got my life back, and I'm now permanent housing.
I'm proud of you. Is this the location across from the Southland Mall?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Viala, recovering addict. My address is 1020 North Chrome Homestead Avenue. I'm representing New Hope Corp Homestead. Growing up, I always heard deaf institutions in jail. Most of my life, I've been in and out of jails and prisons. I was homeless for over 3 years, and I was given a card at a homeless shelter from a person. I called the number. The number was from an homeless outreach team. They showed up and took me to Detox. From Detox, I went to New Hope Residential Program, the first program I ever been to. I completed this residential program. I'm employed. I moved to a New Hope Recovery residence. I recently got hired by New Hope as a maintenance. I got hired as a maintenance staff. I had 15 months being clean and sober. My life has been better. My life has never been so better. Treatment really works. Please fully fund the CBD program. CBOs. Please fund the CBO.
Thank you. Are you going to be at New Hope tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
What time?
I'll be there in the morning, 8 in the morning sharp.
I see you at 10.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Amanda Fisher. I live at 57 Northeast 44th Street.
in Tequesta land, AKA Miami-Dade. It is an absolute disgrace that in the midst of a starvation campaign in Gaza, our county is still investing in Israel bonds, funding a military responsible for genocide in Gaza while people right here are unhoused, uninsured, and unheard. Mayor Cava, finally you made a statement after nearly 2 years, and now you deflect your responsibilities to this commission, but we need you, we need your leadership, and we need the leadership of this commission right now. We demand that the comptroller not renew the Israel bond maturing in November and that the county end all future investments in these bonds. This is a moral crisis. Taxpayer money should support housing, healthcare, and education right here, not crimes abroad. As a Jew, I say not in my name, and as a resident, I say not with my money. Stop funding this genocide and start funding Miami-Dade County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, really quickly, a quick housekeeping note. I don't know how many times I can say this, and maybe I just wasn't clear, and I'll just clarify it now. Not only shall you not call a commissioner's name, but calling the mayor's name, calling the mayor out by name is also something we are not asking you to do at this time. But so whatever your remarks are, if you can do it without naming names, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Beth Boone, 9806 Northeast 2nd Avenue, Miami Shores, 33138. I'm the Artistic and Executive Director of Miami Light Project, a treasured cultural organization that was established 37 years ago, co-founder of Miami Cultural Coalition and member of the Arts Action Miami campaign. Thank you to the mayor and to all of the commissioners for the hard work that you are doing to pass a fair and balanced budget. We all understand that it's challenging, and we believe that you can do it. I'm here to urge you to vote yes to retain an independent Department of Cultural Affairs, to restore 100% funding to the department.
Beth, give me one moment. All right, it's listen, we're coming to the end. Beth is about to land this plane for all of us. However, Beth needs fuel, and the fuel that Beth needs is respect while she's speaking. So if we can continuously respect the speakers at the podium that sits in the well, that would be awesome. So just, again, we're almost there, and Beth is bringing us home. She's getting us halfway there. We're in a landing position. Let's try it again.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T.
Oh, girl, shake it now.
Go. All right, where was I?
Right where you stopped.
To urge you to vote yes to retain an independent Department of Cultural Affairs, to restore 100% funding to the very modest Department of Cultural Affairs grants budget, and to work together with your constituents. We are smart and we are ready to build a permanent fund for art and culture in Miami. We are an essential part of what makes Miami an extraordinary community. Our collective work has a $2.1 billion economic impact.
Beth, thank you.
Yes. Wait, what?
No.
But you stopped me.
No, we stopped the clock when we stopped you. But you just took it. Yes. I still love you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. The art and culture sector has.
Thank you. There you go.
We're done.
Gotcha. We're done. We got it.
Right.
Landing the plane. Thanks, Beth.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to all of us speak. I'm number 192, so you guys look tired. We are tired too. My name is Bernice Llanes, and I live at 500 Northeast 29th Street, 33137, and I'm here on behalf of myself and other bus riders. Someone told me that the transit increase was reduced from 25% to 25 cents instead of 50 cents, but either way, that is too much. Do you think those of us that take public transit do it by choice? I was unemployed for a while, and I didn't even take the bus because I couldn't afford it. I waited for the trolley. I waited for the mover. I'm a young, able-bodied person, and I chose to walk sometimes in this heat. So cutting Metro Connect, increasing the bus fare, why in a deficit are we cutting from services from people that need it the most? I see that we are cutting from eviction diversion program, from Light Heap, the arts, but FIFA still gets its subsidy. We, a county in the United States, have money in bonds for Israel, which doesn't make sense, even if it were for Israel, which is committing a genocide. It doesn't make sense.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, I'm Geneva Claus. I live at 1233 Marseille Drive on Miami Beach. And I'm here today with PAC to talk about the eviction diversion program. I want to start off by saying that even me, who is advocating for this program's continuation here today, I was helping a friend who is facing an eviction just last week. He was in mental health treatment and wasn't able to respond to this eviction notice that he got, and is now facing eviction. This doesn't have to be the case. Currently, last year, we funded the program at $2 million. The program actually needs $12 million to be fully funded and have full legal coverage of everyone facing evictions, which was over 18,000 people just in our county alone last year. We're asking the commission a very reasonable increase to $3 million, which is still just a fourth of what the program needs to be fully funded, to make sure that people like my friend do not have to face an eviction alone and have legal counsel along with the confusing eviction process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. To the mayor and the chair and the commissioners, thank you. Paul Blake, representing Miami-Dade firefighters, Metro-Dade Local 1403, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida. I'm here to speak specifically on the transfer of air rescue for the district, from the countywide to the district. I've been in this budget process 34 years. Probably one of the toughest budgets we had was 2011. Never was that even considered to take air rescue and put it in the district. You have an outstanding fire department. I will say the mayor has done a great job as with the commission in funding it, but it's just simply not enough. The $27 million can be used to bolster better service within the district. It's almost unrecognized when you go in South Dade. When you approve these zoning changes, land that maybe we thought that we'd have a wildland fire, we now have to plan for a high-rise fire because of these changes. It has an impact. So I'm asking that you restore putting the $27 million back as a countywide responsibility and use the $27 million rightfully to improve services within the fire taxing district. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, give me 1 moment. Susan Cowrie, Stephen Littleton, Stephen Linder, Evelyn Arena, Jennifer Toston, Ernie Martinez, Bridge Baker, Hugh Blackett, Amy Zimba, Krachina Saraldo, Broadway Hardwood, Howard Hearing, Mario Ambrose, Alejandro Vadella. Please make your way down.
Hi, Noel Cleland, 5990 Southwest 50th Street. And I'm here to acknowledge the tough choices you are facing with the budget cuts in this year's budget cycle. Our county needs the social services that these advocates that we've heard from are pleading for.
No, hold on. Please. There we go. It's back on you.
But we also need the affordable transit. But I'm here to remind you of the funding needed for the eviction diversion programs that give people the support that they need. My suggestion would be to reduce the consulting fees paid and put that money to better use in our community. Thank you.
Good evening. Susan Corey, 11274 Southwest 64 Lane, Miami, District 10. I am here because, as you can see and you've heard, the need is great in our community. I want to have you assure the residents of Miami-Dade County that none of the funds that are being allocated this year will be used for immigration, that it should be funded by the federal and state. I would like to make sure that all of our funds that should not go to corrections or to the sheriff's office where we are in need of law enforcement on our streets to fight our crime and to keep us safe. So I would urge you to review the budget and go line by line and make sure that it's used for the citizens of this resident and not in any other capacity. Thank you.
Ready? I'm Howard Herring. I'm the president of New World Symphony, 330 Southwest 26th Road in Miami. I want to talk about public-private partnerships. Public-private partnerships with cultural organizations have unique inner strength The Dade County Office of Cultural Affairs and its grants program stimulate those partnerships. The office and the grants program are models for major cities and counties across the United States, and we urge the return of the office at full force and full funding of the grant program. We look forward to celebrating county investment in these public-private partnerships, and for sure, it's a smart strategy to let this little corner of the county budget do its work. If you'd like to know more, you can read my piece in the Miami Herald today in the op-ed section. Thank you.
Stephen Leitner, 1130 102nd Street, Bay Harbor Islands. There is a revenue stream that, if implemented, should eliminate the need to increase mass transit fares. And that revenue stream is repairing, fixing the fare collection apparatuses on the buses themselves. Often, full fare riders cannot use their credit card on the buses, and I propose that be fixed. And with that extra revenue, please do not allocate it towards an incinerator that has no carbon capture and storage capabilities. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Arana, 7125 Sunset Drive, Miami Beach, Florida, 33143. I'm sorry, Miami, Florida, 33143. I'm a housekeeper, and today I speak on behalf of thousands of Miami-Dade families who rely on Metro Connect. This service is not just transportation, it's a hope, it's a dignity, it's the chance to get to work, to school, to a medical appointment. Dear Mayor Daniela Levy-Cabal, Miami-Dade commissioners, in a county as large and multicultural as ours, will not everyone owns a car? Metro Connect is a vital necessary. It is in your hands. We ask you to continue supporting and improving, because when you support Metro Connect, you support the people, you support the future of Miami-Dade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Broadway Harewood, CEO of the Broadway Musical Art District, 6214 Northwest Broadway Avenue. And I would like everybody to understand that in this tough year, in this tough time, the mayor prepared a very, very good budget. And I think everybody should get behind her and support it, because at the end of the day, when it's tough and you do what she did, we all should be happy. Thank you in advance for passing this budget.
Thank you.
Good evening. Shirley Richardson, 650 Southwest 124th Terrace, Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33027. I am here to urge you to support and restore the funding for the arts organizations. This isn't just about a line item in the budget, but it is about honoring the culture and soul of our community. El Ensemble is the oldest African-American theater company in the state, and for over 50 years, it has given voice to stories too often left unheard. Our work reaches far beyond the stage, from youth education programs to nurturing emerging Black artists and other artists of color, to enriching our civic dialogue through powerful socialist conscious theater. To cut this funding is to silence a legacy that signaled that Black cultural institutions are disposable. That message is not aligned with the values of equality, inclusion, or progress. I respectfully ask you to stand by your commitment to the arts, undeserved communities, and cultural justice.
Thank you, Ms.
Restore
Richardson.
the funding.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richardson. Thank you.
Hello, Amy Zemba, 7570 Southwest 82nd Street, number F207. I'm here to talk about the animal services budget. One thing that I would want you guys to look at in the midst of budget cuts, and also the fact that we are in a budget deficit, is that 84.2% of the salaries are either inflated and the director's salary is bloated, with no reason or merit why her salary is $252,000 a year. She's been under budget. However, there's been widespread public concern that has made the news multiple times, and the answer is always that they lack resources and they're overcrowding. I have the numbers here that I'm going to give to you that show that their intakes have not gone up very much, and they have actually adopted out less dogs and cats in a 10-year trend. And so it doesn't line up. So if she's under budget, I'm just wondering, why, where's the merit? And if they are lacking so many resources, why is she under budget and why is she being rewarded for that? So I think that the salaries need to be looked at in the light of the budget cuts that are being done to be able to have fiduciary responsibility.
Thank you so much.
Can I give you guys the papers?
My name is Hill Blackett, 1000 West Ave, Miami Beach. Hearing from all the amazing organizations here today, I'm so sad that the priorities of this county are so wrongly oriented. One thing many residents may not know is that the county has a $10 billion investment fund with lots of different assets that could be liquidated to plug this deficit without really harming the health of the fund. And I think one of the best things to do would be to use the principal that we get back from our Israel bonds on their maturity dates to fund our budget, rather than continuing to reinvest in the bellicose, unstable, and genocidal Israeli government. The county currently has $151 million invested in Israel bonds, including $56 million, which will mature in this coming fiscal year. So let's fund ourselves rather than lending the money to a fascist project on the other side of the world. Lord knows we need it more than they do.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay, my name is Katrina Seraldo. I live at 1000 West Avenue in Miami Beach. According to the World Health Organization, at least 94% of all hospitals in Gaza are damaged or destroyed. As a physician here in Miami, I am horrified that my tax dollars are being lent to Israel to make a profit for our county. Israel is not only targeting patients at these hospitals and civilian healthcare workers at these hospitals, but also restricting access to food, putting all of the residents of Gaza, including pregnant women, infants, and people with chronic diseases, at risk of starvation and death. The images of the destruction of Gaza and the deaths of Palestinians living there really tell the whole story. Please get our $151 million back, starting with the $25 million that mature on November 1st. And please change the policy for the investments for our county dollars.
Thank you so much. Give me 1 second. Chaquez St. Louis, Gladys Pierre, Karina Sabata, Amanda Avalos, Josh Moran, Gonzalo Garcia. Please make your way down. It's on you.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman, and Madam Mayor. It's always good to see your face. I'm here representing the people from places like Public Works, community action programs and people of such that belongs to Local 199. We're here to ask you guys to make it a mandatory effort to find places and locations inside the county that you can place these employees, like you did in Vizcaya. These people here are people that can barely afford to pay their rent, let alone feed their families. And also you have people that's on the streets, that's homeless, and some of them work for the county, living in their cars. If you lay these people off, it'll be devastating to them and their families. You all have the power to do it. Help the mayor out. Make it happen. Make it happen. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Did you put your address on the record?
No, I'm gonna tell you right now. I reside at 17948 Northwest 40th Court, Miami Gardens, Florida 33055, and I'm the Vice President of ASME Local 199.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Pastor Jacques St. Louis,
8400 Northeast 2nd Avenue. And I have with me Mrs. Augusta Faldo, living at 8400 Northeast 2nd Court. And I've been working for Little Haiti Housing Association for the past 32 years, and representing the community, helping the elderly people, helping people that cannot purchase their home, and we use the county dollars and city to help them purchase their home. Mrs. Faldo stayed home, and somebody knocked at her door saying that Miami-Dade County sent them to do some work on her house. And she said, how much you gonna pay? They said, you're not gonna pay a penny, the county will pay for it. It's a white-green company. Then she used to pay $947 for taxes every year. Last year in November, her tax went up to $3,765 because the county allows white-green to put a lien against her property. And I asked District 2 to work with white-green to remove this lien. Thank you very much.
Pastor, let me tell you, this may be the only time I can say, Pastor, your time is up, because I know if I go to church and try that, I'm getting kicked out of the church. But I got you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. But your time is up.
My name is Dr. Moran. My name is Dr. Josue Moran. I live in 3640 Southwest 129 Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33175. I'm here today to voice against the outrageous raise on the property taxes in Miami-Dade County and the poor use of our tax dollars. I encourage our Board of Commissioners and Madam Mayor to ensure our tax dollars are well expended. Many of our constituents are elderly people, especially my neighbors, and have little to no income to pay their taxes this year. It would be sad that the increase on the property taxes by the county made the more vulnerable population in our community to lose or leave their home, and on top of that, wasting our tax dollars. Please, stop using the dollars to build and rebuild all the roads, live and relieve all the bridges, the World Cup 2026 expenses, etc. Please, please, please. If you are keeping the increase on the property taxes, at least use our dollars to come for a great purpose on our community. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
What do I do? Oh, I can go? Okay. Am I next? Okay. Hi, my name is Karina Sivata. I live at 855 Euclid Avenue in Miami Beach. I am a resident of District 5, and I am here to speak about the proposed $40 million cut to community-based organizations. My concern is that these organizations are providing vital legal services to immigrants in detention. Immigrants who have legal representation are 4 times more likely to be released than those without counsel. It matters because immigrants are a core part of Miami-Dade. Many of us, including myself and many in this room, are only here because of immigrants. When I think of the conditions my community is suffering in detention centers like Chrome, where there are over 2,000 complaints of inhumane, unsafe conditions, I know I must speak out. This is a scary time, and we are counting on you. You all must take action by continuing to fund both the Americans for Immigrant Justice and Catholic Legal Services, who are providing free legal representation for immigrants in need. Thank you.
Thank you. You can start.
Good
Thank you.
evening. My name is Amanda Aviles, 8135 Southwest 92nd Court. And if I could have everyone's attention, please. I came here ready to advocate for budget items that are important to me, such as transit investments, extreme heat resources, arts and culture funding. But then I was standing beside my friend Z Spicer, a dedicated organizer and a beloved member of the community, when she was sought out and removed from the public comment line for an incident I'm sure you all remember. I know I wouldn't soon forget the news footage of residents being dragged across the floor of this chamber. So let me remind some of you of the details. She was not being disruptive. She did not use violence. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was not charged with trespassing, nor was she given any kind of notice at all of your stay away order, written or otherwise. I understand that tensions are high, but I find it absolutely abhorrent for someone who has all but given their life for this community to be kept from participating in this democratic process for the apparent crime of being in the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Juan Escalante, Jamil Gonzalez, Michael Dosey, Kathleen Elliott, Sagario Okoet, Rebecca Pelham, Eric Braswell, Leonardo Roosevelt, Virginia Verona, Claudia Rodriguez, Alfonso Ferreri, Catherine Accardi, Keja Esson, Shirley Richardson, you spoke already, Z Spicer, Shirley, you skipped the line, Jackie Walker, Samuel Williams, Blaquinte Quiones, and Crystal Rodriguez. Those are all the names we have on our list. Oh, Singh, got some more. No problem. No.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Cava and commissioners, you saved the best for last. That's what's happened. I am the vice president. My name is Kathleen Elliott of Mahogany Youth Corporation, and we connect kids with youth. Fishing's the hook that we use.
And can I borrow your address?
1060 Northwest 85th Street.
1060 Northwest 85th
Yes,
Street?
we reside in District 2,
Okay.
but we work with youth from all of your districts through many of our programs. And I'm standing here to ask for support for the CBOs and also for the Cultural Affairs Department. We have worked with over 50,000 children over our 30-year history. And what we do is teach them life skills, teach them how to stay in school, out of gangs, and off drugs. We are based in Dr. Henry Mack, which is an A school this year for the first time. The principal, Dr. Williams, is a phenomenal principal, and she's brought that school from a C to an A in District 2. So we're very excited about the opportunities to continue to help children to be the best that they can be and to teach them how to stay in school and off drugs. So we're asking you to please support our program, the CBOs, and the Cultural Affairs. That's our ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Quick teachable moment. As the podium becomes available, the next person in line, by way of the sergeant signaling you, come to the podium. That way we can cut some time off. Thank you. I love that suit, by the way.
Cool. Ready? I'm Broswell, Eric H. Broswell, 11979 Southwest 92nd Lane, zip 33186, Miami. I was a 33-year veteran of the Seaport Security Enforcement Division. I urge this body to make sure that it preserves the status of the Seaport Security Enforcement Division as a county entity, which was created by your predecessors in 1978 under State Statute 311.12, County Ordinance 7865. We always worked hand in glove with the various law enforcement agencies, providing safety and security. And we need you to revitalize or restart a training program from which I found out from our officers had stopped 10 years ago. Another thing, budget-wise, please do not get into an agreement between federal immigration and our police. The mission statement of the police is to serve and protect everyone, citizens, residents, and immigrants. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Juan Jose Escalante, 1410 Mercado Avenue, Miami 33146, and I am the Executive Director of Miami City Ballet. Miami-Dade's reputation as a world-class cultural destination depends on your support, and we respectfully ask you to approve the mayor's budget. Protecting the arts and our cultural programs while creating jobs that benefit our entire community is not only the right thing to do, but absolutely a way forward. We are the largest non-for-profit employer of artists and cultural workers in the southeastern United States. We're doing our best to contribute to the vitality of our county and the $2.1 billion our industry collectively generates. Culture is the place you go to invest in, not the place you go for cuts. as the positive return on investment has been provenly repeatedly. Thank you for your leadership and dedication to our county. Your work is much appreciated. Thank you.
And thank you. Hi.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Rebecca Pelham, 1011 Bay Drive, Miami Beach, 33141. And I serve as Executive Director at Engage Miami. I want to thank all of you, and I also want to give a special shout out to the county staff who work so hard providing needed services, and especially those who brought the community in to participate in this budget process during a time of crisis with transparency and access. We appreciate it. We want to see more of it. At Engage, we're all about public participation. In fact, we've already knocked on 25,000 doors asking people about their top issues and registering people to vote. The top issue we hear again and again and again is housing affordability, housing, housing, housing. So the Office of Housing Advocacy is a critical function. It needs to be fully staffed with all 7 staff. And we also want to see the $3 million that was committed for the eviction diversion program. We see how much legal representation matters. And it also matters when people are dealing with deportation and immigration proceedings. Someone with representation is 4 times more likely to be released. So please fund CBOs that provide legal representation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claudia, 12824 Southwest 12th Terrace, 33184, District 11, represented by Commissioner Roberto Gonzalez. I'm a member of the South Florida Anti-War Action Committee, and I'm here to say that this proposed budget and the county's $151 million investment in Israel bonds cannot stand. As residents, we're facing crushing costs of living, especially in housing. Yet instead of funding the Office of Housing Advocacy, which has a 98% success rate in stopping evictions, you balloon the police budget to over $1.1 billion so the sheriff and her gang can further harass our unhoused population, racially profile, and detain immigrants to turn them over to ICE. Instead of investing in transit and community needs, you pour money into politically motivated investments for a settler colony, committing genocide against Palestinians. You must restore funding to essential programs that we rely on to lead dignified lives, rescind the over $100 million increase in the police budget, and refuse to reinvest the $25 million in Israel bonds set to mature on November 1st. Invest those funds towards the dignity of Miami-Dade instead of genocide and police force whose only real function is to control and harass working people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi.
Yay. What's your name?
Samuel Williams.
Samuel, what's your address?
3250 Northwest Miami, Florida 33142.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Don't be. We're good. We're good.
First time.
You ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
In the proposed budget for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, they will receive over $1 billion, while funds for the Office of Neighborhood Safety Community Services Division within the Corrections, Rehabilitation Department, and Treatment Alternatives to Street Crimes Task Operations are being cut and eliminated. This creates an artificial rise in crime rate that the police are funded to protect us from. Our taxes pay for it, and it supports an industrial complex where the state and county benefits from people paying fees to the criminal justice system. Fund these social alternative programs, keep the funding for the police the same. Do not give them another $100 million. You can keep the budget the same as the prior year, and they can still fulfill their duties with the same budget to the prior year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just so that you guys can line up, I'm gonna call Adela Valcaresel, Jepsy Medalis, and Chairman Audrey. Go ahead. Yes, you can go.
Thank you. Good evening. I am so scared right now.
Don't be scared.
Intimidated. This is probably one of the most important days of my life, so I appreciate the active listening.
Just give us your name and your address.
Yes,
and
my
don't
name
worry
is,
about.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My name is Blanquita Quiñones. I think you mispronounced my name, but I think I'm in that list.
Was it the guy with the shiny head who mispronounced your name? I'm gonna tell him about himself later.
Shiny head and the nice smile.
Thank you.
I'm honored to meet you all. It's very, very special to me to be here. It was last minute. I didn't even know. I have no knowledge in politics, finance. I don't manage my money well because I never have any. I have 3 boys that, depend on me. So I'm here to fight for them. My mom always showed me to fight for my rights, and tonight I'm gonna fight for my ride. I walk everywhere. I walk to my 2 jobs. I walk in the rain. I walk in the heat. It is very, very hard to get by, get home, and give love because of the lack of everything that I need. So at least this program, Metro Connect, helps me to keep it moving. It helps me to get places. And yesterday I was able to get my son to the urgent care. He's so sick. They brought me back. I do my groceries. And I'm just humbled to be here to share my experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Good
Blanquita.
evening.
And thank you for coming and sharing with us. Ma'am?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Crystal, and I live in 61st Avenue Northwest and 186th Street.
Crystal Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Crystal.
You can put the time. I will speak.
Put the time.
I notice it's getting uncomfortable hearing us as the time goes by, but imagine how tired we are. Working class to take time to be here, hundreds of lives while you sit there above. Cutting the human service assistance utility program means parents can't keep the lights on for the children. Cutting Metro Connect and bus funding means workers and seniors are stranded. These aren't numbers, these are people's lives. If we cut these, people will die.
Thank you so much.
And as it turns 10 seconds and 15, Miami deserves leaders who hear us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Yes, good evening. Gypsy Metellus, Executive Director of Santla Haitian Neighborhood Center, 515 Northeast 107, Miami. I, of course, want to thank you all, commission members, mayor, and staff for your patience tonight, for your willingness to listen to each and every person who's spoken so far, hopefully with a very open mind. And as I look around this dais, I know that you don't want to be the commission who balances the budget on the backs of vulnerable people. I know you don't want to be that commission. So again, to reiterate what you've heard all evening, we'd like you to, for sure, restore the funding to your community-based partners, the organizations that help you to serve your constituents. We look forward to your support in creating a dedicated source of funding for CBOs. And as difficult as this process has been this year, given what we've been through, I think it's time that we inject into this conversation the possibility that the sheriff's office needs to become its own taxing authority. And so maybe we wouldn't have these issues. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gypsy. Ma'am?
Good evening, Mayor and County Commissioners. I am Adela Valcarcel, residing at 110th Avenue and 14th Street. Okay. I am the daughter of human immigrants, a student at FIU, and a proud alum of Breakthrough Miami. My mom, raising me on her own, wanted so badly to give me every opportunity, but she didn't always know how. Then Breakthrough came through. When I was in elementary school, my friends and I often felt invisible. We didn't have tutors at home or parents who could leave work to attend meetings. BTM gave my mother and I a village when we had no one else. BTM gave me the confidence to see that being low income or a minority didn't mean I was less capable. More than anything, it helped me learn that I had to work harder, that I could succeed. I remember walking into my first BTM session nervous until mentors who looked like me called me a scholar before I even believed in myself ever aligning with that title. Today, my friends and I attend top-ranking universities all across America, embodying the scholar title we carried on our backs while at Breakthrough. FIU, where I currently study at, is ranked top among the best universities in the U.S. These programs are not extras, they are lifelines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chairman Baudre of
of the Miami-Dade Digital Commission and chairman of the Miami-Dade Cryptocurrency Task Force. I am blessed and honored to be with everyone here, and greeting to the commissioners. Leadership is hard. And I definitely commend you all for stepping up to the mantle, especially in these hard times. Good times make soft men. Soft men make hard times. And hard times make hard men or persons. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors, we are definitely in some hard times with some really hard choices. And I, for one, definitely want to show my appreciation to the commissioners and all the leaders who are actually stepping up to take this on. But we don't have to just worry about cuts and how to adjust. As the sunlight glimmers from the crystalline waters of skyscrapers, we hold the dreams of a generation. And my suggestion, as the Cryptocurrency Task Force Chair, we have a solution. We can raise over $1 billion in tokenized public debt. I've already secured $2 billion in underwriting, where we can actually cover the 400 million, but then roll the rest of the 600 million into a Bitcoin strategic reserve. Now is the time. We can get the money. Let's make solutions. Thank you.
Chairman. All right. Anyone's name that I did not call? Anyone's name I did not call? Called everybody's name. All right. With that, public hearing is concluded, and public hearing is now closed. I'm now going to go ahead and open the floor for discussion. And for all those commissioners that would like to speak on the budget, I will call you shortly. But I want to set some remarks. You're not going to, Senator? You're not going to? Thank you. Thank you for your kindness tonight. I want to say just a few things, and I've heard everyone here today. I want to thank everybody for coming out, and especially those that stayed late into the night. And of course, welcome our Sheriff Rosie to Miami-Dade County's chamber. Thank you for being here with us this evening, and thank you to everyone that came out and shared their concerns and stayed this late. Of course, I want to thank the mayor and her staff for working with myself, my team, and to the many, many meetings to find solutions for savings for the budget that's before us today. While I know it's not a perfect budget, and while I know that we're still working through it and we will continue working through it, it has come a long way from its initial version. Guys, my top priorities from day one has been to make sure that our core services are fully funded, and that's public safety, which I'm pleased to announce that we do have an agreement with the sheriff. That's transit, that's public works, parks, etc. And I believe that our responsibility as taxpayers is to ensure residents receive the services they need while keeping taxes low. My very first task as chair was to establish the Appropriations Committee with really three main responsibilities: to review all budget items and policies with a fiscal impact, identify potential savings to reduce overall cost, and ultimately deliver results. And through the committee's hard work, we achieved reductions in water and sewer fees, as well as solid waste fees. And I still challenge the administration, our appropriations chair, and all of us here on this board to continue finding additional savings while we continue moving through this process. I also know that the administration and several commissioners has been working diligently to restore Metro Connect. And I trust and I hope that by our next meeting, if not tonight, we can find a solution to fully restore the right Metro Connect corridors that we need in order to make sure that so many residents that spoke today in favor of it, that they use it, are properly and adequately serviced. I want to thank our tax collector who was with us here earlier today for meeting and working with me to secure over $26 million up front. Something he did not have to do. This is money that he would have returned at the end of next year. And per my memo suggesting that that money be divided mostly to strengthen our reserves, support our cultural organizations and CBOs, eliminate proposed parking fees, and restore all of Parks programming that was originally cut in the initial version of the budget. To our sheriff, again, thank you for working with the administration and myself. As part of a fully funded budget agreement, we were able to redirect over $14 million to fund additional academy classes. This enables hiring of much-needed police officers in the upcoming budget. Thank you, Sheriff. I want to thank our election supervisor, who was also with us here this evening, for the many conversations we've had and for your support in identifying additional funding for this upcoming budget. Together, we identified $3.5 million in savings. Of that amount, $2 million were already being committed to by the administration in their change memo, but that leaves us with another $1.5 million. That combined with the $1.9 million that was outlined in the Commission Auditor's last report from yesterday, I think that should be reinvested into UMSA services that were obviously at risk in this budget as well. And lastly, my position on fee increases and taxes has always been clear. I do not support any fee or tax increases in this budget. I've been clear with that from day one. But I'm not sitting here before you today just stating that we cannot vote for a budget, that we cannot vote for fee increases. But I actually looked for ways to either eliminate certain fees or reduce them, finding solutions. I believe that we need to continue working along with the administration in finding additional savings rather than raising costs for residents. And my reasons for opposing increases have to do with the bigger picture of cumulative increases. I mentioned this yesterday at BCC. It's not about the $4 or $5 increase in solid waste. It's about the aggregate of the 3.5% in water and sewer, of the 50-cent in transit fares, of now no longer the gas tax. Thank you, Mayor, for proposing that. It's the aggregate of these things that I'm fighting for. Not to mention the things that we don't control that are already going up for everyday families, like insurance, groceries, gas, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, I will soon open the floor for my colleagues, but I do want to stay to the mayor and to our colleague, Commissioner Steinberg. I, at least as chairman, I want to reaffirm our county's longstanding commitment to supporting the state of Israel, an ally and a friend, as we have in previous resolutions of this very county and this very board. Our investment in Israel bonds reflects a sound financial decision. In these challenging times, Miami-Dade County stands firmly with the people of Israel and supports their right to live in peace, security, and prosperity. And we remain steadfast in our shared values and enduring partnership. We stand beside you, Commissioner and Madam Mayor. With that, colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor. And there's several ways we could do this. I'm open to suggestions, but I think that the way that I'd like to do it is go around the dais first. Everybody speak everything that you want to speak on the budget. And then once everybody speaks, we'll just go through the items one by one and take a vote. I understand that some of those items may require amendments, and we can take up the amendments when we take up the items. But as far as the discussion of it, I would encourage all of us to have it at the front end of it, so that then we could just move through the items expeditiously thereafter. Is that a nod of heads? Does that sound fair? All right. With that, I'm going to first recognize Commissioner Steinberg.
Thank you. Well, I guess I'll just make a statement because, you kind of just kicked us off and set the stage. I will address something that was said tonight. And, I know it's important to many of our residents, and something has been mentioned over, a few times this evening that's actually not in our budget. We're not actually voting on it, but I think it's important to kind of put the facts out there. I think the facts are very important. As it relates to Israel bonds, they've been around since the 1950s. They were first purchased by Miami-Dade County in 2016, and actually expanded that purchase by Mayor Cava under her authority in 2023. These bonds have an average yield, so if people understand, these bonds have an average yield of 5.01%, which is actually very competitive and higher than many federal agency bonds, about 30 to 50 basis points. They are also investment grade quality. Our portfolio has sufficient liquidity. And so for those who don't understand, the bonds don't actually have a budgetary impact. The monies used to purchase these bonds are not available to fill any budgetary gap. They are a completely separate portfolio. So we've also checked, everything is legally compliant. So I do reject the inaccurate and offensive narrative that's being portrayed. My support is based on the investment's quality and also, of course, the support for our only ally that is the only democracy in the Middle East. So I pray that the war ends soon, that all the hostages are returned home, and that everyone can find peace. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we stand with you. All right, with that, I'm going to start. I imagine everyone's going to speak on the budget tonight, but I guess I'll ask our Appropriations Chair, Commissioner Regalado, would you like to lead as the first? Would you like to go last? What is your preference being the Appropriations Chair? But I ask that because my goal.
Last is probably better with me.
I think so, because my goal is that we have one bite at the apple.
That might work better for everyone.
I think so. If you go first, I think you're going to want to jump in and after everybody. And
I will take notes.
yeah. So with that, I'll just start from my far left. Senator Garcia, would you like to kick off?
Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate, and yes, I for one will say that they appreciate the comments of standing with Israel and standing with our friend and colleague on the dais. And our mayor, and it's not only about that, it's about doing the right thing, and it really is about the return on investment that we're getting. People need to understand what that really is all about, instead of making a political issue of it. But the reality is, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Madam Mayor, I do appreciate the restoring of a lot of the cuts that we've seen in our budget. However, I do have a little concern with the original budget that was presented to us. A budget reflects the priorities of a community. A budget reflects where we want to put our money. And the reality is that for someone that says that we care about our people, social workers, the CBOs and cultural arts, and we know the return of investment that we get with cultural arts, we know that the arts play an important role in our community. And if we want to be a community in a metropolitan area, a cosmopolitan area, want to attract more businesses, we want to attract more people living here, that's not the first place that we go to cut. We were presented a budget with all these different cuts, and then we go out to the radio, go out to the TV and says, this is the commission's budget. I just present a budget. Okay, we present a budget, and members, it's up to us then. If the mayor presents a budget, and we're the ones that have to ratify the budget, then I think it's incumbent upon us to find the numbers. But it's hard for me to be able to come up with some numbers, and I appreciate the presentation that Commissioner Regalado did the other day, and I would ask you not to leave because it's important for us to understand. No, you can hear me from the bathroom, go to the bathroom then. But it's important to understand that as when we do budgets, you have two. But what you can do is either cut, or you can raise taxes. And I guess the policy of this county commission is not to raise taxes. But yet, when I ask for the funded open positions, it's always been very difficult to get that. And I know people say, don't fall on the sword on the open funded positions, but that is part of where we can find a lot of these funds. That is where I've seen that we're asking more and more money from parks, we're asking more and more money from cultural affairs, we're asking more and more money from our CBOs, but yet why are we not seeing these funded positions use that money to reinvest in our budgets, to reinvest in the same organizations that we say that we really care about? And this is where I have some difficulties, Mr. Chairman. And I know you want us just to take one bite at the apple here, but it's going to be very difficult to just do that, because when we now start looking at these numbers, I want to see, because in solid waste, perfect example, we had this debate last week, or yesterday actually, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Oh, it's been a long time. So we had this debate yesterday, and when a question was asked of the administration, whether or not these open funded positions had a value attached to it, it went back and forth. And Carl Denise, thank you for your candid answering of the question. He said there is some dollars associated with these funded positions. So why not use that opportunity for those positions to help us fund our budget, to help us close those gaps. Yes, I want to thank the sheriff's office, I want to thank the supervisor of elections and tax collector and everyone that gave some money to help us take care of these gaps, but it's not just them, it's us. And it's hard for us to create a budget when we don't actually have the right numbers. We've been asking for detailed line-by-line items, budgets, and we're yet to get them. As a matter of fact, I think it's in our charter that they are supposed to, when I say they, Madam Mayor, again, I said it earlier, it's been a couple of years in the making, 2 decades in the making, that we don't get these line-by-line budgets. And how can the public trust in our ability to do a budget when we can't give them the actual numbers? When we can't tell them exactly where every single dime is being spent? That, to me, is just not right. It's not good public policy, and it begs to, the question needs to be asked, why? Why can't we get those numbers? The chairman talked about increases. You know, this is not just about one increase here or another increase here, it's the aggregate. And our people are hurting. And when we look at, people are hurting and they can't hurt anymore. So my question to you, Mr. Chairman, is, Madam Mayor, do we have a list of all the funded positions that have been open for more than 6 months?
Through the chair. Thank you, Senator. I believe that we sent you that list on Friday, and we do indeed have that list. And as I explained at our last meeting when it came up, it's a moment in time. It's a snapshot in time. Vacancies come and go. We have people leave through retirement, through taking another job, et cetera, and we fill those jobs. We also had positions that we waited to fill until we had these budget discussions. So we did send, and a good number of them are public safety jobs. They're jobs in our corrections department, in our fire department.
But what is the number associated with that? Can someone give me a number associated
absolutely.
with that?
We have the numbers.
The public needs to know what that is.
Yes, and we did send the list on Friday.
Okay, so if we have the list on Friday, can we give the list to the public?
Yes, who was it circulated to? Okay, please, go ahead, David, please. Our budget director, David Clodfelter.
The list that I sent, Commissioner, on Friday had all the departments and vacancies listed with the funded and unfunded amounts.
What would that total be?
The entire, including both fund, it was broke down in general fund and other funding. The general fund piece was 23 million, and the remaining other funded, which includes proprietaries and other restricted funds, 112.
And if I could just add a little color to this situation. We're talking about positions in juvenile services that counsel our children. We're talking about animal services positions that deal with stray animals. We're talking about potholes in the neighborhoods.
But Madam Mayor, you see, this is where I start getting frustrated, because your budget, you talk about all these great programs that we're trying to fund now, and we don't want to touch these positions because these are great positions to help our community, but yet the organizations that really help our community, the CBO organizations that help foster care children, that help the disabled, that help individuals with disabilities, children with autism, those are the first organizations that you cut. And yet now you're telling me that we're trying to save these groups? This is where I think it's a little misleading in the way that we're crafting this budget. And this is where you're hearing the frustration in my voice right now, because we have all these organizations that now we're saying we're trying to help them, we're trying to fund them, and I'm trying to help you to tell me where we have these open funded positions, and yet we get these numbers, and the first number that was sent to us was sent in a PDF form, that we hardly could see the numbers.
Senator.
That we had to ask for an Excel
Senator, we had a $402 million gap, as you know. We went through this budget for months. Every department came up with 10 to 20% cuts. We presented to you a balanced budget on July 15th. Subsequent to that, funds were identified that were surplus from constitutional offices, and we were able to restore programming. And we proposed a level that brought us to where we are today with the change memo. Obviously, I am personally heartbroken. Many of the organizations that have presented today are organizations that I either founded or served on the board or collaborated with for decades. It is personally painful to me to be in a situation where I had to choose between running buses, filling potholes, or providing for our nonprofit partners. I'm so grateful to this board for coming up with creative ideas to create new revenue streams. Anything we do today to plug holes for nonprofit organizations will be one-time funding. We have no guarantee at this time of long-term funding. This is a new reality. We have to spread these dollars across new offices, and we need to look to the future. This is not a sustainable solution. Nonetheless, I support efforts that we can make to provide more support for these vital community organizations.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Madam Mayor, I do appreciate saying that this is a one-time issue, and I get it. We've been talking about this for a while. We've known that we were going to have these budget shortfalls this year for the last 5 years. And yet, what have we done? We haven't done anything to cut our budget. We see the growth of government since you became mayor. We continue to see the growth year after year, and yet we don't see expenditures going down.
Okay,
and this
I'm sorry, Senator.
Matt, hold on, one moment, please. Senator,
this is what I don't think I want to get
no, Senator, are you done, or are you going to go ahead? Keep going.
No. This is what I don't want to get in a back and forth. This is our budget. Let's try to get these numbers down to a T and figure out where we can find some savings. Because I don't want to do that. I don't want to get into a back and forth with the mayor. I get it. I just don't think it was right to cut all these services at the front end, but it's fine, you did it, and we restored some funding, and it's perfectly fine. But no, we need to do a better job, and we are not going to raise taxes, but we need to shrink the size of government. We can't continue to grow. We don't have a revenue problem, we have an expenditure problem. That's exactly what we have. And yet, what have we done in this budget right now to ensure that the next 5 years, we're going to be okay? We're going to be right here at this same point if we don't do something today. We'll be here next year doing the same thing. So, Mr. Chairman, I know you said you want to go around the table, but we need to find out where can we find some of these open positions, what's the value associated with them. I don't want to take it away. You know, some of these administrative positions that have been open, I don't even know how long they've been open for.
Through the chair.
You're recognized, Mayor.
Thank you. It is true that I propose a budget, and this board passes a budget. And for the 4 years, and now the 5th year that I'm in office, we have presented to you a balanced budget. Many of the items in our budget are directives from this board. We run a county government. We use the funds that we legitimately raise from the public. We lowered the tax rate 2 years in a row. We have identified positions that are currently vacant, but that we say are essential for the services that our people expect. We cut our budgets in the general fund, every department 10 to 20%. So it is not accurate to say we have done nothing to cut our proposed budget. And ultimately, we are fulfilling directives that come from this board, and the board passes them. So just some additional examples. Overtime. If we don't fill positions, then we use overtime. That costs more. It's penny wise and pound foolish. If we freeze vacancies, we're going to have to do more of that. We're going to have to find other ways to provide those essential services. If we don't have funds for transit, we're going to have to eliminate routes. People want to expand transit. They want to continue Metro Connect. How are we going to do that if we don't raise fares, which we haven't done for over 10 years? These are modest increases that are necessary to maintain the level of services. We have also provided housing. We've helped to stabilize rental housing prices in this county for the investments that have been made at your direction to make sure that we could have more housing that people could afford. We've increased transit ridership through the investments that you have directed and you have approved. We have done more to fill potholes at your direction, et cetera. So yes, that's where we are.
I appreciate that, but when you see, this is how we're going to get back and forth. This is our commission. This is our budget, right? So can we have an honest conversation amongst ourselves as to where we're going to find some of these savings? Can we find out, because when the mayor talks about overtime, do we know how long these positions have been open? It's just it's a snapshot. But do we know, how do we not know the positions in each director's department have not been, the length of time that they've been open? How can they not give us that information, Mr. Chairman? This is where,
I think they have that, they should have that information.
Yes, through the chair. Certainly, we have positions that we did not fill deliberately, waiting for this budget discussion. We also eliminated positions.
Madam Mayor, can we get every director to come up here and tell us exactly how many positions they have open and the length of time that they've been open?
As I'm going to ask Carla Denise to address that, I do want to say this. I know that you all are very interested in knowing what are positions that could be eliminated. And may I suggest, there are also positions in the commission budget that are vacant, and you should look to those as well.
And Senator, when you're,
Listen, let's go for it.
well, for the record, we've been pretty lean on the office of the chair side, but, all right, are you still at it? Yes?
Yes.
No, I'm just asking.
Can they give us a number?
Okay.
Can we figure out where it is that we can have, and listen, Commissioner Tagalao, what are the numbers? You are the chair. What are the numbers that we have to go around here? What can we do? Because.
Well, no, don't get her going yet. Hold on.
Right, but that I'm asking her so she can write it down.
Yeah, she could write it down for her turn. Write it down. Take a note. Chief Edwards has taken the seat so that she can respond to you, though, Senator. Hopefully, a thorough response that satisfies at least the answer, whether it's satisfactory or not to what you're getting to. But Chief Edwards.
Thank you, through the chair. Senator, I'm a little concerned I may not be able to answer your question, but I will do the best that I can. At the point in time that we took the snapshot, and I think it took us a while to get you the data because things change every day. There were 191 funded vacant positions in the general fund. Is that correct? Right. Those positions totaled $23 million. Through this budgeting process, we have frozen or eliminated over $184 million worth of vacant positions. The ones that we kept, the 191, are because those are rolling vacancies, meaning somebody leaves, we need to replace them. They're driving a bus, they're working in corrections, they're providing critical services and procurement. We have people who have left and gone to constitutional offices. We have people who have retired. As you know, there are 100,000 people a day turning 65. Many of them work for Miami-Dade County. We have to replace them in order to maintain the level of services, which is what the mayor was describing. Based on our desire to fulfill our fiduciary responsibility and give this community what they need, we think it would be irresponsible to sweep those 191, that could be different today, the number that we gave you last week, the funding associated with them, because we are in the process of trying to recruit and fill those jobs so that the work that needs to be done can be done. That's where we are. 191, about 23 million. To date, we have taken out of the budget $184 million. We have taken that money and we have used it, as you said, to try to fund the programs and services, including CBOs, including arts and culture, including filling potholes, but there's still more work to be done. There's more work to do than there is money available to do it. That's where we are.
This is where it gets, and I appreciate that, but the fact that we still can't take a surgical approach to looking at all these positions and we're taking generalities, that's what becomes very difficult. You know, so you said you did that. Mr. Chairman, what is the game plan then? What is our game plan? Is our game plan then now to try to go through this budget? Because, like, for me, it's important to try to figure out if we can find some funding to restore the cultural arts. It's good to try to restore, you know, my priorities is also going to be with fire and trying to see if we can take care of the issue with the county-wide expense as opposed to the fire department expense on the air rescue. That, to me, is a priority. Trying to fund some of these legacy projects that we have, of the CBOs. In particular, one is Farm Share. Farm Share is an organization that feeds families, especially now when we're having some difficult times that I know we're going to enter. If the county's entering these difficult times, imagine what our families are going to enter. And these organizations that have a countywide impact are ones that we should be helping. I'm glad that we helped with the parks, but how do you want us to approach this then? How are we supposed to try to get, are we supposed to negotiate not with the mayor? Are we supposed to negotiate with each other? This is where I just don't understand what the rules of engagement are for us.
Well, I think we're the policymakers. So I think exactly what the mayor actually explained what it was, right? She proposes a budget and we approve it, right? And in that, and within that, or disapprove it. And within that process, we debate it and we move things around. And to your point, we either increase taxes or fees or reduce it from another line item. So with that, I guess I'm going to give the administration some time to, I know there's some other questions that you asked in that for them to kind of compile, and I'll jump around, unless there's another silo that you want to discuss, but I'll jump around to someone else.
Mr. Chair, can I just get clarification on something?
Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure if the senator is, yes, give me 1 second. Hold on.
Look, Mr. Chairman, I just, the frustration that you hear in my voice is part of process. For me, it's hard to try to come up with budgets, but I'm going back to it again, when we don't have a line by line, when it's all detailed up in certain categories. I don't understand the fear for any of us to have a line by line budget. And maybe hopefully next year, they'll follow the charter and start providing line-by-line budgets. So the public can see, so we can see, so the organizations that are out there can see exactly where these dollars are being spent. And we do have to figure out a way in this budget cycle, if we don't want to be here next year, how we're going to decrease the size of government that we have right now. We need to do something that is fair and right for the people of this county if they are going to continue to receive the services they're receiving right now. So, again, my priorities, I've mentioned them already, what my priorities are, and I'm going to go through some of continue to go through some of these budgets lines that we have here and see if we can find additional dollars so we can try to help protect the most vulnerable of this community, one, and number two, make sure that we don't continue to raise fees and taxes on the taxpayers, and make sure that we have services available to the residents of Miami-Dade County. So sorry, Mr. Chairman, go do your
rounds,
and then hopefully we can come back and have an honest conversation of what we think we should be doing.
I think that's the idea. With that, Commissioner Gonzalez, you want a clarification on a statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not going to take the senator's time. I just want a quick clarification because I think Chief Edwards can definitely clarify something. Chief Edwards, on August 29th, you're right, because I received a report from the budget director detailing about 180 vacant positions that are funded from the general fund, and I'm looking at the memo, and the memo says that those 180 positions are at 23 million. So today we received the memo, and we've added 9 positions, right? And so it's at 191. Are we still at 23 million with those extra 9 positions, or can you identify what the amount for those extra 9 positions are, or maybe it's just a typo?
No, it's actually an excellent question through the chair.
You're recognized.
The reason that we're struggling with sweeping is because we have to create an estimate based on the salary range. So as I said, to the point, the number of people who resign, retire, or terminate on a daily basis changes. There are over 30,000 employees affiliated with Miami-Dade County, whether with us or with one of the constitutional offices. So if you can imagine, every day that number is changing. I cannot necessarily plug an exact number because I might be able to hire somebody tomorrow that's getting paid less than the previous person, or I might have to pay them more. So we use salary ranges based on the pay grade to come up with an estimate that then is attributed to the number of positions. So there's a very detailed spreadsheet with pivot tables that has every position, the pay grades, what the person who was in the position is getting paid, and then what we may estimate the future salary would be for a replacement in that position. So in some cases, when somebody leaves, we can hire at less. And in other cases, because it might be a very highly skilled or technical person, we might need to pay them more.
Got it. But then, so as far as the general fund dollars allocated for that, we don't have a number for that right now. Is that what you're saying?
I have the number based on the spreadsheet that was created. Was it Friday?
Yeah, I think it was last week, but that's only for 180 positions. We just don't have it for the 191 positions right now. Is that what you're saying?
I believe what we did, and let me look at the number. Is it here? So 182 was 23 million. Yeah. So it was last Friday. It was 182, and the
Right.
exact
And today we're at 191.
23 million.
Right.
$86,702. That was the estimate based on the salary ranges.
Right, for the 182
Correct.
positions.
When they ran this report
Right.
today, the number went up, but if you look at the range, it's not statistically significant enough
Okay.
for me to say the number is millions of dollars more.
Okay. So it's about 23 million,
Correct.
even with those 9 positions.
Right, but I can tell, it was 182 equals, if you want to do the math, 182 equals $23,086,702 as of Friday, based on the nature of the positions that were vacant when we ran that report.
Got it. And so now that we're at 191, it's going to be a little bit more, but it's not going to be 24 million.
Well, I mean, the medical examiner, he's retiring, we pay him $1 gazillion. No, just joke. You guys don't have a sense of humor at this point in time. But the point that I'm making is that, we have people leaving, their salaries fluctuate.
But Chief, I think you might be making the commissioner's point actually. Is the medical examiner's now new vacancy
Are we calculating
part of the 182 or part of the 191?
The good news is that he has a successor, so.
Okay.
Right.
So
But,
it's a
but I
lateral.
think his question is, was that already calculated into the 182, or are we going to have to calculate that into the 191? Or the extra 9 positions? I'm sorry.
Do you understand his question? I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand, because he's saying is that
Yeah,
he's saying
so-
191 should be more than 23.
But the example you have is filled, and it's gonna be filled because it's.
All right, Chief, be prepared for when the commissioner has his
I'm
actual
sorry.
time.
I'm sorry, through the chair. I think what you're asking me is the difference between 182 and 191.
Yes.
So I could, if you did a, yeah, yes, if you give us some time, we'll come up with the number.
Awesome. You know what? Last thing. If you could please get me that number, and I also want I want a report on all the vacant positions that have been open for more than 6 months. By next week, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, I'll.
All right, so I can go from my left to my right. I can bounce around. Commissioner
This is 191, and this is X, 182. X.
Hardiman? Later? All right, Commissioner Bastien? Go ahead, let's do it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Tonight, I'm speaking not just as a county commissioner, but as a voice for thousands of residents who are too often unheard. Those who ride our buses to work, who rely on our programs to survive, and who live on fixed incomes. counting every dollar and every cent. When this budget was first presented to me, I qualified it as a budget without a soul. I commend the mayor and her staff for making some progress, but I still have grave concerns. I want to reiterate the importance of developing an equitable budget that supports greater housing affordability, enhance public safety in neighborhoods, improve vital infrastructure, invest in our arts, invest in our community, our organizations, our safety nets, and expand transportation options. As we all know, Miami-Dade County faces several challenges, including rising housing costs, gun violence, and limited mobility. These challenges disproportionately impact our most vulnerable residents, especially low-income families, seniors on fixed incomes, and people with disabilities. As most of you know, I represent District 2. For decades, my district has been underserved and under-resourced. Roads have gone unpaved, unreplaced lights present dangerous driving conditions at night. The district has a large number of residents that are struggling with housing and security, limited public transportation options, and higher rents without any type of relief. Every year, the budget provides an opportunity to fix those wrongs. Every year, I see that we do not. Affordable housing is a critical need in our community, not only in my district, in many districts. Today, too many of our families are struggling to make ends meet and are forced to choose between paying rent and putting food on the table. That is why we must invest in affordable housing that help people stay in their homes and build a better future for themselves and their families. We must also face the facts that when programs are developed and don't perform with the intended results, we must provide new solutions that address our community's long-term and short-term housing needs. Through August 14, 2025, District 2 has the most unduplicated reports logged by the County Homeless Reporting Tool, which is designed to engage individuals experiencing homelessness in Miami-Dade County in a non-threatening and trauma-informed way. We can no longer ignore those stats. We can no longer ignore the roads that need resurfacing or the sidewalks that need repairs. OMSA has many streets that are consistently patched. They are patched today. After a few days, they are worse than before. However, we must begin working on a comprehensive plan to address the resurfacing of our roads and stormwater drainage permanently. This budget can be the start of our investment in repairing roads in OMSA, similar to those the administration is working on adequately providing recommendations to address poorly lit areas within OMSA. To be clear, there are no allocations within this budget to address the crumbling infrastructure in District 2. To the administration, you have almost 38 million allocated to arterial roads and none in District 2. These are policy choices that are being made. We have chosen for decades to underfund communities like mine, communities in District 2. And as I see it, this budget only continues this trend, and I have had enough of it. Enough is enough. Residents come to my office on a regular basis speak our community meetings, and talk on social media about how neglected they feel by our county. They feel like they hold up their end of the bargain by paying their taxes and doing their best to abide by the law. They do not feel that county government holds their end of the bargain adequately, funding services that they need. As a matter of fact, as this budget shows, they seem to be the last ones being considered, and that is unacceptable. There are many communities across the county with very similar stories. It's not only in District 2. Many communities who have people who will be hit by the proposed cuts in services, basic services, and increase in fees, including those who are low income, our seniors, our workers, those who are on fixed income, including Miami-Dade County staff. Including Miami-Dade County staff. The proposed 50 cents increase in transit fares from $2.25 to $2.75 may seem modest to some, but to daily riders, that is an additional $325 a year. Residential water and sewer rates are going up at an average rate of $25 to $40 a year. For someone living on Social Security, disability, or a dollar or minimum wage, who have minimum wage jobs, this is groceries that they cannot put on the table. This is medication that they cannot purchase. That's the contributions that they will not be able to make for rent. These increases mostly affect our working families who often work 2, 3 jobs and can still make it. It affects our veterans, our working families who are already struggling to keep with the rising costs and stagnant wages, which is an issue that we rarely discuss. Cost increases, and then the wages remain stagnant. District 2 is one of the districts that stands to lose the most with the elimination of Metro Connect, which has been a lifeline for many in the county, and we heard the people today. They need to connect from one area to the other. It breaks my heart sometimes to see them working in the rain or in the sun. Each department may feel like, this is, a modest ask. 50 cents cannot be that bad. With 50 cents, you cannot even buy a soda. With $7, you cannot buy a meal a few blocks from the streets from this center. But when every service is raising costs on residents and wages are not keeping up, we are breaking the backs of the very people we were elected and were sworn to serve. I repeat, I refuse to believe that we have to balance our budget on the backs of the impoverished and our seniors and those on fixed incomes in Miami-Dade County. I refuse to believe that we have to settle for a government that does not just enough to get by, but not nearly enough to make a material difference for the better in our people's lives, including those who serve us. I have talked to many community-based organizations. They've met with me. They are horrified by the cuts. I've talked to people representing the arts. I've talked to veterans. I've talked to our elderlies. They are lifelines for many in our county. They are the organizations, I'm talking about the CBOs, they are the safety net. They are the organizations that stepped in when government cannot. And yet, look at what's going on right now. They provide mental health services, job training, food assistance, housing support, and so much more. And you've heard them tonight, colleagues, you've heard them tonight. These are not optional programs. They are essential. And cutting their funding is not just short-sighted, it is dangerous. It is dangerous. We must prioritize those organizations that keep our families whole, that keep our communities strong. Tonight, we saw firsthand how impactful CBOs are. You heard them. Organizations and residents alike have proven to us. They share their experiences. It was heartbreaking. We must fund them. We must restore our art programs. We must do better. Because when we invest in them, we invest in prevention, we invest in dignity, we invest in the long-term health of our community. We can do better and we shall do better. As we know, colleagues, a budget is not a moral document. It reflects our values. And in this moment, we must choose compassion over convenience, equity, and expediency. We must reject regressive fee increases that punish the poor, that punish those who are already suffering. We must fully fund community-based organizations or art programs in the communities. We must invest in the most vulnerable. We must invest in our working families. We must invest in our workers who have been serving this county. We are losing their jobs, and then they don't even know where they're going to find the next opportunity. We must protect critical services that are the backbone of our community, and we must do so with transparency. We must do so with courage and with the understanding that our decisions today will echo for years to come. In closing, Madam Mayor and staff, colleagues, to all the residents of Miami-Dade County, we hear your voices. Your voices matter. Your struggle matter, and your resilience inspire us. And I'm going to close on that note. As we continue to look into this budget, as we continue to find the soul in this budget, we must stay committed to provide funding for affordable housing development and preservation, increase public safety on our streets, funding programs that address the root cause of crime and poverty, repair and improve our roads, neighborhoods, public transportation, invest in programs that make families whole, and prioritize. We must prioritize the residents of Miami-Dade County. After all, they are our best assets. I know this budget is a process, and I'm going to end on this note. There's a lot of work to be done. There is a lot of work to Madam Mayor, and staff. There is a lot of work to be done. But we cannot balance this budget on the back of our most important assets. We cannot. And I'm looking forward to the discussions so we can have a balanced, fair, and equitable budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so I'm going to continue the crisscross. I'm going to go with Commissioner Higgins. You have the floor.
Hello. Well, all I can say is since July, things have improved, right, colleagues? And I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank the administration, mayor, our constitutional officers, our partners. You know, now that we used to have one united government, now we have 6 governments. When people voted for that, they thought it was a good idea, but they forgot it was going to cost them more. So unfortunately, that means we have some rough decisions to make. And as many of us have mentioned, that means we've got to make government a little bit skinnier without harming the most vulnerable people in our community. And I think we are not there on this funding of our community-based organizations. And between now and the 18th, I think the 18th is the next day, we need to get a heck of a lot closer on the community-based organizations than we are now. And, you know, you've heard it all today from, you know, keeping kids safe, keeping kids, you know, improving kids' reading, making sure people are saved from mental health and drug addiction services or drug addiction problems. And basically the path is, their job is to propel people to economic prosperity. And this is a big cliff to be 30% short on that. So I get you on what you're saying about the vacancies, that, you know, like somebody retires today and they're doing an important job and you're going to take a couple months by the time you maybe find a good person and they give their 2 weeks notice and get hired. But I do encourage you to, you know, dig a little more deeply in there to see if we can save there for our friends in the CBO world. Thank you, Mayor, for putting the eviction diversion services back in at the same level as last year. I think that's very important. We heard that from many, many people that, as Commissioner Bastian said, the folks that are facing these services never have legal representation, and their landlords always do. And keeping people in their homes pretty bloody important. Metro Connect. I promised you last time that I would work with the administration to come up with something that doesn't cost $11 million, but provides substantial savings, but does the best it can to keep service levels high in the parts of our county that don't have fixed route services, because there's not enough density of population. And you know, Commissioner Bastian certainly has a district. Mr. Chairman, you have that. But Commissioner Bermudez, who's not here tonight, has also brought this up. So I am pleased to say the department has done a lot of work on that. They're coming up with 5 or 6 models that would fit a little bit better into our budget. And they have assured me that we will have a solution by the 20th. So fear not. I think there's a solution coming that will be workable for everyone, and will also save money over the prior service. So on the CBOs, I think as Senator Garcia was saying, we have got to get closer for those people. So between now and the next budget hearing, you know, you're going to need to dig around to help with that. We just have to. And if you got to dip into the FIFA funds to do it, dip into the FIFA funds. Like, you know, FIFA's going to matter. We need to pay for it. I voted to provide some services for it. I still believe that we need to make sure that that event is excellent, is safe for people to attend and participate in, but not at, you know, but I like our residents more. So that's my feeling on that. So you feel free to look around there. That would not hurt my feelings very much. And then I know this is a very small amount. We have a new source of revenue in the county from our school zone cameras. I voted against that item, but that revenue source is divided into 13 piles. It wasn't going back into the general fund. By the way, it's many, many, many millions of dollars. I don't represent much of UMSA, so mine's a very small amount. But Madam Mayor, I would like to amend the county budget to reallocate the school zone speed detection system distribution for District 5 to the countywide general fund to fund community-based organizations for eligible public safety initiatives. And I think there's any relevant portions of items C, E, and H. Did I get that right? Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up from the attorneys, are amended accordingly. And so it's not a huge contribution, but it'll put a little bit back into the CBO pot. Thank you. And I would appreciate a second on my amendment when we get there. Thank you. So that's it. You guys have any questions on Metro Connect? You're okay if we get something, you know, we'll have a memo and everything ready for you before the meeting. You won't be surprised at the meeting.
And you have an amendment for later?
Yeah, just what I read. I'm just going to return my school zone money to the pot for CBOs.
Oh, okay, all right.
So we won't keep it in the district. Okay, thanks.
All right. Of course, to the extent that it's allowed by the state of Florida.
Yeah, no, it's for eligible public safety initiatives.
Correct, yes. All right, so
The attorneys wrote it.
Commissioner Orbis?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I said it before, you know, budgets should reflect our values, but I don't think this one does. And it has come a long way, but it hasn't been painless. And I think that this has been a lesson in how we plan for our county's future. So I'm glad that together we have eliminated the proposed gas tax increase and stopped the new parking charges at Tropical Park and 80 Barnes, which is in my district, and that we have fully funded the sheriff's office. These are important wins for our residents. At the same time, I remain deeply concerned about how our fire district is being treated. Anything that weakens the ability of our firefighters to save lives troubles me, because public safety is the very foundation of our community. We can't have anything else without that. No social programs, no parks, no trash collection, no good times without safety. And residents who pay into the fire district should not be asked to shoulder the costs of services outside their district. Circling back to parks, I asked for a list of programming that had been proposed to be eliminated and what was proposed to be restored, and I still have not received that. It was very vague. We have invested a lot into our parks, especially in my district, and we can't just let them go to disrepair. There are proposed cuts to our athletic fields and equipment, and I think we need to get clarity on what is being cut and what is being restored. I also, at the Committee of the Whole, I mentioned making some adjustments where we found certain things that just didn't make sense, like $500,000 to support efforts relating to the Resilient 305 strategy, $100,000 for the Biscayne Bay marketing, $250,000 for the extreme heat marketing program. And during that meeting, I think the message was clear that we didn't need those things and that we would find a way to reduce them. They are still there. They haven't been adjusted. So I wanted to ask if that is going to be adjusted before the next budget meeting. Did you want to address that now?
Through the chair. We certainly will look at those items, and you know, if it's general fund, we certainly would want to see if there's a way to recapture general fund dollars.
Okay. The last thing I'll mention is the Ludlam Trail. This budget asks us to waive the allocation to the Ludlam Trail Trust Fund, which is an ordinance that was created and approved by this county commission to provide an annual allocation into that trust fund, which is to develop the Ludlam Trail, which was promised to our residents. It is a priority for me and the residents of District 6 and all of our community, because it will have a potential positive impact on our community, connecting the underline, and the entire Miami loop with the Ludlam Trail. We cannot continue to put that on the back burner. Those funds will be used for the construction and operations of the trail. And as such, I direct the administration to figure out a way to restore the funds prior to the second budget meeting via the second budget memo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gilbert. I mean, I could come back to you if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually didn't prepare remarks or actually plan to speak at this budget hearing. But after listening to all the public comment and listening to some of the comments from my colleagues. I think that maybe some expectation setting and responsibility setting is probably appropriate. I appreciate everyone who spoke here tonight. It was over 200 people, right? It was a lot of people. You're welcome at every meeting of the county commission. Let me suggest that you come to the one where we actually set the maximum millage. So what happens, and I've done this as a mayor in Miami Gardens, and now I do it as a county commissioner, folks always come and say, to the hearing to say what they want, but never come to the hearing that establishes how you actually pay for it. That was a meeting a couple of months ago when the people on this dais sat here and decided essentially what the maximum millage would be. No one on this dais is against defunding anything that you spoke about, literally anything. From the firefighters, to the sheriffs, to the CBOs, to the cultural arts. We funded those things in the past. The reason why you can ask for 100% funding is because we funded them in the past. We believe in those things. But it's not like a zero-sum situation. We have a limited amount of money, and that was decided based on fundamentally the millage that we established about a month ago. Or a month and a half ago. I just, yeah, it keeps it flat. So I'm okay with folks coming telling me what they want, but I also want you to come and tell us how much we can actually charge to pay for it. Because everything that we pay for, whether it's Metro Connect or CBOs or cultural arts, we're doing it either from a fee perspective or a tax perspective. That means we're charging you more, we're raising the rates for SDS or the buses or the metro rails, or in the alternative, we're charging a slightly higher millage. That's the fundamental of governing it, and I don't know that we fully accept that or we actually adequately explain that to the folks in this audience. Those are the choices. We can charge everybody a little bit more, or we can charge the individual user slightly more. That's how we pay for things. We want to fund everything. We're not choosing to defund anything. There's a difference between what we want to do and what we're obliged to do. And I've heard from my colleague, and I appreciate it, I've heard in the past, maybe month or so, the idea of defunding our World Cup obligations. I saw where the mayor said I was the person who put it in the mid-year. I was. It was my item, I was. And this is why I put it in me. It was an obligation. I would have never submitted the bid. This mayor might have never submitted the bid for the World Cup. This county submitted a bid. This county submitted a bid, and the bid was accepted. It is an obligation. That means we actually do it. That means we actually sent something and it said, we will do these things if you promise to come here. We bid against other cities. No one wants to say that. I'm not afraid of saying that. I'm a football person. I'm like an American football person. I'm not a soccer person. But in the real world, when this county gives their word, we actually keep it. It's an obligation. Commissioner Regalado and the mayor and some other folks on this dais, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, have been saying for a while that this budget was coming to a head. And they've been saying for a while that we need to make some serious decisions about how we actually fund things. To the CBOs and the cultural organizations who are seeing reductions in their revenues from us, we're going to try to mitigate that. everybody who said we want 100% funding, you're living in a different universe. We can't do that right now. Maybe we can get back to it. But that's hard right now. We're going to do the best we can. The mayor has been saying for the past 4 years that you were being funded with non-recurring revenues and you shouldn't count on them for coming years. This is the point that she was talking about. I appreciate the passion for my colleagues. Commissioner Bastian and I admire your passion. You've been doing it for decades. You've been powering this community with your service for decades, and I admire that. In the real world, we can't write a check with that. We have to decide and figure out what's a dedicated revenue source for our CBOs and our cultural organizations. And it can't be out of existing revenues, because the existing revenues are actually obligated to other things. Like, these are the real conversations that it's too hard to tweet, that I can't put on an Instagram, or Doug's not going to really cover in an article. Hey, Doug. Doug's not going to really cover in an article in this way. But this is the real conversation. If you want, you can't have recurring activities that you know you have to do without having recurring revenue to support it. So that means my colleagues up here who are actually up here and voting for this, you need to show up when we're setting the millage and determining what those recurring revenues are, to actually give them the political coverage, to say, hey, our residents need this, our residents want this. I love that you all are here today when we're deciding how the money is spent. I would have loved more if you were here when we decided how much money we had to spend. Because that was the point when we actually determined what the county would look like. Right now, we're this Metro Connect and rating the TID, which I am particularly against. I'll support it because I understand that we have to do it this year. But it's not a good idea because we can never build a better rapid transit system by rating the TID. But I understand we're in a tough spot this year, so okay, let's take money out of the TID. I understand the problem. I don't see William McAllister. I don't see him back there right now. Yeah, he's short. I see him right now. Yeah. We need to work something out. We need to work it out. And it needs to be with this dais because we're the policymakers. But we need to all come to the rapid understanding that it's not going to be easy this year, and it's going to be uncomfortable. We have to come to that. And that's not something that the mayor chooses, because she really is a social worker at heart. I have conversations with her every day. She wants to figure it out at heart for everybody. Sometimes that's not possible. The chairman wants to figure it out for everybody, but sometimes that's not possible. My colleagues, they want to figure it out for everybody, but sometimes that's not possible. What's possible is right now just doing the best we can. And so if we could readjust our expectations to just doing the best we can, this meeting goes easier, the next meeting goes easier, and we try to find revenue sources to plug the gaps in the future that the state allows us to find, because we don't operate in a universe of whatever we want to do. That's not our universe. And we get through it as a community, because that's what generations of leaders have done before us. And Mr. Chairman, my expectation is that we'll do that again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nicely stated. All right. I'm going to jump to Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I made my position pretty clear, so I don't think we have to get into my opinion. Let's just jump into the budget. I'd like to start with pros. So I want to take a look at the pros budget. In volume 2, page 228, there is a $3.585 million allocation of general fund support for something called special community projects. If I can get somebody from pros or whoever can answer this question, what are these special community projects?
Through the chair.
You're recognized for an ebb and flowing conversation.
So the intention there is projects to be identified. They're not yet identified.
Okay, so these are projects that we don't know what they are yet.
That is correct. The parks put on various programs in the course of the year, and so to be identified.
Do we have an estimate of how many projects?
To be determined.
Okay. For the grants to outside organizations entry, there's an increase of 1.8 million from last year. In his August 20th report, our auditor accounted for 450,000 of this money for a contingency reserve. What is the contingency reserve?
In the meantime, I'd request that our Chief Coley and Director Christina White approach.
Yes, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Christina White, Pros Director. My understanding is that that is a subset of the community events allocation. So that's one of the line items that are within the community events.
Community events, and that's, just to be clear, that's different than the special community projects?
It is a component of it.
So this is,
And the events that they're still to be determined, as the mayor said, we haven't ironed out the details of exactly what events we're gonna have next fiscal year. It's still being developed, but that's a component of it.
got it. So this is labeled as grants to outside organizations. And so what you're saying is that that contingency reserve within there, that is also for, because I'm asking specifically about the contingency reserve. You're saying that the contingency reserve is also for special community projects?
Events that may be planned throughout the year, yes.
Got it. So it's for projects that we don't know what they are, but we're going to know in the future.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And the department receives funds from RER, Solid Waste, and DTPW for personnel and operating costs related to environmental education services, commercial, agricultural, and horticultural programs, along with homeowner horticultural programs. Now, these amount to 130,000, 26,000, and 48,000 more or less. So it's about 204,000 total. Can you please explain what these programs are?
Yes, so one of them is for the cooperative extension, which is a collaboration with the University of Florida. And then the other line items that you've mentioned are for maintenance of their like their roadways and their landscaping and grass for those departments.
Okay, got it. For parks in general?
For roadways and maintenance of the properties that are for those departments.
For these departments? Yes. Can you explain what the departments are?
You named them: Seaport,
yes.
Public Works.
Like, for example, the horticultural programs. Can you explain what that is?
They're programs that we do throughout the community regarding agriculture through the cooperative extension.
Got it. And so what do they do exactly?
It's an education component. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, yes.
So it educates the community on agriculture?
Yes, that's correct.
Got it. Are they outsourced to contractors? Any of this money, is it outsourced to contractors for these programs?
No, it's not. No.
No?
It's a collaboration with the University of Florida Agricultural Extension.
Okay, awesome. And so, like, for example, the horticulture you're saying is an educational program. Do we have like a metrics for this? Like, do we have measurable outcomes?
We do, Commissioner, and I am sorry that I don't have those details today, but I'm more than happy to get them to you.
No problem. Can I get those measurable outcomes next week?
Yes, no problem.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. ITD and CCED. Let's talk about the consolidation of ITD and CCED. So normally when you consolidate, you gain economies of scale. And so I'm going to quote, the administration states that this consolidation streamlines functions and reduces leadership redundancy, which is good, resulting in cost savings and more effective service delivery across county operations, which should amount to about 2.1 million. Now, here, if I can get somebody from ITD and CCED, when you combine ITD and CCED, you have an increase of 1.778 million in the general fund when compared to both departments last year. My question is, what economies of scale exactly are you getting from this consolidation? What are the savings when we consolidate these departments?
Through the chair, I have Maria Elena and Ensign here who are representing what will be the combined department, assuming the board approves that. And they could give you the detail on that. Each of the departments, though, however, you will notice that given the increases that are expected from collective bargaining and our required salary adjustments, do have increases in personnel service for year over year. Do you want it? And would you like them to answer the, was it 1 million, I think?
Yeah, so there's an increase of 1.778 million in the general fund. So I'm just wondering where the savings are.
Yeah, in the general.
Do you guys want to get back to me next week?
We will get back to you, Commissioner. We're all looking for what you have, and none of us can find it exactly the way.
Can I please get that? Can I please get that validation next week in writing? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the other operating entry, last year, ITD was at 66 million, and CCED was at 5 million. That's $71 million overall. Now, other operating, now it's increased by 8 million, and we're currently at 79 million. What accounts for that increase, that $8 million increase? You guys want to get back to me next week?
Commissioner, we will get back to you. I explained earlier, but I think you want the detail on the increases based on the money we needed to include for covering collective bargaining and salary increases, as well as other factors that have impacted, you know, contracts and operations.
Yeah, well, absolutely, because I'm just thinking that when we consolidate, we're going to get some savings. So I just want to be able to, you know, identify the savings.
Absolutely.
It's what? And Chief, other operating, so it's categorized as other operating. Can that be used as salaries?
So the saving,
Introduce yourself, dear.
Assistant Director, ITD.
Thank you, but I'm so sorry to cut you off, but before you answer that, can we use other operating costs for salaries? Because you mentioned the collective bargaining agreements, so I'm just curious.
Through the chair, Maria Elena, she is our Chief Administrative Officer for ITD. If you can actually tell her what number you're referring to, she can give you more detail.
Thank you so much. So in other operating, I'm referring to an increase of $8 million. And the chief just explained that it could be because of several different factors that could include the bargaining agreements, which would include salaries. But as I understand it, and maybe I'm wrong, so maybe you can clarify this, as I understand it, I don't think that you can use other operating funds for salaries.
So the operating expenses, the increase is mostly because of different maintenance that have come back from capital to operating. But we'll give you the details of every single one of the line items in detail by tomorrow, next week, whenever you decide it.
Okay, thank you so much. And then can you clarify, can we use other operating funds for salaries?
No, that's what we do have is a savings on $1.5 million on salaries for the two departments. With the combination of the two departments, we're saving $1.5 million.
Got it. But just to be clear, those $8 million cannot be towards collective bargaining agreement salaries.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much. And if you could please get me that by next week, I would really appreciate it.
For sure.
In other operating, our auditor noted $4.13 million in payments for operating systems maintenance, where the department was unable to provide justification or an explanation. Can somebody justify that $4.13 million in payments? Please.
Commissioner, through the chair, we will get you exactly what that is in your full request.
Thank you. But by next week, right?
Correct, absolutely.
Our auditor also identified $2.4 million related to the Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP operations for software maintenance, where the auditor noted that there is a historical spend was lower than budgeted, pending department confirmation. Now, what was the historical spend? Like, what was the original number? I don't know if the commission auditor wants to answer this.
It would be, through the chair, I do think, given the numbers you're quoting are coming from his report, it may be helpful to get you a speedier response.
Yeah. To the commission auditor, if we can get him to come up, please.
You could please come to the podium. Sergeant, I think you may have to put that one on top of that one because that's how tall he is. 6'7".
Yinka Majekudumi, Commission Auditor.
Thank you, Yinka. And so you identified about $2.4 million related to the Enterprise Resource Planning, which is the ERP operations for software maintenance. And you noted the historical spend was lower than budgeted. So can you tell me what that historical spend was? Like, what is that number?
We'll confirm the number, Commissioner, but we know that it was less historical spend than what was in the budget.
Right. So historically, we were spending less.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know, maybe you can help the department, but I would like to know what that historical number was as opposed to what it is now.
If you give us a few minutes, we'll confirm, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, sir. And then also, I'd like to know that I'd also like to know what accounts for the difference, like why it's more now, right? And I don't want to hear it's the price of eggs.
The department has not been able to clarify the reason for the increase. We do know that there's natural escalations in the contractual obligations, but we believe, and in our observation, it was higher than what we expected it to be in the budget.
Okay,
So
awesome.
the budget is higher than the normal escalation that we expected for that. That's why we asked the question.
Okay. So I don't know if you want to work with the department so that they can understand the information that they're going to give me next week, please? Thank you, sir. And I appreciate everything you're doing. Well, I mean, maybe you shouldn't go. Auditor, so back to the department, or maybe if the auditor can answer, whoever can answer this, our auditor accounted for $3.1 million related to the implementation of a platform as a service, the PaaS, and a consolidation of multiple licenses. So this is to ITD and CCD. You should be able to tell me this. The department did not specify which tools would be discontinued to save funds. So which are the tools that we're discontinuing there, and how much money are we saving?
Through the chair, Ensign Kim, she is the current director of CCED.
Good evening, Insan Kim. So, Commissioner, that is not a new system. This is the third year of a multi-year contract that we did. It's for our Salesforce customer relationship management system.
Okay.
So that's not a new system. That's a third system. That's the third year amount contract for the contract.
Okay, got it. So what you're saying is we've already had all these licenses merged. There's no savings here?
It's the third year of the contract. It's an incremental increase. What we did, it was rebundled, if you will. So, in essence, if to make a comparison, maybe like your cable contract at home, you don't use a certain channel, and you're able to maybe get a different channel that you do use. So, the way that Salesforce has now done it is that they've kind of renamed it, and so now what this offers us is the ability to look at using their new system, their new agent force. So we're going to be looking at that. So we've kind of shifted what we do. That would eventually provide, hopefully, efficiencies and better customer experience.
Got it. But I mean, you mentioned, and I don't mean to, I just want to understand, because you mentioned, like, you gave the comparison of the channels, right? So I just want to know which are the channels that we're not using anymore. Like, which are the tools that, in this bundle, where is the savings? Which are the ones that we're not using? How do we bundle it? And
So what we did was we looked at how many licenses that we
had?
using, yes. And so the updated contract allows us to kind of shift those unused products to what we are looking to hopefully be able to utilize. So it's ultimately, the bundle's the bundle, if you will, right? So it's a certain set amount, and we are, like I mentioned, in the third year of our contract. And so what this change does ultimately is just provide us with a potential new product to use.
Right, but what my question is, how is that new product different from the old product, and how much money are we saving because of that difference?
It's the product, the ultimate product is the customer relationship management tool.
Let me stop you. I think what the direct question he's asking you is, give him the difference. Like, if you give him the difference, we can move to the next question. If you don't have the difference, maybe we can get someone. Maybe we can get someone to get that information to you, or you can give him a date and time that you're going to bring him back that difference. But he's just trying to get to the question of the spread between what was, what is, and what was, and what it could be.
So ultimately, it's not a cancellation of any tool. The tool itself is the CRM. Okay, so that is ultimately the tool. So
right, but he's no disrespect, but what he's asking is a number, just a number.
No, it doesn't change. It's because it's.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. So
thank you.
There's no savings. I don't know if you want to add to something. I see you hesitating, Mr. Auditor.
Through the chair, Commissioner.
Hold on. Commissioner has the floor. He directed a question to the auditor. Mr. Auditor, do you have a question? An answer to his question?
The clarification is that the line item increased, and the result of our review showed the increase was primarily due to conversion of licenses. So some licenses were going away, and some new ones were being applied for different types of capabilities, one of which was AI agents, but we understood that there was an increase in the agreement. It wasn't the same amount as it was in previous years, if I could clarify that. So our
Okay,
notes
so it's
is-
more. It's not savings, it's more.
Correct. That's
Got it.
That's what our note says.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys. Let's go to procurement. Let's look at strategic procurement. There is a 40% increase in personnel. If I can get somebody from procurement, what changes do you expect for the next fiscal year to justify this increase? But specifically, how many more expiring contracts and how many more vendors do you plan on servicing?
Namada, you're going to take the question? Thank you.
Through the chair, Namita Upal, Director for Procurement. As you know, as a part of the mid-year adjustment, procurement and small business area merged together. So procurement had about 132 positions, small business had 98. Together, there were a total of 230. So as a part of the new budget, we have proposed elimination of 50 positions. So the increase that you see is from 132, probably you're comparing 132 to the new positions, which is 180 something. So that's the increase, but it combines two functions, procurement and small business. And what we're doing right now is analyzing how we can streamline functions that are being performed by procurement staff and small business staff and come up with more efficient processes and savings for the county.
Got it. Yeah, because it's 8 positions that were transferred from the small business division, right? That's what you're alluding to?
Not 8, total of 98 positions, but we're cutting, 98 were transferred. I had 132, so that makes total of 230, and we're cutting 50 out of that. So total of 180 is gonna be left together for both areas.
A total of 180 for both.
Yes.
Got it. Can you get me what the personnel cost would be for the 8 positions specific? Well, no, I'm sorry, the 98 positions. I mean, you don't have to do it right now. If you can, that would be awesome.
I don't have the separate cost anymore. I have the combined cost total together for
Got it. And what is that combined cost?
Commissioner. 72% of my budget is personnel, which is 72.4%, and that comes out to be 18 plus 20, I would say 26 million.
26.
Yes.
Okay, so what I read, and maybe you can clarify this, is there's another 13 positions from the small business division that support vendor outreach, training, and registration. In volume 3, page 358, it states that in fiscal year 2025, the vendor outreach and support services division anticipates holding about 48 outreach events for suppliers, right? Now this is down from 83 in fiscal year 2023, 2024, and 75 in fiscal year 2022, 2023. So what is the total cost of those 13 positions? Do you know?
I don't have it, but I want to. There's outreach function in procurement. There's outreach function in small business. What we're doing is we're combining those two together. Mm-hmm. But in addition to that, there's more vendor training. There's more. Those are not outreach events. So there's training. There's technical assistance to the vendors. But I'll get you the number of how many we have done this year. Obviously, we're going to be doing more next year.
Right, and I guess what I would like is for those 13 positions that do the outreach, if you can just identify what the cost of these 13 positions is,
Well,
and then you're saying that they do outreach and other things. Can you explain what those things are?
Yes, like one of the additional is the technical assistance to small business companies. So when the company is certified, they're new to the county. They don't know how to even where to look for contracts. They basically hold hands and give them information about how to do business with the county. If they run into problem with any department, the technical assistance staff comes in between and acts as a mediator to solve those issues. So there's a lot more. Actually, the code requires it. It's not something that they do it. The code approved by the board requires them to do certain functions, and I'll be happy to outline those for you.
Got it. So those functions are to help small businesses?
Yes, yes.
Do you know what the Harvard Economic Development Fellow Program is? It's budgeted for 50,000. Do you know what that is?
So what we wanted to do is engage Harvard because they also have a procurement excellence network program. So we wanted to engage them to help us standardize positions across the county for procurement aspects, because every department has certain procurement functions that they perform. So we wanted an outside, in this case Harvard, to help us do that study. So we budgeted for that.
Got it. So we're budgeting. So the 50,000 is for Harvard to do a study to help us with
standardization of. So the procurement model today is centralized, but it's also decentralized in the departments. So we wanted to use them for how they have helped other agencies standardize those positions, or how to structure in a way there's maximum centralization, standardization, there's a good balance. So we wanted to use their help to do the study.
Commissioner, please, I know it's getting late. Your voices are now beginning to carry, and many of us up here are having issues hearing what being said from the dais. So if you can, not the dais, from the well, if you can just give us that moment of respect while the speaker's speaking, that would be great. So thank you again, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Namit. I really appreciate it. So for the fire budget, I've been very clear about the air rescue helicopter. So if I could just get somebody from the fire, Chief, the man.
Good evening, Ray Jadala, Fire Chief, Miami-Dade Fire.
Thank you, Chief. Chief, in August, our auditor noted $2 million for payments related to other services in the other operating entry. There's $1 million for Director Reserve. Chief, do you know what specifically is Director Reserve?
Just give me 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
So, sir, that's some of the, for the FIFA item. In addition to that, it's some of the items for in-kind services. That includes, I believe, some of the... Yeah. So the initial cost for the FIFA, when we projected it, was at $1 million. It was increased by 1.5 million, or up to 1.5 million. So there was a difference after the discussion that was also submitted to the OCA.
So this is an additional $1 million, and it's labeled as Director Reserve for FIFA.
It should be a total, after everything is said and done, it's going to be a total of $1.51 million.
1.5. Thank you, sir. Now, I also saw that there's another 1 million for FIFA, like a separate item that says 1 million for FIFA. So we have the 1.5 as you're identifying, Director Reserve, and then I have another 1 million for FIFA. Is this part of or in addition to the 4.3 million for payments related to FIFA?
Before you answer that question, ladies and gentlemen, in a few seconds, I think I need to ask the Sergeant at Arms to assist with gaining quietness in this room. So please help me out. Please help me help you. When this discussion is happening, if you have a conversation, just take it out and come back in. I promise you, you're not going to lose your chair. Thank you.
So again, the 1.51 million is for total for FIFA. The 1 million that's in addition to that for the director's reserve is for the large scale events that we tend to have. So for instance, I'll give you one example. When we had Covanta, this requires additional resources, incident management teams, et cetera. So we place the reserves in the event that we do have a major event that needs to offset the costs.
Okay, got it. So that is not for FIFA.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what the funding source for that is? I'm sorry, I know that's a technical question. If you don't have it now, you can.
Yeah, we can provide you the information next week.
Thank you so much, sir. DTPW. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For DTPW, the auditor noted on August 20th that the department did not have accurate details on which expenses were funded by the general fund. Let's start with the continued funding for pothole repair crews serving UMSA at 1.1 million. If I could get somebody from DTPW, how many people are in that crew?
Stacy Miller, Director, Department of Transportation and Public Works.
Yes, go ahead. Madam Director, can you pull the mic a little closer to you? Thank you so much. Sarge, can you help her with the mic and with the notebook, please? Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner, I'm sorry. If you could repeat your question, I apologize.
Absolutely. So we're looking at the pothole repair crews, the ones that service UMSA.
Yes.
Right. This is specifically for me and the chairman. It's set at 1.1 million. Do you know how many people are in these crews?
We have 4 pothole crews.
4 pothole crews. And do you know how many people in total?
I will have to get you that information. I'm not sure if all are. They're clarified. 2 per crew.
2 per crew. Okay. 4 crews, 2 per crew. In last year's budget, the department commented on how its fleet replacement plan will reduce, among other things, overtime. The same language is in this year's proposed budget. Now, last year's adopted budget for overtime was at 59 million. Budgeted overtime has now increased by 12 million to 71.1 million. Can you explain the increase?
The increase is due to our increase, it's adjustments to our Better Bus network and preparation for additional service on the bus rapid transit. We have embedded overtime associated with our schedules for our service. So we continue to see increases in that. However, we have evaluated a process by which we are looking at overtime in general, with a goal to reduce our overtime and not expend the amount that is budgeted. There will be an amount of that overtime that will, as I said, is incorporated into our schedules. We are looking to the non-scheduled overtime and looking to make reductions in those areas.
Got it. Now, the proposed budget includes a transfer of 37 positions from RER to enhance the coordination of stormwater management. There's also an increase of the stormwater utility fee, generating an increase of 8.516 million that will be required to fund operating and capital requirements. How much of the 8.5 million, if any, is going to fund those 37 positions?
State Director, Madam Director, before you answer that question, it's getting pretty loud up here on the dais. If we can limit our discussion here on the dais to give the commissioner the respect along with the director, it would be really appreciated. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So the amount of money is not associated with salary for those positions. It is associated with projects. So that would be capital improvements.
Got it. So none of that 8.5 million is going to go to those 37 positions.
Those come to us salaried.
Okay. Going through the vacant positions. Okay, going through the vacant positions, there's a needs specialist. That's a neighborhood enhancements teams vacancy. The position number is 12832. It's funded at $609,674,000. This is not for one position, right?
No, sir, it is not.
Can you explain what that's for?
So it's actually a series of positions. What we have found is that some of our positions were a one-to-many, not a one-to-one when it came to the position number. So that's a series of vacancies or positions to be filled under one single number. We are now going through the process of reallocating one position number to one vacant, to one position versus having a group under a singular position number. We have found that has occurred in multiple locations within our program area.
Got it. So do you know how many positions $609,674 is going to fund?
I don't have that in front of me. I will get you that as soon as I have it available.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, like, so by next week, if I can get just exactly how many positions, because I just want to make sure that if we're allocating funds for positions, then we have to be able to validate what those positions are and what those folks are going to do. So as you noted, I noticed this again in the construction and facilities monitor position listed as one vacancy. There's 1.45 million. Again, this is not, one person is not making 1.45 million, right?
No, that is, again, it's a one-to-many relationship. We are trying to break that down, so one position number for one physical FTE versus the one-to-many.
Awesome. So if I could just get the same, what, how many positions are going to be funded with that amount and exactly what those positions are going to be doing. And this department has an external affairs division with 13 positions that handle functions that include public engagement and nonprofit assistance at a cost of a little over 3.4 million. The new communications and IT department has a business and creative services division with 62 people at 12 million. Can you folks next week get me a written explanation as to how these services overlap?
Yes.
And while you're at it, if you can get me an explanation of maybe if there's, or maybe the administration, if there's any other departments that have similar marketing functions and how the positions overlap with those 62 people, please.
We'll do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director. Animal services. So for animal services, speaking of marketing, in Volume 3, page 14 in the TO, we have a new division called Community Engagement and Public Relations. And that's responsible for managing outreach and media relations, enhance social media presence and interactions, and it oversees facility maintenance and operations. It's budgeted at 1.05 million. And I'm getting a public affairs manager, a social media specialist, and an information officer. Given the state of our animal shelters, it needs to be better, and we've had that conversation. And given that it does need to be better, are we really spending $1.5 million on PR?
No, Commissioner, through the chair, Annette Jose, Director of Animal Services. That was actually corrected last fiscal year. The facilities position is under finance now, but those positions are, the communications division is 4 staff. There is a chief of marketing, a social media person, a public affairs position that is not filled, and then who's Gabby's position?
Okay, so which is the position that's not filled?
It's a public affairs position. It's actually on loan to another department. but it won't be filled when it comes back. And who's Gabby's? Is public administrator, PIO, sorry, that's what I was trying to remember. So those are salary positions, and yes, it's to help us with our educational campaigns that we do, with our public engagement, and with media requests. Is it a
So it is for marketing.
It's marketing staff. It's staff that
PR.
does PR, not just PR, but also
and public education.
engagement, public education, responding to the media, and yeah, it would be the salaries. So it's not marketing dollars that we're spending on prints, for example.
Through the
Got it.
chair.
So it's
through the chair.
Madam Mayor, just one moment, please. I promise you I'll come to you.
I just wanted to amplify the point, clarify.
Okay. All right. In that case,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah,
Yo,
please.
thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just want to make the point that we all know that our challenge is getting people to adopt and foster our pets, and obviously we need to have a very high presence to do that, as well as to deal with some of the other relations issues. So it's actually a critically important function for this department.
Got it. So it's for education and marketing to get folks to adopt.
Absolutely.
For $1.5 million for those salaries.
And not to abandon their pets, and to foster, and to and media requests, which we get substantial media requests.
And media requests. We have 62 people working in communications. So I'm just wondering, maybe we can figure out if there's any overlap with those 62 people and these positions.
Commissioner, it's only
but-
four. We only have 4 positions, though, so.
Got it.
And they're very specialized, so when someone calls to ask about animal-related questions or media inquiries, it's very specific to our department.
So when somebody calls, they're going to be talking to these marketing personnel people?
One of our staff would be able
It
to
was one of those 4 people is going to answer the phone.
answer media requests, so it comes through an
okay.
email usually, or a commissioner request, or a constituent request. Yes, they would
Okay.
be the ones, and it's very specific to animal services.
Got it. Okay. Housing. For housing, we have 6 approved overages, including a business initiatives manager at $144,000 and a communications manager at $154,000 in the office of the director. These 2 positions combined come out to $298,000. These are paid by federal funds from HUD. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And can you just explain briefly what those 2 positions do? Like, what is the job description?
So with Business Initiative Manager, that is a department-wide position. They look at all of our operations. They communicate with IT, develop workflows for efficiencies.
Got it. And you also have the Office of Housing Advocacy moved here to be funded by appropriate federal and state funds. Do you know what the cost of that is for your office?
It's approximately $700,000.
700,000. Do you know what the breakdown between the federal and state funding is for the office?
My understanding that would be from federal funds. Correct.
Like, in other words, like how much money is coming from the state and how much money is coming from HUD?
Well, nearly all of it will be from federal funds.
Right, for that specific, but the office in total?
The office in total, we are funded nearly 100% from our operations for Section 8, and for public housing is 100% from federal funds. We do have surtax, which is our dock surtax, which we use for multifamily and for home ownership, which is our local surtax or state surtax from dock stamps. But the operations primarily of our 2 largest programs, which is Section 8, public housing, and I also add in community development, which is the CDBG block grant. Those are all federal funds.
So specifically from the Office of Housing Advocacy, how much money is coming from federal, from HUD, and how much money is coming from the state? From the Office of Housing Advocacy.
It looks like it's approximately 90% federal, 10% state.
90% federal, 10% state, and that's for that 700,000?
That's correct.
Got it. You have $1 million in general funds for the eviction diversion program. Besides legal services, who are these other primary service providers?
This will be legal services for eviction. That will be exclusively for that.
Okay, but you're right. But who are the because it's labeled other primary service providers? Is it just legal services?
Through the chair. No, Commissioner, our legal partners are CABA Pro Bono, Haitian Lawyers Association, the Wilkie D. Ferguson Association, and we also have Community Justice Project, and then we have a civic partner, which is the Miami Workers Center. They make up the eviction diversion program along with the Office of Housing Advocacy.
Awesome. Awesome. Can you folks let me know how much is allocated to each of those?
Commissioner, there'll be, I think we have a report coming out this week about that program in particular.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys have that information, or should I wait for next week?
We'll break it down for you next week.
Thank you, sir. Now, how many cases did they handle last year?
A little over 2,060 cases.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, guys. For community services, so we merged juvenile services with CASD. So we merged juvenile services and CASD. Is any of the work from these departments referred to CBOs?
Yes.
Okay.
Through the chair, Kathy Burgos, Chief Community Services Officer.
And the previous director up was Nathan Cogan from HCD. Thank you.
How much of that work from these departments, how much is it referred to CBOs? Like how much how much amount to cases referred to CBOs?
Commissioner, it would depend on the assessment results. So you may have a child, for example, through our juvenile assessment center, you may have a child that needs services through a community-based organizations according to, let's say, anger management, right? Or family types of issues, but you may have a child that what they need is community service hours. So everything is done according to their risk to reoffend.
Got it. So according to their needs, I would assume that a lot of these, they get referred to CBOs so that CBOs can help them. Like you guys assess and then you refer to the CBOs?
On the juvenile services side, with Community Action Human Services, you have social workers within the department that provide what we call direct services. For example, we run the domestic violence shelters locally, so we have the services within. Also rehabilitative services for those who may be struggling with substance abuse issues. We run the New Direction residential treatment. So you have a combination of both. On Community Action Human Services, you have those direct services where you don't need to make referrals to CBOs in some circumstances.
In some circumstances, and then in other circumstances, you do. I'm just, look, I'm glad,
Because
I'm,
everything is based on need, and I'm really proud of this, Commissioner. We have evidence-based assessment tools, and that's how we base the need, and we make the referrals for services, or we do it in-house.
got it, got it. From the Office of Neighborhood Safety, you're transferring a senior advisor from that office to administration. What's the budget impact? What's the salary for that?
Let me check in with the team.
And if you guys can just let me know what this person will do and what are their job duties.
Through the chair.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner. So we're still working on some of the placements because of the number of employees that are unfortunately being let go. And we're still working on exactly the table of organization, so we could get back to you next week on that as well.
Thank you so much. This department has an energy and facility services division that increased from 10.2 million to 11 million. And by one full-time employee, for a total of 27 employees. They administer a little over 2.33 million in federal and state grants for, I'm going to quote this, weatherization assistance and homes programs for about 183 homes. Those 27 people, what is their job duty specifically with the weatherization assistance?
Sonia Grice, Director of Community Action and Human Services Department. Commissioner, we have construction managers, inspectors that actually go out to the homes and do the assessments to determine which type of service we need to provide for our weatherization. We need to make sure that we address health and safety issues first. So we have construction managers, inspectors, we have I think they're community service provider, community service social work specialists. Thank you, I forgot their name.
Through the chair.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
It's a federally funded program, which actually may be defunded.
Yeah, this is through the DEO.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, this is federally funded.
Federally funded, yes. And speaking of, can I get written justification by next week as to why we spend $500,000 for payments to contractors related to the weatherization assistance program, including who these contractors are and what they do, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, guys. People and Internal Services. We have another consolidation with People and Internal Services, but we're spending more money. In last year's ISD budget, a reorganization plan was initiated and included the restructuring of services throughout various divisions that enhance efficiency and coordination. But we grew the full-time employee count. So we get HR and ISD, please come up, sir, combined, and we have 124 less people, but we don't have any savings. The budget increased by 1 million. Is that correct?
Raymond Hall, Director, PIOD, through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
That is correct. The budget did increase by 1 million. We assume management of 2 new facilities. That requires headcount to manage those facilities, not just the personnel costs, but also the security costs.
Mr. Director, can you pull the mic closer to you also? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Under other operating, we have 5.35 million in miscellaneous charges under the Fuel Service Administration Division. That's an increase of 200,000. Can I get written line item justification for this expense next week?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And the department has an entry for $690,000 for consultants to expedite proposals for affordable housing projects. And the same was budgeted last year. Is this a carryover?
I don't have that information at this time, but we can provide that for you at the same time as well.
So we don't know if that's a carryover from $690,000 from last year? Well, right now, we don't know that right now.
Through the chair, would you mind repeating the question?
So the department has an entry for $609,000 for consultants. And what these consultants do is they expedite proposals for affordable housing projects. The same amount was budgeted last year, like it's the exact same amount. So I'm asking if that's a carryover, like maybe we didn't spend that money last year and it carried over. Or if that's a new allocation for $690,000.
We, Esme, you want it, but we budgeted the same amount. It's a carry forward, yes, sir.
It's a carryover?
We budgeted the same amount for last year as for this year.
Got it. But next week, can I get a written report of who these consultants are and what they do?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Last year's ISD budget included a projected savings from license plate reader parking operations equipment. The same language is included in Volume 3, page 331 this year, projecting about $350,000 to $500,000 in yearly operational savings and a 10 to 20% increase in daily collection revenues. Have these savings been realized and taken into account for this budget? And if so, how much?
Commissioner, I'm going to ask my CFO to come up and speak to some of those line items.
Oh, thank you, sir. We got some time, sir.
Commissioner Esmeralda Nieves-Girona, if you can please repeat the question.
Yes. So last year, ISD's budget included projected savings, which is awesome, from license plate reader parking operations equipment. That same language is also included in Volume 3, page 331 for this year. And it projects approximately $350,000 to $500,000 in yearly operational savings from a 10 to 20% increase in daily collection revenues. So my question is, have these savings been realized and taken into account for this budget? And if so, how much of those savings are we using in this budget?
I would have to look into that to provide you the details related to those associated savings.
Okay, can I please get that in writing next week?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Water and sewer. So for water and sewer, you transferred a resilience program manager from RER and 3 positions from strategic procurement. What exactly will these employees be doing at water and sewer?
For the record, Roy Kohler, Chief Utilities and Regulatory Services Officer. The resilience position was transferred into the Water and Sewer Department, and what the resilience position does is they work with all of the construction procurements of water and sewer to make sure all specifications meet the resiliency standards of the county, and it supports that function across about a $2 billion capital plan.
Okay. And what is the total cost for these 4 positions, sir?
I don't have the total cost for the 4. Happy to give you the number.
Thank you, sir. If I could get the number by next week? Thank you, sir. In Volume 3, page 91, it states that WASD will continue working on an outreach campaign that includes branding for community recognition. Do we know what the cost associated is, like how much that costs?
Well, that's actually been eliminated.
Awesome.
That's been eliminated. All marketing efforts have been eliminated from the WASD budget.
Awesome. In Volume 3, page 93, WASD will continue a program to reduce energy consumption and an employee awareness program, which includes an energy conservation website, newsletter, and workshops. Has that been eliminated?
I'm not sure if that's eliminated yet or not, sir. No, I don't have you the answer.
Can I please get what the cost associated with that website is?
Certainly, yes.
And if you guys can provide any measurable outcomes, like how, like measurable outcomes of how this helps, I guess, residents.
Happy to, sir, yes.
Thank you so much. Environmental resource management. So this is another new department. You transferred 10 positions from the Office of Resilience at $7.26 million. Can you please break down for me the salaries for these positions? Because it's 10 positions, 7.26 million.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rashid Istanbuli, Durham Assistant Director, through the chair.
Yes, pull the mic a little closer to you. Thank you so much.
If not, I could use my indoor voice or.
Yeah, say it with your chest.
All right. So, Commissioner, with respect to the questions that you were asking and with respect to the 10 positions from the Office of Resilience, we're working currently we will be absorbing, much like Chief Coley was referring to the similar positions that were absorbed in water and sewer. We will be doing that on the Durham side, and we'll be utilizing vacancies to absorb those functions to do Durham functions with respect to that.
Got it. But it's budgeted at $7.26 million. That's not all for salaries, is it? Is that all for salaries for 10 people?
We've got a bit of Commissioner, a bit of a discrepancy on the number. I'm seeing here five and change.
I think we could get back to you, Commissioner.
We could get back to you.
And we did also eliminate a number of positions, so we'll provide that in the analysis as well.
Thank you so much. If I could please get that in writing next week. And you transfer one position from the Office of Innovation and Economic Development to manage business operations. Do you happen to know what the salary for that is and what the job duties for that position is? And if you don't, maybe I could get it next week?
Yes, we could definitely do that.
Thank you so much. Do you know how many trees were given out from the Adopt a Tree program?
Adopt a Tree program is under a different, is it under Durham? Go ahead.
Yes. How many trees have we given away in Adopt a Tree? Was that the question?
Yes, sir.
So far this year, or what we're estimating for the next coming year?
So I guess can you give me last year and then give me what the estimate for this year is? Well, actually, give me last year.
As in this current budget year?
Yeah, this year.
I can give you an estimate.
Okay.
I could give you a more direct number, but it's in the realm of 2,025 times 3, roughly just about 8,000.
Awesome.
We have projected, but I could give you
There's an event this Saturday.
Correct.
Awesome.
Yes, there is. Thank you, Mayor.
So that's perfect because then next week you can give me including the event on Saturday.
Well, you always go, so I could give you the number there.
Awesome.
Yes.
There's $100,000 in general fund for Biscayne Bay marketing. Is this to an outside vendor? And if so, who is the outside vendor?
I can give you that information as well.
Thank you, sir. Same goes for the $250,000 in general fund for the extreme heat marketing. What does that mean? What do they do? And the reason I ask is because there's a gentleman online that literally does this for free, and he's got so many followers. So I just want to know exactly what the job duties are.
Julie Dick, Deputy Chief Resilience Officer in the Office of Environmental Risk and Resilience. The extreme heat marketing, I think it was discussed at one of the previous meetings as well. This is a combination of information to help the public to understand risks, understand where they can find a cooling site and resources to mitigate the impacts of extreme heat and find the resources to be able to protect themselves from the public health risks
Through the chair.
that extreme heat proposes.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Also education for employers, and in fact, those programs sell out, if you will, and we've had to reinstitute them because many employers want to come and learn about ways that they could support the workforce, but we'll get you those details as well.
Awesome. And do you know is this to an outside vendor?
We'll get back to you on that.
Okay. There's an entry for environmental and education grants that will now be managed by OMB. It amounts to $430,000 from ERM and $100,000 from solid waste, along with $95,000 from WASD. They total to $625,000. What amount of that, if any, comes from the general fund? And who gets these contracts?
With respect to that, $0 come from the general fund. That's all from operating fees.
And do you know who gets these contracts?
I believe.
You can give it to me next week if you want.
We can definitely give you that, but it's managed through OMB.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So if OMD can give me a list of all the contract recipients under that category for the past 3 fiscal years.
Yes, sir.
And Oliver's going to be so happy. I'm almost done. I'm going to end with some general questions. I noticed, actually, Natalie's going to be really happy. I noticed lots of fleet and vehicle purchases and replacements. Can I get a detailed report as to how many of these electric vehicles together with the cost of each vehicle? So in other words, like
Yes,
how much are we spending on electric cars? And how much fuel savings, if any, we are getting from the electric fleet?
Through the chair.
By next week, unless you have the info.
We don't have it right here, right now, sir, and yes, by next week.
Thank you so much. Then for appendices E and F of the budget, this is the countywide non-departmental expenditures and the unincorporated municipal service area non-departmental expenditures. If I can please get line item descriptions of the following entries to which vendors have been awarded the following contracts. And, well, to the contracts and the amounts. General publicity, Inter-American Conference of Mayors, management consulting, memberships in local, state, and national organizations, miscellaneous operating, other studies, outside legal services, outside printing, and promotional items. And with that, I have a lot to read next week.
We're good? All right.
I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Officially an hour and a couple minutes. 8 minutes, an hour and 8 minutes. So we can all now.
And Raquel hasn't even started.
Yeah, we haven't even really began the meeting yet. We haven't even really began the meeting. But with that, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Steinberg. You're recognized.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what you left us to discuss, but thank you. Okay. So just to reiterate, we're going to be meeting, I'm sure, between first and second reading, right, Mayor? You're going to be meeting with each
Absolutely.
of us? Okay. So just some fine points. I want to just remind everybody, Metro Connect, obviously the CBOs and the arts, and I think the traffic dollars could be a very interesting thing to explore. We obviously need to tweak the things between first and second reading regarding the helicopter and our reserves. Thank you.
Wow. All right. All right. So, Commissioner, I got Cohen Higgins, the Vice Chair, and Commissioner Hardiman. Are you here? Commissioner Hardiman? You're good? I mean, at some point the meeting's gonna end. On that note, right? All right, Commissioner Cohen Higgins.
No, we're gonna say at 1 o'clock.
On the mic. All right, Commissioner Cohen Higgins, you're recognized. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At 1 o'clock, we all turn into pumpkins. That's the thing. Calabaza, calabaza, cada uno pa' su casa.
Sí.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of the residents, all 240 residents who drove down here and parked and waited in line, some as early as 1:30 this afternoon, to have their opportunity to address this body for 1 minute. We heard you. Thank you to our mayor for really working extraordinarily hard on this budget, and frankly for putting yourself out there to the public in as many town halls as you have to answer questions and receive feedback and do the best that we can in finding the efficiencies that are absolutely necessary. And thank you for working with all of us. Thank you to Director Codfelter. I know you've been kind of beat up in this process. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you to the Commission Auditor. And thank you to all of my colleagues, because I know we have all kind of, as you just saw with the exchange that we just had, we have all kind of dove into this budget to do everything we can to find the efficiencies to get to where we all need to be. And to our chairman, I want to thank you for your vision in creating for the first time ever the Appropriations Committee in Miami-Dade County and our Government Efficiency Committee in anticipation of what we're doing tonight, which is passing a very difficult budget that most of us have not experienced since serving on the commission. Every year, our mayor has essentially been Oprah. You get money, you get money, you get money. There was money for everyone. And this is the very first year where that's simply not the case. So thank you to our chairman, and thank you for working with our tax collector to secure that $26 million early, to really start the conversation regarding the recovery of money that has been able to close a lot of the gaps that a lot of our cultural arts and our CBOs are now going to be the beneficiary of. Thank you to our tax collector, our supervisor of elections, our property appraiser, our clerk of courts. As Commissioner Higgins said, we used to be one government. We are now 6 governments, and this is the very first year that we are experiencing that monumental shift in government. Typically, counties throughout the state of Florida will see one of these constitutional officers implemented individually, one at a time. We saw 5 of them implemented all at one time, and the change is certainly something that we are all experiencing and feeling now. And thank you to our sheriff. Her advocacy really went above and beyond throughout this process, and thank you for cooperating with our mayor to reach the agreement that you have reached today. I will certainly do the best I can to keep my comments as brief as I can, because it's way past my bedtime, and it's, I know, way past everyone else's bedtime. But I think to our mayor, the kind of reservation that you're hearing from some of my colleagues, I have to say that I share, because I think our budget process has to be looked at as we navigate this new normal of not being one government, but instead being this kind of divided government that's trying to come together under the same pot of money. I think we need to look at the systems that we are utilizing as a county in the way that we are doing budgets, because as Commissioner and Senator Garcia said in his comments, we are going to be here next year, and we are going to be here the year after that, and we're going to be here the year after that, not because we think so, but because if we're going to rely on the projections that are before us, our budget deficit is only growing every single year. So between 2027 to 2031, we have anticipated budget deficits in Miami-Dade County that almost reach $300 million, and that's just for 1 year. So we are at a turning point, in my humble opinion, in Miami-Dade County, where we really have to look at the numbers and really have to do essentially what Commissioner Gonzalez just did. I know it was painful for a lot of us to sit for an hour of questioning, going line by line through the budget. But as a commission, where every dollar counts as much as it does, it's an exercise that I think we absolutely have to engage in and ask ourselves very, very difficult questions about whether or not we are doing enough this year to prepare for next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, because we are essentially passing a budget currently before us that runs a deficit every year for the next 5 years. And that's difficult for me to do this evening, because frankly, I think it's the opposite of fiscal responsibility. But I am very much looking forward to working with our Madam Mayor, who has committed to me that we will do everything in our power to change the systems as far as the way that we are essentially budgeting in Miami-Dade County, and do more to find those efficiencies to be able to bring our budget in line where we are not passing budgets that are projecting deficits for the next 5 years. Because if we think this evening is difficult, it is only going to get worse by our own projections. So I look forward to working with you on that. You know, there are a number of efforts that have been made by every single one of our commissioners to try and find these efficiencies. There are items that we passed. There are measures that we all tried to exercise, and I look forward to working with our mayor, particularly the McKinsey item that I brought in February of this year, where we talked about finding efficiencies. I know that a contract has not been reached with that company, but I look forward to continuing to work with you, because they identified just preliminarily $250 to $400 million in identified savings only in 3 departments. I know it's not something that could have been executed in time for this budget, but as we move forward for future budgets, I look forward to revisiting that issue and that potential and possibility, because we have to find savings anywhere and everywhere that we can. And, you know, the people that came and spoke to us, you know, we are always listening intently as our residents come and speak. And this is the first time that I'm sitting at the dais where I hear residents talk about the threat of being laid off. In the last 4 years, at least since I've been sitting on the dais, that has not been an issue that we have faced or addressed. And so between now and our final budget hearing, it will be very important to me to make sure that we do everything in our power to keep as many of our employees as possible, because it cannot be the case that we as a county government are spending money on a host of things, like some of the things that my colleague listed, and some projects that I think are just absolutely unnecessary, while simultaneously laying off our employees, some of which came here and testified tonight that they may be facing homeless in the event that they are going to lose their jobs. And we as commissioners have to look to ourselves to say, are we willing to cut back individually? Are we willing to cut our own salaries? Are we willing to cut back financially to show signs of leadership to our 30,000 employees that we mean it when we say that we are looking to be as fiscally responsible as possible? I know I certainly am, and I look forward to continuing to work with all of my colleagues. So, Madam Mayor, thank you again. I know in July we were looking at a $400 million shortfall or deficit. I know a number of those dollars have been since recovered through cooperation with our constitutional officers, which I greatly appreciate. And I look forward to continuing to work with our constitutional officers in the future to make sure that our budget projections are reasonable, that they are very, very marginal increases, and that we are all understanding that we're pulling from the same pot of money. And so there's still a lot of work that I think needs to be done between now and our next budget hearing. Again, focusing on making sure that we're not laying off employees in Miami-Dade County as little as possible, if that's even remotely possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the administration, thank you so much for just giving us a clear view of what's happening and how it's happening and why it's happening. But I'll keep my remarks very brief and to the point, because I do believe what Commissioner Regalado stated before. You never waste a good crisis. Senator Garcia brought up a great point earlier. Senator Garcia asked, what was the style and/or approach to dealing with this particular budget? Where are we in this process, and what is our role? Senator Garcia and I have something in common. Senator Garcia and I both served in the Florida legislature. The legislature for us served as the policy-making arm of government. The governor, that's the executive office. While in leadership in Tallahassee, I learned early on that each branch has a specific responsibility to the people. Here, the executive office job is to execute what the legislative body provides. The county commission is the legislative body of Miami-Dade County. The county commission is the legislative body that derives and creates the policy for the mayor's office to follow. The county commission is the body that has possession now of the mayor's proposed budget. And as the county commission, it is our job now to review this proposed budget and shape it in a way that makes sense for the very people that we are advocating on behalf. The mayor's proposed budget is her advocacy tool. Now let me talk about how we now can use our policy position to help those who are in desperate need. For me, it has always been the position in my life that I am the sum of my experiences. And my experiences have shown me that when we think about our form of government and how we shape our priorities, it has always been for me and those who have elected me from the South Dade District to represent them, and those who have sent me to Tallahassee to fight for them. I've always had the distinct pleasure of representing a district, either in Tallahassee or here, that had similar positions and attributes: poverty, social services, which were tremendously needed, law enforcement issues, and quality of life. So for me, naturally, when I say that I am the sum of my experiences tell me that, number one, a budget needs to begin with public safety. Number two, CBOs and nonprofits have to be there in that second position. And number three, limited government participation is the third. So if we're structuring a budget that represents the ideas of who we are, or who I am, and who I represent, then in that order, the budget must reflect that: public safety, CBO and nonprofits, and limited government participation. So with that said, I sponsored legislation that would simply say that we're going to address the CBO issue in the near future. So I created the CBO Trust Fund along with the Alliance, along with those young ladies and young men who understand that direct services are something that they can do and provide better than any government can on any given day. I also push for an increase into public safety. I understand the role of the sheriff very well. As a former prosecutor, I can tell you that we need appropriate and adequate funding for our public safety. And thirdly, I can say this without any hesitation, that oftentimes in my experience, as I said earlier, I am the sum of my experiences, that wherever I found big government, I normally found an overwhelming amount of poverty and an overwhelming amount of overspending. I heard earlier today that this budget is not so much a budget of revenue. I don't know if I can believe that. This budget is this budget because of the expenditures that we have engaged in. This budget can be driven to a place that public safety, CBOs, and limited government, all three can coexist. This budget, as it relates to the people that it was designed to protect and serve, has to be seen and balanced with revenue and expenditures. So, Senator Garcia, you asked earlier, and I know you're going to get into it later on, what is our role? We're policymakers. So tonight, we're going to make policy. We're going to direct the administration to execute our directives, plain and simple. We love the mayor and we love the administration, but we're commissioners. We're policymakers. So with that said, I can say this. Yinka identified over $5 million recently. It came out in the form of a memo. I'm going to direct at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, via motion, which I'm going to need a second and 7 votes, complete with, which includes mine, that $1.925 million of that money that was found, that money goes to the eviction diversion program to get them back to being fully funded. That's the motion I'm going to put out there. And I ask my colleagues to support it. Secondly, I'm also going to put forth a motion that will address the CBOs. I have spoken with the administration, and they have agreed to go back to the table and locate $2.3 million. That's going to come in the form of a motion, which will require a second and a total of 7 votes. Thirdly, there's also $1.2 million out there that's found within the library district. I'm going to propose a motion, which is going to require a second and 7 votes, that those funds be used for literacy services within the boundaries of the library district to go towards not-for-profit organizations providing those services. And in the event that those funds are compromised and/or not found, I have a bigger pot, and that pot is FIFA. I love soccer. As a matter of fact, I'm going to attend FIFA, attend the games. But I am not going to place my community in a position where we have to choose between a canvas board for the arts and a rate kit for Christie House. Before I make that decision, I will gut FIFA from the $21 million that we have set aside. Do I want to gut FIFA? Absolutely not. Do I want to remove funding from FIFA? Absolutely not. Commissioner Gilbert brought up earlier, it was our obligation to FIFA. We met with FIFA. We asked them to come. But I do not recall whether or not, and maybe someone can correct me, that we placed a number there. I don't recall a number being placed there. But what I will say to each and every last one of you this evening, or this morning now, that to ask a prosecutor, a former prosecutor, a lifelong prosecutor, to choose between a kid who's been raped and being housed and taken care of by Christie House and a soccer game, it's not fair for any of us to make that decision. So I'm making my position loud and clear because I do believe by September 18th, public safety, CBOs and nonprofits, and limited government participation can all coexist. And as I close, Mr. Chairman, you have been very, very respectful and just been such a gentleman in ensuring that each and every last one of us have an opportunity to address what we feel is best for this community. And that's why I want to publicly thank you. It's because your leadership has given us this platform to discuss and deal with this head on. So publicly, I want to say thank you. And the I am the sum of my experiences quote that I made earlier. It's not political for me. This is personal to me. Because if you were to cut the funding from the very CBOs, these legacy CBOs, the ones who housed, who fed, and who gave me cover when my family didn't have, and when my community didn't have, it's almost as if you are removing a part of me. And to remove that part of me will completely make me incomplete. I don't want to feel incomplete. Neither does the individual who stood at this podium earlier, simply asking for shelter. Neither does the individual who stood at the podium earlier, asking for art. Neither does the individual who stood at the podium asking for food. Neither does the individual who stood at the podium asking for a park. And neither does the individual who stood at the podium asking for public safety. I've identified where these funds can come from. I do believe they can coexist. But if you're asking me to choose, I believe I laid it out. But if you're asking me, let's coexist, I would prefer to go that route. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to presenting these motions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. With that, Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate everyone's, I know Commissioner Regalado will go next, and I appreciate you for this opportunity. And yes, Mr. Chairman, I think there is a couple of places where I can make some motions, and some motions will come, and I think I could see myself voting for a budget, but the only way that I can see myself voting for a budget, Madam Mayor, is if we do find some of these reductions that we've asked for, if we do find a way to shrink the size of government without impacting services, especially with these open positions. I also think it's important, what I said earlier, I think we'll be able to make some motions as we move forward, Mr. Chairman, is on the protection of the air rescue, moving that over to the general fund, keeping it in the general fund. Because for me, it really is embarrassing that our call, a wait time is about nine minutes from the time that a phone call comes in for emergency services to the time that someone gets to someone's house. And we must do a better job by our residents. When we look at the restoration of the grants program for cultural affairs, that $1.3 million there, and the money to restore the CBO funding that we see, especially for our legacy programs. And I want to mention these in particular as the farm share, the 762 Caba to 319 Lotus House for the 50 beds. These are all countywide services, Voices for Children, and ADE. Those legacy projects, amongst the other ones, I think are importantly, we can find the funding with that, with what Commissioner Higgins, you mentioned about the school zone automated speed detection program, which allocates about $20 million to the county commission. I think that money could better be used to make sure we take care of our CBOs. And, Mr. Chairman, I think I could make those, and the FIFA money, I agree with that as well. The FIFA money is another avenue that we can use, and maybe the 10 million has been expended already, but you may have another 10 million that was there, and I do agree with the Vice Chairman, when he says that these dollars were never committed by this county. Maybe it was a commitment that may have been made by the not-for-profit, but there was nothing that I can find in any of the records in the negotiations with FIFA that we were supposed to put up $21 million of our dollars. So, Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate you, and at the appropriate times, if I can make those motions, I will. And Madam Mayor, when you hear me earlier, what you would hear was the frustration of not having a detailed line-by-line budget and not understanding, not seeing the numbers that we're asking for. The time that vacancies were open, seeing some of the directors when they came up, it's hard not for us to have a budget conversation and always having to say, we'll get back to you, we'll get back to you, we'll get back to you, we'll get back to you. This is the time where we have to make these decisions. So yes, can I vote for a budget? Yes, but we have to make sure that the only way I can vote for a budget if some of these items, most of these items are met and are adhered to. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I yield back my time, and at the appropriate time, I will make my motions.
Thank you, Senator. Not yet. It's not 1 yet.
Do you think we can get the meeting closed by 1 o'clock?
I don't think so.
I'll pass.
Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody that came here today. I love budgets, and I'm a morning person. It's technically morning. So, but I understand that it's very difficult for people to come out and for staff to sit here and for everyone to sit here and to wait for us to go through this process, right? And I agree with what many of you said, that the budget is our opportunity to set policy. And we say that every year, but this year, as we've been predicting since 2020, right? So in 2020, I said there's gonna be a problem in this year, and here we are at this meeting. It's also a ledger, you know, and it's not a wish list, and it has to add up. So I think that's why we started this budget process so early. Normally, we would have started this budget process today. That didn't happen. We actually started talking about this budget at our June appropriations meeting, doing presentations. And then in July, we were already going back to the old budget to try to forecast what the mayor was going to present to us, you know, later that month. And in defense of the different changes that we've made throughout this process, I think the first thing that we have to acknowledge is the issue wasn't just the separation of the constitutionals and the shortfall, but the fact that they were sworn in January, had to stand up departments and didn't have a prior year in order to budget. So that's why the information has been coming in the bizarre way that it's been coming. Every 2 or 3 weeks, we have something here, we figured something out there. You know, we worked with the sheriff hand in hand. She was trying to figure out, you know, based on projections that she had from us, what her budget was gonna look like next year. So that's why it's been a moving target. And that part of it is unique to this fiscal year, to this budgetary process. It is not something that will happen next year, but we do know that next year we will have a shortfall. I was elected in 2010 when the school districts were cut $1 billion by the state of Florida. And I sat in a room until 5 a.m. facing teachers and talking about firing teachers and closing schools. And the reality is that we also have an economic pendulum. You have good years and you have bad years. And we've known from the forecasts at the state level and at our level that this year and next year was going to be a bad year. We knew that. In fact, we were expecting a bad year in 2022. But for the pandemic that allowed us to push into 2022 and miraculously into 2024, we find ourselves here. But we've had presentations, we've had committee meetings. I want to thank the chair for his patience and allowing us to have our committee of the whole, where many of us went line by line having these conversations in the hopes of resolving as much as possible. Because while the mayor has meetings with each of us independently, not only do we have to find alternatives to what she is proposing, we have to find alternatives that 6 other humans are going to support. Which is why when you have a budget that has limitations, we need to have meetings and we need to have those conversations. And she needs to put out a memo, and people need to either push back or not. So that's been part of the process. And that process that normally starts today started a while ago and will continue as we get to our second meeting. Now, I have really worked with the administration, and I want to thank staff and I want to thank the mayor. We worked all through August. We've worked all through this month too, trying to find solutions. And from the fees that we haven't even voted on yet, that we've worked very hard on reducing, to the alternatives that were being proffered, I want you to know that none of it has been done lightly, and none of it was easy. And I think that we can always do more, but we have to understand that as we made changes, because it is a ledger, things impact other things. And a lot of the things that were mentioned today are things that are important to look at, but some of them are restricted funds. And you just can't pull that money out and throw it into the general fund. So sometimes easier said than done as we go through the line items. The other thing I wanted to mention is we haven't even gotten to enterprise. So next week at appropriations, I will take on enterprise. Everyone is invited to talk about all the changes we could make to the enterprise funds. And we'll also deal with some of the issues that were brought up today that commissioners were requesting information on. I am not going to make anyone suffer line by line because I think that's what the committee of the whole was about, and that's what our meetings from now to our next meeting is about with the mayor. But I will say that as we look at the vacancies, I'm more than happy to look at them again, but we did look at them. And we did also take a hard look at the overtime. And the problem with going too far into the vacancies is that then we have to adjust our overtime budget numbers. And if we don't adjust that, then we have to correct that when we get into the mid-year. So that's some of the concerns that I have. In terms of what was mentioned, Mr. Chair, by our colleagues, I took down notes. I think some of the things that we have mentioned, some people are working on it. I always appreciate when instead of find the money, we talk about look here, right? Because that at least gives us some guidance. And if there's anyone in the room that is offended by the look here, this is their moment to raise their hand and say so, right? So I think that saves us a lot of time. So Higgins says that she's working on Metro Connect. I'm going to trust you on that. I will say one thing, and what I said to the mayor on Metro Connect, and we haven't even gotten to the fees yet. I am against raising the fee for STS. I am against raising the fee for our most vulnerable individuals. I've said from the beginning that Metro Connect should not be free. We should not continue to fully subsidize transit, and it needs to be at a minimum $350. At a minimum $350, what we pay for Metro Connect, and it needs to be limited. Now, that being said, I know that we're going to have a conversation about how we have to raise all the fees. The law says that you can raise the fees on STS up to twice as much as transit. It doesn't say you have to. So when we get to that, we'll get to that. But I think in the case of transit, I think we've made some changes, and there's still a little bit more that can be done. But that's another department that we have been forecasting for years that was going to have a deficit. So there's no surprise there. And that's not even, I haven't even asked money for Tri-Rail. So that's a whole other conversation that we need to have and that we're trying to solve on the other side of that. In terms of, the Ludlam Trail, you have my commitment, to work on that. We've talked about it. I think there is something that can be done. I think we all want to ensure that we have more park programmings. I think those are good points that were made. Like the mayor said, we'll look into the advertising. I've mentioned the advertising. I can tell you that when we go through water and sewer, you'll see that that is the only department where we eliminated all the marketing and advertising. Done. We've suggested that to some other departments, as you all saw if you had the opportunity for the Sunshine meeting or what we talked about yesterday. We did some of that with solid waste. Some of that advertising money is mailing, so it's not all advertising, and some of it is humans. And I do think that in areas like animal services, where we're trying to get people to adopt animals, it's probably a good idea to spend some money there. But we can go department by department, and we will now for the enterprise, looking at how much has been historically spent on advertising and the growth that we've had in advertising costs in the last 6 years. So I think that that is a good place to look. But we have been looking there, and we have been talking to the departments about that, but we're happy to do more of it. In terms of FIFA and our obligations, I can tell you, I agree with Commissioner Gilbert. We made an obligation, and we should keep our promises. That being said, we need to fund police and fire. We don't want a COPA situation. The games are coming, and we need to have firefighters and police officers there. There's a series of things that we need to provide as a regional government. Now, if we want to cancel the parties and limit that kind of stuff, well, then we can make that decision, but explain it to people, because then when the thing comes and there's no party, right, people are going to be upset. I'm not a party person personally, so I'm not really offended by that. But the reality is that we need to be very strategic and very clear with our constituents as to what exactly we would be reducing, because, again, I think many of us around the table have already said it, our number one priority is public safety. And that is public safety for everyone, including the people who come here for FIFA. So I did propose today a solution to our fire rescue funding. We've been working on that for some time, trying to find a way to resolve it. One of the things that I'm going to be proposing when we get to the motions is amending what we have in the proposed budget, which is paying it in the 2-year period, starting this year, allocating as a priority $6.923 million out of the mid-year, should we have it. So I'm happy to make that amendment when we get to making amendments. I'm going to keep looking for more. This is our first budget hearing. I'm going to keep looking for more. There are some things within these budgets that are smaller items that I think we could probably cobble together to get some of the debt service, but that's not anything that I think we should endeavor at almost 1 a.m. And finally, we are making changes to ITD, and we have been talking about also ensuring that when we have procurement and when we approve these contracts, that we're mindful of how much we're spending. Because, and I'll end with this until we go around again, we are legally bound to balance a budget by the end of this month. But we work on the budget every time we sit here as the Board of County Commissioners. That is a reality. People don't come to those meetings, but we literally change our budget every time we sit on this dais. And we make decisions, and we need to be mindful of those decisions, not because we have a shortfall, but because it's the right thing to do. And I know that a lot of us may not agree on everything, but I think we all agree on our responsibility. And the only thing that I ask is, as we set this budget, knowing that next year is also a difficult year, you also need to be vigilant every time we meet. And that may mean voting against some things that our colleagues bring, because they're not in line with the promises that we've made today and the promises that we've, other than Keon, who I love, and the promises that we'll make in the future. Because the budget is a living document that changes every time we give the administration another direction. So we need to be clear about that. And we can go line item by line item, but really the big numbers are in the contracts that we approve. That's where the big numbers are at. When you look at the things that we can't move from, those are the issues. When we talk about McKinsey and what McKinsey was proffering to do for us, what they were proffering to do for us was to renegotiate our contracts. We can renegotiate our contracts. Nothing against somebody else doing it, but I mean, that's where the money is in a lot of this. So if we have the appetite to renegotiate contracts, we should do that. But why are we going to enter into a conversation about something that the board does not have the appetite to do? So that is the conundrum, because we all have a wish list, but at the end of the day, it's just a ledger. It's just math. It's not magic, it's just math. And the difficult decisions have to be made at some point and should always be made. And my request is that we continue showing up for this process and that we're reasonable in our requests so that we can get to 7 and ensure that we are doing right by our residents and reestablishing their faith in this government. We're all committed to the CBOs. We're all committed to our cultural programming. And I think that we can find solutions, but I don't know if we have the time to find solutions today. And even if we find solutions by the end of this month, I think we need to keep working on legislatively finding things that work long-term without further burdening this government and the services that it provides. Because I do agree with my colleagues, those are our priorities, but in the end, we are a regional government that provides services. That is what we do. The other things that we do are amazing and wonderful and important, but we are a regional government that provides services.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner Hardiman.
It's 1 a.m.
Right on the money. It's like Commissioner Regalado.
Just for you.
Yeah, you just for you. Do I go into the items or you're going to?
Yeah. Can I move to approve item A?
Yeah, all right, let's get right into it. Okay. All right, so there's a motion. Well, actually, Madam Attorney, you need to read something
She's
onto
got to
the
read,
record,
yes,
right?
yes. We have to do this in order, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, so item A is the ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for countywide general fund operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, and the budget director has a statement.
This first, right? The proposed countywide operating millage is 4.574 mils, which is 7.57% above the state-defined rollback rate of 4.252. The proposed millage rate generates revenues to support services, including in the proposed budget, including a planned cost of living adjustment, an increase from the Florida retirement system, and an increase to the maintenance of effort funding for Jackson Health Systems.
All right, is that it?
Yes, motion second.
All right, now we have a motion by Commissioner Hardiman. We have a second by Commissioner Gilbert. And we need a roll call on
Roll
this.
call.
So
Yes, roll call.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bastien. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg. Vice Chairman McGee.
No.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 10-2.
All right, show item A passed.
Item B, so moved.
Item B is moved by Commissioner Hardeman, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. Madam Attorney, please read.
Item B is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for the countywide bonded debt service for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, and the Budget Director has a statement.
The proposed countywide debt service millage rate is .4171 mils, .3228 mils for countywide debt service, including the Building Better Community Bonds Program and Safe Neighborhood Parks Program, and .0943 mils for the Public Health Trust Jackson Miracle Building Bond Program.
We have a motion, we have a second. Seeing no further discussion or amendments, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
4.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Hardeman. Commissioner Higgins. I'm sorry? Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastien.
Yes.
Vice Chairman McGee.
No.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 10-2.
All right, guys, item C. This is, and I'll recognize you now in a second, Madam Attorney, but this is where any and all appropriate amendments or motions should be made, even if there's amendments or motions in subsequent items, but should definitely be done on this one as well. And recusals, if any, on CBOs. Madam Attorney, would you like to read the statement?
Yes, item C is the ordinance approving and adopting the countywide general fund budget for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026. This item is as amended pursuant to the changes memo that was distributed, including the deletion of section 3 of the ordinance that pertains to the levy of the additional local option gas tax. In addition, the budget director has some statements that he needs to read into the record. And then after that, Mr. Chair, we can go forward with all the motions that each of the commissioners have proffered, which, depending on how that goes, we can amend the item accordingly, if that's...
Fair enough. Budget Director?
The following are additional proposed changes and Scribner's errors to the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget. At the September 3rd, 2025 board meeting, the board adopted a different rate for the collection of solid waste from what was included in the proposed budget. The new rate adopted by the board at its September 3rd meeting will require an adjustment in the solid waste department's budget that decreases revenues in the amount of $700,000 in the solid waste collection operations fund. The department's expenditures have been reduced by the same amount, with $200,000 being reduced from the department's advertising and marketing budget, and the remaining $500,000 being reduced from reserves. The necessary changes to both the operating schedules for the solid waste department and also the solid waste fee implementing order 4-68 have been accounted for in the package that was distributed to the board at today's meeting, and these schedules and implementing order will need to be amended as shown to reflect the new rate. A copy of the package being provided has been given to the clerk. Fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget inadvertently excluded Capital Project Program 5555621, Environmentally Endangered Lands Program. The capital project schedule will need to be amended and to include the project as shown in the package that was distributed at today's meeting. The fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget should be amended beyond that what is already set for the memorandum titled Information for First Budget Hearing Fiscal Year 25-26 Proposed Budget to remove the levy of the 4th cent of the Capital Improvement Local Option Gas Tax and the associated expenditures received instead be funded with the Natural Disaster Reserve. The countywide general fund expenditures should be amended to read as follows. The Department of Transportation and Public Works, $294,900